grenade. Oh, the double-double. Kaboom! Right there. Let's see. 1v1. 1v1. Oh, another one. Another one. Two other teams live. Thanks for mercy right between you. Done. It's going to be a good old-fashioned.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another exciting day of PUBG Mobile action here at the PUBG Mobile Pro League Western Europe. I'm Jason Kaplan, your host still, and we're into our final day. I cannot believe we're into our final day of our very second Super Weekend with one left to go before we get straight into our finals. But we got to get straight into bringing our analysts into this virtual studio, into virtual reality, as we have QLASH and Maxman here to help break everything down over the course of today and hopefully the rest of the event. Hopefully they don't just ditch out on me. That would make me very sad. But Max, you're looking dapper today, man. You ready to go? We got so many great games yet again. We've got to see if UDR Killers can keep on the rise.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited as always to see exactly where these teams are going to be. Though I have to say, that intro, I felt threatened for a second there. It feels like we're just going to get rid of us very soon. But yeah, I'm really hyped to see if the teams that got some good results yesterday will be good. I mean, hey, maybe. Hey, I don't know. I'm just scared as always, Jason, because when you're here, man, I'm in trouble.
Hey, I was very nice to you yesterday. I wasn't the one.
No, right, it's weird.
That was another
Yeah, I had a very airy feeling.
Speaking of other person.
Thank you. Yes, what a lovely intro. Beautiful. Yes, I'm here. I'm ready to go. I'm ready to break down all of the moments, all of the action. Right now, UDR Killers doing well. Panda doing well. Just like I foretold. The QLASH blessing is here.
Let's take a look at the overall standings. And we'll see where currently the teams do stand. You've been talking about this big three for quite a long time now, QLASH, and two of those teams was Panda, was Eastern Stars. I can't quite remember, though, off the top of my head, who that third one was. Actually, sorry, it was Panda and Destiny.
Yeah. And then Eastern Stars joined, kind of, because they didn't have as many chicken dinners. But they have all the kill points, which is great to see. But Panda has been excellently consistent. Destiny, for the most part, apart from maybe kind of the Super Weekend, has been excellently consistent. And we have Eastern Stars, of course, who have had a little bit of a rockier time as of late, but they put up huge points in the previous Super Weekend, of course, to then still be holding on up towards the top. And right now, yep, all three still looking good.
Yeah, Unicorns of Love also fragging out in big ways, especially yesterday and also day one of this second Super Weekend, so they are catching up. Maybe today we'll see them breach in that top three and try and contest away that top three rankings from QLASH. We'll see if they're going to be making it happen today. Though one team that hasn't been showing too much promises as of the past 2 days, that is QLASH. As I said, I talked to his MZ yesterday. He has no idea what's going on, but he said that hopefully today will be a good one. But yeah, QLASH, they got to get back into it because they might start to fall a little bit behind on this first page.
Well, one team that's not falling behind, Black Sparks, they were starting to slip down the leaderboard, and then yesterday they came out of nowhere and really showed up, and we'll get into them a little bit later on, but you also have the likes of GODSENT there after what we saw in the first week of Super Weekend and, of course, in the first week of League play. Did not expect them to be able to breach top 8 so quickly, but they've been able to do just that as we now hop on over to our second page and see our other 8 teams who would be qualified here into the finals if we ended things off right now. And UDR Killers, I mean, they started off with the very first Super Weekend. Out of 2 days, they have 119 points, averaging almost 60 points a day. This is a completely different team, QLASH, than what we saw in League play week 1.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from them so far. As you mentioned as well, even with those points coming in, the 3 wins that they've been able to accrue over these 2 days is nothing short of excellent. They even got themselves 4th place with 8 kills as well during all of that. I think maybe like their lowest place was 14th. But even when they had that 14th, they still had 4 kills. So UDR Killers right now is just transcending what they were doing in that weekly play. And it's great to see.
They're truly becoming the aggressive team we kind of built up at the very start of this entire PMPL, so it feels good to see them actually trying to play to their strength, which is playing aggressive and pushing positions if possible. Though GameLord unfortunately fell after the second page. I thought they were getting some decent averages every single game, but unfortunately GameLord, the main issue they have currently is very similar to the likes of, I would say, Class Digital Athletics. where they actually had a really hard time closing off games and get access to the late game stage. So I'd say GAMELORD, that should be the point for them to focus on if possible, today at least, or maybe even the next Super Weekend if they do make it. And Lost Bullet, I mean, 2 wins and being very low on the overall standings of a team that actually qualified 2 Super Weekends in a row. Top 16 is looking fine, but you need to try and find a little bit more consistency, I would say, if they want to secure themselves a top 3 spot to go into the EMEA tournament.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, Max. If we're looking at, yeah, they're currently on pace to make it into the finals, but they're not going to be on pace to be top 3 to make it the EMEA Regional Championships, and that's what it's all about, right? Obviously, if you're a team coming to this, you should be set on, the scope of getting first place, getting through into this next event, pushing on from there, maybe into PMGC. So Lost Bullet, maybe they got more into the tank here. Maybe they're going to be able to show us a little bit more when we do get into the finals, but there's a lot of teams competing for those 3 slots, and we still have a couple of teams to take a look at here on our 3rd and final page. You can see 106 currently is the cutoff. It's the bubble at the moment for top 16. And Team UMBRA yesterday, after a very, well, I'd say a very rough day until the very final game. They were trailing RESQ until they took home over 20 points in the last match of the day to finally surpass them. But they still have a lot of work to do here, Claris, if they want to breach top 16.
They do. But I think that if they keep the form of that first day of Super Weekend, I think that they can achieve that goal. I think ultimately they're capable of doing so. They just got to tighten some bolts when it comes to that consistency level.
Oh, Gaijin Seraphim as well was at the very bottom. You saw their max, and unfortunately we haven't had that a couple of really good games out of them. I mean, they're still picking up some points here or there, but at the moment, the pace they're going, they're not going to be able to qualify here for our finals.
Yeah. I mean, you're looking at them and UMBRA. This goes to show that they have no option in the matter. They have to requalify for the 3rd Super Weekend if they want to even just have the hopes of going into the top 16 to make into the finals of this PMPL. So yeah, Gaijin here, definitely not the kind of weekend we were expecting for them to perform into. They need to try and step up a little bit more if it's also in terms of rotations and also aggressive nature. I think they are a team that if you put them in a head-on-head fight, they will do pretty good, but unfortunately, they don't take the best of fights in the best situations, and that sometimes causes their demise. As this was one of the last games, and I actually had the information. I was talking with Swave on Instagram, and he said the reason why he got spotted out in the last moment is by mistake he put on a backpack, and PRZ saw that. And for 3 seconds, that just blew everything away, and he died instantly.
We mentioned that, actually. I think we were talking about it in the green room. We're like, oh, he's got a backpack on. We thought maybe just to have some extra storage, but...
I was super confused.
He saw PLZ look at him, he's like, oh no, it's done, it's over.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Anyways, Black Spark. We've been talking about them earlier on today. We're going to talk about them yet again. Take a look at their entire roster because they did have some roster changes yesterday in their matches. And we talked to Banger, and he actually told me that Sanhok and Luffy weren't playing too well the last few days, so they wanted to bring in some newer players and try things a little bit differently. And it worked out for them. Not to say Sanhok and Luffy aren't good players, but this mix-up in roster for yesterday's games gave Black Sparks this revival within the team, Colors.
Yeah, if you're looking at numbers exclusively, you might kind of hone down on Luffy and think to yourself, okay, maybe that's where the problem lay from previous things. But again, 5 matches as a sample size across all of this, it's not easy to be able to exactly extrapolate what's going on with those kind of swaps. And again, maybe some circle favor goes their way, maybe just kind of some of these moments play out a little bit better for them across the overall lobby. I will still stand that Sanhok is capable, very, very capable right now when you kind of look at this roster. But Banger and Vindex, the guys being able to kind of step in for these, kudos to them. Kudos to Banger especially. It really feels like he was chomping at the bit to get back on the battlefield here, and he proved it tenfold.
I think especially Vindex, he's going to be the player I want to really focus on this one. I mean, he's top kills, also top knocks for the team throughout the past 5 matches. And I think especially when you look back at game 1 of yesterday on Erangel, that guy was controlling so many off angles. It's absolutely mental to see how Vindex was actually playing. Sure, it did not reward them with a chicken dinner, but at least they got some consistent results. I mean, 10 kills over 5 matches for one player. Still pretty decent, I'm not going to lie, but Black Spark has definitely went back to their more aggressive nature. Week 1, we talked about it, how good this team is in terms of their consistent results, and most of those results would come out in terms of kills. And now you're looking at it, they tried to revert back to another playstyle which is very focused around rotations, which is also why I would maybe not give too much of a hard go to the likes of Luffy, because they did adapt their playstyle, and Luffy was caught in the midst of all that. So I think it's also good to give them a little bit of a break, a little bit more breathing room, because this is a pretty long-term tournament. So I think that Luffy and Sanhok, the next time we shall see them, might be today, might be next week, we have no idea. But I think the next time we're going to see them, they're going to be refreshed, have a brand new perspective on the game, and that might just be what they need to actually get more results in.
I mean, the thing is, when you look at these highlights as well, there's a lot of moments where Black Sparks gets opportunities where they're just hitting people on transition, right? And that kind of thing does result usually in more points, in more opportunities, in more chances. Again, maybe when, you know, Sanhok and Luffy were on the roster before, maybe they didn't have quite as many opportunities there as we take a look at those highlights for the moment.
You know, I think we should also mention for Black Sparks, I mean, they're pretty sure to get into the finals, right? I think we can't really argue that they're not going to make it.
For sure.
I think it's important to take players who, you know, maybe are getting frustrated at themselves. Maybe Sanhok and Luffy are having like a rough time. They're getting like really kind of annoyed at themselves that they can't perform to how well they can play. Give them a day off, right? Like there's no need to have them play right now. Yeah, you can get a chicken dinner. Yeah, you can get extra $1,000 per chicken dinner you can pick up here in the Super Weekend. But there's no point to ruin your chances by having your players get into a rut and get really frustrated themselves down the line. So I actually really enjoy the roster changes, and I don't want to talk negatively about Luffy or Sanhok at all, because maybe they just need the day off. Who knows? Maybe they come back in today and perform. Maybe they'll come back in next weekend. But either way, Black Sparks will be playing in the finals, so it's not a big deal in the end. But what we have coming up here, Max, for the first time on the show, we're going to be having an interview live, the player from Unicorns Love with Savage X. I can't wait to talk to him, because this is a team that we talked about the very first Super Weekend, about how they really focus on kills, and they have such a big discrepancy between placement points and kills. And I'm really curious what's going on behind the team. What's the mentality? What's the way they approach the games here?
I mean, this is an Avenger level threat team that we mentioned very early on in the entirety of this PMPL. I mean, one of the most aggressive teams throughout the entirety of this tournament in the European region alone. So I think it's good we can have a little bit more insight on what's happening in the minds of the Unicorns. And I think that, you know, especially with how much competitive experience they all have under their belt, I'm sure we're going to have some pretty nice answers that I can't wait to see what they're going to reply to a few of my questions I got ready on my board here. They're all ready to go anytime.
I also want to know what else is on your board. I'm imagining not just questions. Maybe you have some little cute drawings in there too.
Anime drawings,
yeah. Definitely.
That's my wallpaper.
Well, why don't we keep talking about him? Why don't we bring Savage X in here from Unicorns Love so we can chat with the man, the myth, the legend. We'll bring him in the powers of virtual reality and chat with them, because obviously they have games to play today. And Savage X, as we get you in on the screen, I got to check. Can you hear me first of all?
Yeah. Hello.
Awesome.
I can hear all of you.
You are looking gorgeous today, first of all, I just want to say. You're looking very handsome. So let's start things off, right? Going into these matches, I was kind of talking with Max before. You know, what's your guys' mindset when you go into every one of these matches, knowing you're going to be qualified through the finals? What's your main focus?
Well, just to keep fresh. So, like, we wake up in the morning before the matches, so we are, like, fresh. We go for a walk, like, yeah, and we are very happy. We hope we qualify for finals. And
so, wait, you're saying you wake up in the morning and go for a walk. Are you guys actually all in the same area right now playing together when it comes to matches happening?
No. I live in UK, and other players are around the Europe. So yeah, none of us is like close to each other.
I could see James, you know, Claris here puffing up when he hears UK. Claris, what do you have to ask this man?
So the last game yesterday, obviously a bit different in terms of the circles compared to some of the other ones we've had on Erangel. We ended up near that mini mill to power area. As you guys are closing that game out, what do you feel are the biggest threats to you when you're kind of entering some of those final circles? Because obviously someone had mini mill to power, etc. and stuff like that. What were you guys looking out for?
Well, we were gatekeeping, like, because we got in the dip where we were like in the end zone. We were gatekeeping the right side. I don't know which team was it. I think UDR was it in the right side. So that was our main focus, to clear the right side, because they were like kind of get into the zone, so they had to come to us and kill us. So we just like cleared that fast, and then we proned and went left side to clear the left as well, where Panda died. So yeah, and then we knew it was an easy win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm going to jump around to my question, actually, because I have a very interesting one for you. So you guys have been rotating players in and out of the lobby, and who's actually going to be playing on the day-per-day basis quite a bit. How's it been for you, especially on your side, you know, playing mainly the Super Weekends? Is that a strategy you guys had prepared very early in the tournament, or is that like a last-second adjustment?
Well, it's not a strategy, I can say, but because of college, because the matches are being played a bit early, and I have college on that time. I finished college around like 3. That's the problem why I cannot play the matches weekly, like the weekday matches. So I play only the weekends. matches. That's the thing why we rotate the players.
This man's like, I don't want to play for qualifying. I want to play for money. I want to play for those chicken dinners for the extra $1,000. You know, forget qualifying. You guys could do that for me. I have to ask though, when we get into the finals, will you guys be taking some time off then to focus on specifically playing and qualifying for top 3?
Probably, yeah. Maybe we will play scrims, but that depends. Maybe we'll take like a break or like a 3-4 days break, so we are like fresh. So yeah, that fresh for the finals, you know.
Well, I mean, you got Fresh on the team. We saw him with a great little
we have Fresh
Miramar a few days ago. QLASH, what you got another question for him?
Yeah, just in general, actually, because out of the top teams that I consider to be able to rival for top 3, I feel like your Pandas, your Destinies, your Eastern Stars are up there. You are right there as well, looking at the form that you guys have been in as of late. When you look at the lobby realistically about things, do you believe that you guys are also right now a top 3 team based on your current performances, etc.?
Well, with this performance we have had, I would say we are doing very bad. I'm not gonna lie or anything, like
really?
Say we're doing good, yeah, because we expect to do a lot more. We have played many tournaments and against like really good teams from like Russia and all the qualifiers which made it to EMEA. So yeah, and we have always been on top there. So yeah, these results are not even like our results, you know. We are very surprised as well because of the hardships and stuff. We expect to do better.
Okay.
So you expected to effectively crush this lobby, is what you were saying coming in?
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Interesting.
Okay.
I mean, I want to just jump on in for a last question here, because like you guys said, you don't think you're playing too great. I mean, 4th position is looking amazing on my side. What exactly are you guys focusing on improving on for this tournament and all the tournaments that are happening in the future?
Well, we're still getting used to the hard shifts, because the hard shifts are crazy. We have never had these hard shifts before in the matches. So like, yeah, we're still getting used to it. But yeah, and we expect to do like top 1 or top 2 at least. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know what? You guys still got time to easily get into top 1, top 2 here, as we still have a couple of days left. But I want to give you a chance really quickly to give a shout out to your fans, organization, maybe to your favorite hosts and analysts. Up to you. Ball's in your court.
Well, shout out to my all Albanians, because I'm from Albania, and respect to all of them. And shout out to my coach as well, Halifax and Automatic, and yeah, to my managers, not the coach, sorry.
All right, well, thank you so much, SW2D3, for coming here on the show for us. We really appreciate it, and we don't want to take too much of your time because we do have our first match is about to kick off soon. So good luck in your games today.
Yeah, thank you very much, and see you guys.
All right, I'm sorry, Max. I know you had a board of like questions, but he's got games to play. You know, he's got matches to go, and he wanted to get out of here quickly because he didn't want to be cursed by you today. So it's understandable.
Is that why he left so far? Oh, okay, I get it. You know what? I understand now. That's fair enough.
He's like, get me out of here. I can feel the curse. It's overwhelming. But no, it's great to hear the little bit of an interview. It's great to actually talk to the player on the show here. We unfortunately haven't had too many, but hopefully in the next few weeks we can get a bit more, just to hear some mindsets, you know, going on behind the team, and just to put, you know, a voice and a face to a name for us as well. So to move on from Unicorns of Love, to move on from SW2D3, though I don't want to, we're going to be taking a look at UDR Killers, and we had a telestration we wanted to bring up here in one of the final moments of one of our games yesterday. I believe match 4, if I'm not mistaken, QLASH. But why do we want to talk about this one in particular?
Yeah, so this is cool because ultimately we're going to talk about a few things here as we start breaking this down. So the objective here for UDR Killers is to win a 3v4 in a compromising situation. How do you go about doing that? Okay, let's play this clip out and talk about the scenario. Right now, Panda has a brilliant position on this high ground location. Very, very difficult to deal with for UDR Killers, who are sat mostly across the other side of the road. Roads are very hard to transition across, but it does feel like in this moment, Panda doesn't have exact information as to where Pokers is regarding all of this. So as we just kind of speed this up a little bit further on and pause it right here. Max, what is the most important thing in this circle right now?
I don't know, actually.
Baby Godzilla.
It's Baby Godzilla right there. Anyway, moving on from all of that, of course, we have ourselves this position going on. All right, so this moment, in fact, let me just scroll us back because I was focusing too much on Baby Godzilla here. We need to go back to 24:39. All right, so up in the top left-hand corner, the top right-hand corner, the circle has just popped. In this moment, Ulysses At the exact second this circle pops, he's already throwing smoke grenades kind of down this way, etc., right? In order to be able to facilitate that kind of cross, which you need to be able to happen in order to be able to get you towards that circle. But he is, again, focusing entirely on when that circle pops and when he's going to be throwing those smokes in the direction that they need to be going. So already those smokes are being prepped. Panda, meanwhile, still very relatively unaware as to where Pocus is. If they were aware as to where Pocus is, I would make the argument that a lot of their objective right now is to sweep up around this area, clearing out Pocus, because they're not fully aware as to where a lot of people are on UDR Killers, even though there's been a little bit of firing over towards Sebi and Ulysses. So let's scroll this on a little bit further, because we're looking for 2503. And we can move on a little bit further. Come on. Come on.
Godzilla.
No. You're ahead of yourselves. Okay, so as we move things on here, a lot of smoke's coming down on this right-hand side by Ulysses. He is attempting to facilitate this cross. And unfortunately, there is a moment here where, for Katu, for example, the smoke going in this direction over by this crate, that's not really affording Panda too much of a better position. And someone like John is going to fight you if you use your utility like this. Don't be using it like that.
Oh, no.
So, so now we have Panda trying to sweep down here, trying to find an angle to deal with UDR Killers, knowing that these smokes are coming across, and they know that there are at least 1 or 2 people across this side of the road. In this moment, Panda right now is torn. They're torn about how they're going to deal with this scenario. They're continually throwing down smokes in a closer vicinity to them to try and facilitate this movement down to the circle because they are pressured by the circle. However, Pocus's position still remains very strong. Ulysses makes this cross here, which is almost acting like a distraction tactic to deal with it. And look at this as we pause it here once again. There's Baby Godzilla again. He knows no fear. So we move on. Ulysses goes down. Now, at this moment, Pocus is still in one of the most prime positions to try and take this fight. And he does take this fight with Lin, most importantly. Somehow, Sebi, and I don't know how he gets this knock, via this smoke, past this smoke, as GK First was making this firing on against this. This is an amazing play, and I would argue the most important knock and kill during this entire fight. Because if GK First is up, this does not allow Pocus to be able to wrap around this left-hand side and then do an amazing, amazing cleanup. So we can just play out the rest of this clip for now. The fact that UDR Killers was able to take all these angles, sow chaos with smokes, sow chaos with rotations, capitalize on this 1-1-1 split during all of this was, in my mind, the best play UDR Killers has done the entire tournament so far. Brilliant stuff. Thank you, Baby Godzilla. The real MVP.
I do enjoy as well that you got to see like so many 1v1s be able to be had for UDR Killers, right? Because it obviously was a man advantage for Panda. You have any 2-on-1s, you're most likely not going to win out those trades and end the war eventually. But let's take a look at our schedule now because the matches are about to kick off. And we're heading over to Erangel to start things off. Miramar second, Sanhok third, Miramar fourth, and Erangel last as well. Pretty much the same order we use in every single day. Well, not pretty much. It is going to be the exact same order we use every single day when it comes to Super Weekend, and I believe the finals as well. But gentlemen, as we are about a minute and a half until we are ready to get into this first match, quick predictions yet again in our first match of the day. I know you guys, you're not a huge fan of us sometimes, and I spring them on you, so I'm going to waft on to give you some time to think about it as I'm thinking about my prediction as well. But Max, man, we'll start with you.
I really enjoy the battle of the top between Panda and Eastern Stars, so I want to see a little bit more back and forth between those two teams. So I'm going to say Eastern Stars trying to reclaim the throne for this first game.
Claris.
What?
Damn. Destiny comes back strong. There you go.
Wrong. UMBRA gonna pick up a victory here in our very first game of the day. We're gonna let you two go sit in the green room while we get things set up and ready to go, and we'll bring you guys back once the game has finished. And we'll bring in our casters for our first game of the day with John Allen and Blank. And John, I mean, as Clarus was showing in the illustration, you don't want to make John angry because you see those fists coming at you like a flurry.
I do. I have been known to turn green. I do get vastly larger, and it is a sight to behold, Jason. It's very difficult to handle.
I like your shirt, though. You know, it makes you a little bit hungry, but also makes you think of math.
Yeah, it is hidden behind my lower third, but I'm sure once that gets out of the way, we'll get into some more numbers.
Dory Blake, I think you're just as handsome and looking good today as well. But I'm excited, man, guys. This is our last day of our second Super Weekend, and it all comes down to our league play in Week 3. I feel like this is a chance for teams to make some big moves and win some big money.
Yeah, right now we're planting kind of the seeds of where Super Weekend 3 is going to line up, right? Because what we have is this final day where people have only just been in one Super Weekend. They really need to start turning up. People who maybe have fallen behind with the 2 Super Weekends, I'm looking at Polar Ace in particular, you need to make this second weekend really, really count. If I'm Polar Ace, I'm looking to try and shoot up towards those 190, 200 points today. I don't know if it's possible, but that would put them in a much happier stead going into the finals.
All right, well, gentlemen, why don't you take us into our first match now as it's ready to go.
Game number 1, we're about to start proceedings of the close of the second Super Weekend. Super Weekend, there we go. Going over the south side of Erangel. We're going back to basics over the military island.
Yeah, we got the Super Weekend right here on our screens, John. So I'm really excited. Yeah, it was good though, to be fair. I liked it. I liked your little spin on the Super Weekend, as I always do. But we are going to get pretty southern playing path here coming into the game. And I think the guys on the desk, you know, I think we've got our favorites now, apart from Jason, who just predicts the most unlikely and somehow still gets the result he's looking for. So I will be keeping a close eye on UMBRA now that Jason sprinkled his magic all over them. So I'm excited for that. But GODSENT's definitely another team that I'm looking at. I think that, you know, yesterday seemed like they were back on form again. We do see them have weird days where they start to step up a little bit more, then they fall down again, and they crawl back up the ladder and like, guys, we are still here, please. But it's nice to see different players stepping up for this team. I mean, for instance, we saw yesterday, we had a Swave right at the top of the top 10 fraggers list with 13 kills on the day, 12 knocks, so very good conversion rate for this guy. But we've seen players like AZ step up before for them. Reznov is that very nice little off-angle specialist. So, you know, I need to see a little bit more out of GODSENT, but I think on the current trajectory, this is another team that I'm looking at today.
Fair enough, we'll keep an eye out for GODSENT. I'm UDR Killers all the way. I think we're going to have another great day. Oh, wow. With the southern plane path coming through, it is going to be a northern circle. Gaijin Seraphim and Unicorns of Love. We've come to loggerheads down on the military island in C block. It looks like Unicorns of Love have had the worst end of this fight. Kosti rattling shots down the corridor. Not going to land too much there. No more than the knock on to Beg for Mercy from earlier. Needs to open the door to get out. The crossing is dangerous. But Beg for Mercy will go down. Savage X, we heard from him before, but not quite able to save his teammates here. 3 players now left for Unicorns of Love.
I mean, they're a very awkward scenario. They're currently locked in over on Sosnovia because you don't really want to be here either. With the circle going so much towards the north, it's really important that they can actually finish up this fight soon and then get their way into the circle, because they're going to get held up pretty soon with this kind of circle that we have towards shooting range, towards Severny.
Slowing things down in this compound right now. It looks like Savage X has spotted Bujo across the way. Gaijin Seraphim will know there's a player up here. Very heads up to watch the stairs in this situation from Savage X, but there's 3 players from the opposing team right underneath him. Will be very tricky. Painkillers being loaded on up for Kosti as they start to move on through. The rest of Unicorns of Love, they're outside. Ked is across the way. And it's really quite a split team right now, as opposed to Gaijin Seraphim, who are on that full 4 squad stack.
Oh, Savage just does not expect the other stairs to be dropped upon. Will immediately go down. And now if I'm Ked and I'm fresh, I gotta leave this fight. I've got to go. There's no point sticking around here any longer. I think the fight is lost. It's time to try and build up some points towards the end of the game. And you know, Savage X talked about it during his interview. Those hard shifts, once again, really not playing in their favor. They're trying to finish up this fight quickly, but Fresh's got a little bit of a nice high ground position here to try and pick up some kills. Prada sends some back his way. That will be Bujo going down. Ked and Fresh on either sides of this team. Savage X isn't dead yet, though.
They didn't flush it. They can't step out because they know that there's oversight. They can't move up those stairs anymore. And Fresh might just be able to get this back up as well. Look at that. Buggy straight up to the wall, straight through it. Very clean, very smooth. And all the way up to Savage X. Drops this. Oh, that's a bit of a whiff on the smoke, but going to go for the dash as well. Knows that they can't quite take the shots as Gaijin Seraphim. Look for it across the way. cannot be rezzed whilst Fresh is laying down, and that's the only time he's covered right now, Blank. So he needs to take the fight. Oh, a lovely shot there. Spray down onto Prada, keeping the suppression up over towards Gaijin Seraphim. Savage X, though, needs to be careful. Can't quite escape that nade in time. Unfortunate. And there's another one to follow it up. The slam dunk there as Fresh falls. Now it's just Ked.
That is very unfortunate. Some lovely nades from Lord coming through, though, from Gaijin Seraphim to clean up that fight. Drops down in that moment. It's quite a dangerous move to make as well. With Prada going down, now you're effectively in a 2v2. Going for that move, dropping those nades up top side, you could have got caught out by Ked very easily. But Gaijin Seraphim just want to clean up this fight as fast as possible. They know if they can get that knock and possibly get the second, you know, fight can be over there with Ked basically thinking to himself, I need to get in this buggy. I need to dip immediately. Destiny, on the other hand, they've worked their way all the way up to Severny. So this is a pretty usual position for them. We've seen them up towards Severny a lot of times. So they're happy to reclaim this position and possibly not move as much in these circles. And we've seen them have a lot of success up here towards the east of Georgiopol. They're very good at finding positions in this kind of circle. So I'm hoping that Destiny can do well here, because it has been a bit, you know, not perfect play from Destiny recently. I think we've seen some ridiculous stuff come out from Destiny, and at the moment it feels like I'm watching a different team. I'm not seeing that same team I saw in League play.
Not quite the same, not just yet. Still more to prove. Wait to see what they have to deliver in this game. The UDR Killers moving a little bit now north of Pachinki, moving out past the church on the northwestern end. You got Black Sparks, heavy hitters from yesterday's games over in Milta. They are looking to repeat that performance, repeat that showing, and try and leap on up those tables, Blank. They want to try and challenge for that top spot. At the moment, they're sat on 201 points, and they've got quite a way to go if they want to take on Panda on 289. But if they keep on putting up those numbers, they might just be in with a shot.
Exactly. I think Black Sparks probably one of my favorite teams towards the beginning of the tournament. They fell off a little bit for me. Now they've kind of shuffled the deck in terms of players. Things are looking a lot better overall. If they can continue this, like you say, John, you know, we're looking at a team that is towards the top of the leaderboard and will remain there. Nexus, on the other hand, who's currently on our screen, this is a team that, you know, very middling, super duper middling. They're towards that like strange cluster in the middle of the leaderboard right now, where you've got Lakonostra MVP on 158, and then about 5 teams down, you've got GSG Europe with 142. But the grouping is very close around here, so there's a lot of opportunity for change. However, I don't really think that this is going to matter too much in the long run. All these teams should make it into the finals unless something absolutely mental happens next week. But I think that for these teams, it's about improvement. How do you change your game up? How do things happen going into the finals? How do you try and secure one of those top spots in the finals, potentially send yourself forward? These PMGC points are very important in the Super Weekend, trying to set yourself in a good stead to be able to, you know, when you get into that second season, you don't have to worry too much because you've got a load of points on before. Maybe you can have a bad season and still make it into that PMGC setting.
All about Polar Ace, though. They spotted Gaijin Seraphim all the way over on Military Island. Salazar goes down, but his teammate across the way holds, able to stop the push. But the blue zone will envelop. It's only zone 1. It won't be too bad, but the fight continues, as looks like Lord wants to fly straight on in the buggy. A lot of damage found, and even more. As Muzzy able to get the shot, a flush from holes, and Gaijin Seraphim, they've lost 3 players now.
Yeah, I'm perplexed by this play from Gaijin Seraphim. I mean, just come up on the eastern bridge. Like, I don't really feel like there's a need to come up on this western side. I know that, you know, you might assume that there's no players here because they've all headed up towards the north side. You're not expecting Polar Ace here either, to be quite frank with you. But at least on that eastern bridge, you clearly know that GODSENT plays Farm and Eastern Stars play Milta. Their 2 drop spots are confirmed with this kind of playing path. Everything on the western side, that can change. That's fluid because it is so close to the water that a lot of teams will have to drop early there. On the other hand of things, like I said, there is very concrete positions on the eastern side that you can be aware of and start to think about going forward. I think that this play is kind of just one that just, you know, you roll the dice on it.
If they're going to come up Snake Eyes or not. UMBRA, they've lost a player on the top window. They do have teammates waiting in the wings. Talon, very able to drop that one down there. It's behind the building.
Come in.
Get back on in. Sends him in, gives him a cup of tea, pats him on the back, sends him on his way. Talon back on up on his feet. See if they have the meds to sustain. Lost Bullets pretty close by. This is on South George, right next to the bridge. Western end of it. No one really too close, no one looking to rotate through this way either. So it's a pretty isolated fight at this stage. I say that, the grey GSG team faded into the background for me on the map. And I have lied to you, I'm afraid, Blank. But in they come, and they will be on the oversight on this fight.
You have actually lied to me here, but GSG has to run through these teams because Circle heading all the way up to the north. There's even water in this one, so we're going to get a quick finish, to be honest with you, going forward. Naruto gets taken down by GSG. Not expecting this second team to add themselves into the mix. The smokes were angled towards Lost Bullet's position, and I think UMBRA is kind of like left out high and dry with the position they're in. Lost Bullet now trying to reclaim this building, knowing that GSG are hot on the heels. Talon, though, nice shots onto Clever.
Will fall down. Talon skirts out the door as well. The Tommy gun not quite able to find it. Takes the door down instead. Unfortunately, it is not a player. And Lost Bullets, they've lost Clever as well on the outskirts as well. GSG looking to try and stop these players. Dammy up the top, actually in a risky spot. If the GSG squad spot him out, it could be disaster, but in come GSG. They want to play spoiler to this fight. They're playing third party here. Tudor on the backstop gets spotted out by Dammy, but needs to flush on away. Lau taken low. Team Umbra trying to get back up on their feet, trying to stay alive in the midst of this fight, but GSG want to continue this pressure, moving on forwards. Only one player down for Team Umbra, Talon, and two players still standing across the way. Stylito not going down without a fight, but go down he will. Lau able to take it out. Talon low, should get flushed here. GSG looking to absolutely wipe these two teams in South George right now. Blank. Umbra needed some good performances today, but this might be where their train stops in the first game.
It's not good at all as well. Talon being able to take himself down with the Molotov is pretty horrific. Fantastic 6 though from Lost Bullet, trying to find the off angle towards the roof side. That could prove monumental for this fight if they can work it properly. Lost Bullet are able to get everyone upstairs, get everyone back on their feet, and now they're trying to move back down, take down a player. Tudor goes extremely low, but PRZ still in this fight. This guy is the last guy standing for Umbra so many times. Let's see what he can do here. Oh, that's
Hold it, Master with a cheeky angle through the window there, catching someone cooking a nade or trying to peek an angle there. Tudor as well goes down, and all of a sudden Master living up to the name, able to take two. And GSG, they tried to third party, they tried to play spoiler, but unfortunately for them, it was just too hard. Lost Bullet, able to take down the team that is only 2 points behind them at the start of this game. Fantastic stuff from Lost Bullet.
Fantastic 6 even sees PRZ as he jumps over here. Now information for the rest of the team. He should be able to come clear him out. Kamara alive in the same building, but Nate goes over the top sides, tried to clear out the back. PRZ will go down. Dammy's got it down perfect.
Down pat, nice one. Kamara trying to escape as well. Out in the blue. They don't have too far to go. If they've got some vehicles, they should be able to escape from this one. Remember, GSG chose this fight. They chose to go in and crash in third party this one, and now they're down to one player. Lost Bullets, through this chaos, have come out with 4 players alive still, Blank, and they've got 4 kills for it. If they get out, get a good spot in this circle, they are in for a good game here.
I mean, that's the strength of having the second floor position, right? Kamara is almost certainly going to get overrun here as the rest of Lost Bullet move towards him, because with Umbra being on that bottom floor, they kind of were the gatekeepers for GSG. By the time GSG went in there, Umbra gave them some scrapes and scratches, and then in which case Lost Bullet were very happy to come downstairs afterwards and, you know, not give them any band-aids and rather give them some more bruises. And that's the problem, is that when you rush into a fight like that, you really need to have all the information. For GSG, I feel like everything happened so quickly. They didn't wait for a fight to conclude. I think they were hell-bent on trying to get 6 or 7 points from 2 teams, and, you know, it does not go your way. It's a super risky play, and I don't think it's a risky play that has any payoff.
We'll see if the Lost Bullets took too long in that fight, though, if they're going to suffer the consequences for having been engaged in that for a while. On the western edge, it's really only Polar Ace at the moment. Destiny are moving down a little bit past the west side of shooting range. And you've got the UDR Killers as well, stationed up in Cube. So if they can get fast enough towards the hills south of shooting range, they might be able to grab a spot there. But it is closing. That window is not long to stay open.
I mean, with this hard shift as well, I mean, it's a really grim hard shift, to be honest with you. It's not one that I would like to see as a player, personally, just because we've ripped this all the way down to the river, where ROSOK's still included here. You have to be cognizant that perhaps in some wild world we see a ROSOK finish or even an island finish. So it's quite a confusing circle to play. And I think that if you're Polar Ace, you're Lost Bullets, you're just trying to find a place to hold on to for the time being. There is quite a bit of open area in this circle. You're relying on trees, you're relying on hard cover in terms of rocks, but not much else. Like, the only compounds that we really see in this circle are down towards ROSOK, down towards Ruins. But how much stock do you want to put on Ruins and ROSOK when they are so far towards the south of this circle?
Goodness me, look at this cluster of teams as well that's starting to brew around shooting range. Lost Bullets have been shut out to an extent. Black Sparks, they are right in the thick of things right now. To their north, they've got the Eastern Stars, as well as one player from Lost Bullet and Destiny. As the fight starts to go on through. Beast gets spotted, gets taken down. Eastern Stars looking to roll over the hillside, try and take control of this northwestern edge, but there's so many people here. Billend as well, completely separate. You can see that on the minimap from the rest of the Black Sparks.
I mean, these are two teams right towards the tops, John. Second and third place at the moment, respectively. So both these teams would love to take one another out and be able to get some more points in this game, because effectively, if one takes out the other, they can no longer get points, slip further down the rankings, and that third spot is no longer as pressured.
It's being cooked. At the moment, the Eastern Stars have only been able to find one. We know Destiny can strike out, but the Eastern Stars, some of the heaviest fraggers in this lobby, Blank. They've done phenomenally well over so many games. They are currently the highest average fraggers going into this game. The UDR Killers tried to take that from them, but they slipped down just a little bit. And they'll continue to move on forwards. Not finding too much more, but they know there's a player behind the tail wing there now. Namad. Not able to do too much here. Kapahala, low HP. The blue zone at their back. Destiny are guarding on the inside. So they do have the inside track on Athis as well. The Black Sparks may be trying to move on in, and it looks like they've got ahead of the queue. As the Lost Bullets, the Eastern Stars, and Destiny are all caught up in the fray.
Exactly. Panda, they've managed to make their way into the circle. We love Panda's rotations, to be fair, because they are very, very pinpoint with where they see an opening in the circle, and they'll take it. So they have a small compound to work with here in this circle. Obviously, Destiny's still trying to play around this plane. Eastern Stars, the only problem for them right now is their backs are to the circle. So Destiny is really just trying to keep the rain off at the moment in terms of the utility that's been thrown by the Eastern Stars at the moment, before this circle starts to crunch into Eastern Stars, and then they're forced into a position where Destiny can start to pick them off one by one.
Neymad's position is absolutely great for him at the moment. It's very, very isolated, so if Eastern Stars spot it out, it'll be tricky. But no utility can go in there, right? Because it's got this funnel pointing completely away from the Eastern Stars. You've got Miki on the oversight as well. Eastern Stars trying to mount up and go a different direction. Damage found, but not enough quite. The blue zone, though, will start to tick, and that's quite a lot of damage coming through on Zone 4. We'll see if they're able to heal on up. It looks like the knock does come through. There's Fury falling. Excellent sprays coming in. Neymad as well, holding strong. Athis going down. And it's the Eastern Stars crumbling against the Destiny hold. This is the team that we wanted to see, Blank. They are starting to mount up, but they've got a long way to go. They need to move in ahead of proceedings. Bazzi trying to heal as much as possible for the Eastern Stars. Neymad goes down, but he falls, and it's the Lost Bullets eliminated, unfortunately, as the Eastern Stars go down as well in that fight. Destiny, though, they don't escape unscathed. A lot of players going down there. Just Mazzara and Miki left.
I mean, still, that's a difficult fight to walk away from as well. With Black Sparks holding you out too, it's a hard fight. And I think that, you know, Miki plays that fight pretty well with the rest of his team. Neymad just playing close, being that available player to kind of almost put the stake in the ground and be like, Eastern Stars, you shall not walk past this position because I'm still here. In which case, Eastern Stars are forced into an awkward spot where they're low on meds. Fury in that situation, he didn't even get taken down by a player. It was Miki just putting in the hurt onto him as he tried to get away in the vehicle. Playzone knocks him shortly afterwards, and they literally play the circle, play the blue very, very well. Lakonostra MVP, Alicio, trying to zigzag through the fields. Miki and the Gilly trying to move forward too, but he's spotted from the right side and will be taken down by Polar Ace.
There we go. I mean, they declared that Eastern Stars, the Dark Fires, would not avail them. Blame of Udun. They would send them back to the shadows, but unfortunately that whiplash tail whipped up and grabbed the ankle, pulled Destiny back down as well. They were not able to escape the fires. They will have to plunge into the into the caverns and duel with the Balrog for eternities to come. On the northwestern edge, though, Lakonostra MVP and Black Spark still fighting out for control. The Lost Bullets, who we said maybe were a little bit too slow to get in due to the fight that they took earlier, they went down as well. So that northwestern edge has started to clear out.
This circle's been grim all game. Now we're heading down towards the bank side. UDR Killers, though, still alive and kicking in this match. We love this team. We support this team, John, in their endeavors here in the Super Weekend. They are really making a good run for it. They were tied to the running post start for a long, long time. Finally unleashed in Super Weekend 2, and they're doing a very good job to catch up.
The northwestern edge, Lakonostra getting dismantled right now by Panda and Black Spark's guard, and GAMELORD and GODSENT continuing their G quarrel and fighting on the south coast right now. The UDR Killers, they've been chilling for a lot of this game. On the western edge, it's all been focused north of them, and they have just managed to move in side to side, just keep on going. And they're 4 players strong. They're on the western edge. They are relatively unchallenged, and no one's really looking that way.
No, Unicorns of Love, though, down towards the southeast at the moment, just wandering through the water. Currently heading up towards 9th place as Lakonostra MVP is finally taken down. Polarace lose another player. It's Banger just flying out. I think for Black Sparks, just with the 1 player remaining, it would be a good bit of morale for them if they can make it further today in this first match. Oh my god, Banger, go on then.
He's just going to rock up, pop a shot, get the damage down, and find the point. 7 kills found for Black Sparks. Only 1 player left. If Caster spots him, I think they have. Oh dear, this is a real tricky spot for Banger. Don't think he's getting out of it, and will go down to the play zone. 7 teams remain now, Blank.
Yeah, that was not a Banger of a player, I won't lie. He basically just drove out into the blue for a point. Honestly, I'm not sure I respect that. I feel like if you, I guess you get some points on the board instead of just, but I feel like you could have made it to top 5 quite easily with that position, just circle over the top where Panda is, perhaps. But now Panda's moving down as well. They have to leave that compound towards the north side. QLASH still in this game. Hoka slow. Big player from UDR Killers will take down Polarace. That's another team off the cars. 19 alive, 6 teams still remaining. Panda, obviously one of them, because they have a shout into many of these final circles, it would seem.
Absolutely. Continuing that streak, keeping it alive. The Eastern Stars obviously going down earlier. Means that gap from 2nd to 1st will start to climb, as well as Destiny. Meaning that Panda continue to stretch out their lead, stretch their legs, and try and ride out into the headland. UDR Killers on the western edge now. They've got some decent vantage points. They've got some cover. They've dropped those smokes on out, but if Years lands the shot, not quite. Unfortunate. Has to hit the deck instead. Panda not able to dismount the UDR Killers just yet.
I feel like Ked's run might just be coming to a close now as we see the circle head towards the northeast. He was really protected by that water. He's going to have to wait it out for a little bit longer. Would like that top 5 finish. And to be honest with you, coming from Sosnovka to get to here by 1 player who is now being shot at by GODSENT, it's a pretty damn good run, to be honest.
Heads moved further towards the UDR Killers, who are preoccupied with Panda right now. So in fact, it's probably safer for him. Not entirely sure about the shoreline of this area exactly, so it depends if he can run on up there. We'll have to wait and see. The bunker being occupied by GODSENT right now needs to be evacuated. And they need to move towards Nexus, who are grouped up around their flying V compounds and their crates and holding in the open, really, with smokes to cover them. UDR Killers start to move forwards. Ulysses, that typical distraction play. We saw it yesterday on Miramar. Looks like we're going to move forwards. Not quite a distraction, but certainly a forward outpost.
Yeah, smokes are down, prepping for this next circle. I think for Nexus, though, I'm looking at them and I'm thinking to myself, they've had so many opportunities at Chicken Dinner and they've yet to get one as of yet in this game. I would love to see Nexus come away with this, with a good showing, with a Chicken Dinner on the board. Lovely shots coming through to UDR Killers.
Yeah, that's absolutely perfect from GODSENT. They had the angle, they had everything they needed. And the UDR Killers lose plenty on the hillside. Ulysses and Sebi left, nades coming in from GODSENT. Ulysses low as well as Nexus spot him out. Will get taken down, and it's Panda to see the ankles there. Get your dancing shoes on, because that's an ankle breaker there. UDR Killers eliminated on that hillside. They will fall, and Ked continues to survive. QLASH will be next under fire, it seems, but no one really taking dominant control of the circle yet, Black.
Not yet. Again, though, like you say, Ked surviving this and going towards UDR Killers' position. Perhaps now GODSENT don't realize he's still here. He can see AZ starting to roll out between the smokes. He's got to play this very carefully. GODSENT, though, a team I mentioned very early on in this game. I wanted to see them step up, but right now, Ked could prove absolute nightmare for him.
He's got the blue at his back, which means he needs to move closer to GODSENT right now. They're fairly safe, but they do need to move forwards as well. They're going to be more preoccupied with Panda, with Nexus, who have been popping those shots off. Ked should be pretty unseen right now. I imagine that they're thinking that Ked was part of the squad that they took down earlier of UDR Killers. So hopefully he can get some
part of their squad.
Or part of their squad. Apparently it seems that that's going to be the case right now. I mean, they've lost Vito, so maybe that nameplate's just been switched over or something. Out in the blue, though, needs to heal and needs to move forward. This is so risky. Yeah, there was no way he was getting away with that. It was unfortunate, but the run will come to an end. We're down to 4 teams blank. 3 players minimum for each of these squads. Nexus in a tricky spot, but right now, Panda get the shift towards them.
I don't know, if I'm Ked, like, in that situation, maybe I just go for all 3 kills. I perhaps would have moved down the hill, set myself up with a line on GODSENT, and then just try and go for them all. I mean, what can you lose in that situation? Nothing, right? I don't understand that from Ked. All in all, though, I think to get to that point, it's an impressive result regardless, but GODSENT's given a second chance. Now throwing nades up towards Nexus, who are remaining pretty still here, and they're just letting it happen, and I think GODSENT, they're moving up, having a great time because of it.
2 players go down from Nexus, 1 from GODSENT. Marley has fallen, but in comes Reeves. Looking for more, finds Dexter. Oh dear. The teammate rundown coming through as well. Not quite going to land the damage, but doesn't matter. Dexter falls either way. Now GODSENT need to mount up, need to be proactive here. Panda controlling the push coming in from QLASH as they try and break across the open field. GODSENT yet to move up and try and take this fight as GK first down in the grass will find 1. QLASH really being stymied here in that tree line, but GODSENT start to chime into the fight now as AZ takes down a player from Panda. It's 3 ways all towards the end blank. 3 teams remain, 8 players alive as QLASH you lose yet another, really with the worst end of this fight. Very tricky.
The worst thing to happen here would be for Panda to get a win. They're already on the top. They're far and away ahead at the top. 29 points lead on Eastern Stars at 260 points. Panda currently sat at 289. GODSENT would love these points to shoot themselves up towards that 200-point threshold. Currently sat at 172 at the moment. And QLASH would hate for that to happen for GODSENT. They want to keep GODSENT firmly down towards the tables and remain towards the top right now. It's $1,000 on the line. They don't want to give all these juicy chicken dinners to Panda, who currently sat at 4. It would be make it their 5th of the tournament if they win this one.
Have to win it yet, though, blank. QLASH on no kills. They have no kills so far in this lobby, and GODSENT have 10, which means that if QLASH go down right now, GODSENT have the same amount of points as QLASH just in kills, if QLASH are not so lucky. But a knock goes through over towards Panda. Unfortunately, they get spotted in the tree line. GK first is just an absolute snake right now, doing so much work from the grass, but the nades start to bombard in. That's from GODSENT's side. We're going to pressure it down. AZ. Similarly snaking, Reeves and Marley taking that lead and will follow on through. Another player from QLASH will completely get flushed. AZ spotted behind the tree. The pop-up from Panda finds 1 and the flush comes through. GODSENT down to 2 and Panda stick strong on 3 right now.
That's me. You got GK first here, Agent smithing it on the ground, somehow dodging all these bullets. Not sure how it's happening, but GK first seems to have a read on where everything is on this match. He's just seeing numbers at the moment flow down his screen, identifying where all these players are within the circle. Nade comes across towards Marley's position, but it's just clearing out the vehicle. GK first sends those smokes over towards QLASH's way. This is very smart from Panda. Now they're isolating fights, taking them one at a time. Very difficult to do and coordinate in an open circle like this.
They know the exact positions pretty much of everybody. They know that GODSENT are going to be shimmying out to their left as they look at it. They know that they can suppress this ridge line and stop GODSENT moving into the circle. They have great sight lines. They'll have to move a little bit, but they'll be worried about QLASH coming in for a third party. If 1 or 2 of them get knocked, it could be disastrous. Marley takes quite a lot of damage there from that nade, and with the blue zone right at your heels, you do not want to be in that risky spot. Another nade out in the open and takes more damage. Goes down to a spray. GK first, suppressing GODSENT in the tree line. And and keeping them there. A nade comes in from MZ. He started to chime in the fight for QLASH, seeing if they can get more. A little bit longer on that one. Another knock comes through. GODSENT looking to chime in as well. GK first now, last bastion. MZ takes him down. It's a 1 versus 1. Snakes in the grass blank. MZ looking to find Reeves. He spots him. MZ from the tree line. And it's QLASH to take it against all the odds. It was 1v2v3 and he steps up when it matters most. QLASH take the chicken dinner.
Oh, Lord. Okay, well, that is one hell of a play from MZ. Leader of the pack there. Snarling, biting, sinking the teeth into 2 other teams. Good stuff from him. Oh, my goodness me. That was a great nade towards the end. And I think at that point, he just bided his time and realized that Panda, they were so preoccupied with GODSENT at that point, they'd completely forgot about QLASH on the other side as those smokes disassipated. Drops through the nades over the top. Hits one player, quickly finishes it up, and then with very, very high efficiency, finishes that last player from GODSENT. And, you know, if I'm MZ, I think the only reason he pulls it off is because, you know, in that fight, he's not thinking I'm down and out. I've got to identify where all the positions of these 2 remaining teams are, and then go from there.
He's popping the discombobulate counter with cross to left cheek right there. That's what's going through his mind. He's seeing the future before it happens and making sure he's finding the exact loopholes he needs. I mean, perfect timing on the nades, right? You know that they are suppressing fire. You hear that volley of shots come out towards the ridgeline. You know that a lot of them are going to be reloading. You drop a nade out. Maybe you look for another shot. And GODSENT actually played a part in that fight as well, right? They managed to get up to second, which, you know, fantastic stuff with the number of kills that they were able to accrue as well. A great game for them, all things considered. So fantastic all round, I think. Unfortunate for Panda. Again, denied the chicken dinner.
I know. Panda not able to pick it up. That would have been their 5th. It would have been very nice for them again, though. Very nice play all the way from the beginning of that match. Managed to sweep over to the northern side. I think for MZ there, you know, if we're making Sherlock Holmes references, when that smoke came down and Panda was like, yeah, we'll deal with you later, MZ's like, must not let this register on an emotional level. And then he's like, I'll come back for this later on. So I'm happy with MZ. You know, they might have heard you saying that 0 kills wasn't great, and MZ was like, we'll have a chicken dinner instead. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We are going to get some highlights from that game. Great little beginning to it as well, where you had GSG Europe versus Lost Bullets, as well as UMBRA, which is a very interesting fight. Lost Bullets weren't able to make it too far after that, unfortunately. And also we had that Sosnovka play at the beginning. So it was all in all a very hectic beginning to the day.
Absolutely. Very, very hectic indeed. A tricky spot for them, and we talked about it a little bit during the game, that Lost Bullets, they were caught up in this. They did very well to get out, but it took them too long to try and get really a good spot on the northwestern edge, which was deadly for so many teams, right? Eastern Stars and Destiny, 2 of our strongest teams in this lobby, both occupying that area and both going down in a battle for the ages.
Exactly. I mean, their aura was literally just zooming outwards, you know, it was expanding, and anyone caught in that aura was taking tick damage by the minute. So you're like, we do not want to be near this fight. It's horrible. There was screaming over there. People are going Super Saiyan. I don't like it. Make it stop. Eventually, it did conclude. Mickey being taken down by one of the Polar Ace players, I believe it was. But, you know, there's been a lot of fights at the moment where they've been taken, and I think that a lot of these teams are kind of limit testing at the moment, and I think that's okay, especially when you're coming into the finals. I think Destiny is more or less trying to get used to playing on that edge and playing for those kills as opposed to going specifically for the win. Now, I could be wrong 100%. I will talk to the players after today, but it is interesting. I love them. I love these teams all really testing their mettle, seeing how far they can go.
Absolutely. I mean, I think on the overall points, QLASH actually got lapped by both Panda and GODSENT. Just thinking back to the numbers, I think MZ got a total of 2 kills total in the end, which would put them on a chicken dinner with 2
17
kills or something around that. Maybe a couple more, maybe a couple less. But 10 kills for GODSENT in second place, and Panda I think had 7 towards the end. So I think, in fact, despite finishing first, they finished third in the overall points earnings from this game.
Oh, interesting stuff. I mean, you'll take a 17-point regardless, and a chicken dinner, as well as a cheeky $1,000. We're going to go to a quick break. When we're back, we'll be going back over to the analyst guys, as well as our beautiful host, Mr. Jason.
Well, I did tell you guys it's going to be a crazy day of action, and we already had it happen in our very first match of the day. MZ, how the hell does he survive that with him by himself when other teams are fighting around him? Well, you know what? We're going to dive into that in a little bit of time here, but what a great finish here, QLASH. That was fantastic.
Unexpected from my point of view as well. I think it's fair to say. Too. The way you're able to clutch that out, considering the scenario ahead of you, is nothing short of phenomenal from MZ. So congratulations to him, of course. Not that many kills on the board for them, as GODSENT and Panda were clearing out the north as well as the southeast as they moved their way into the circles. Again, I'm just so impressed by, especially Panda, the positions that they're taking up from circle to circle to circle. I'm just constantly like, yep, that's the right position. Yep. That's the right position. Yep, that's also the right position. But, you know, they're not to win out this one.
Max.
Yeah. I could just talk about so many things about Panda and how they play that game, but I'll bring it up a little bit later on in this one. But, hey, Unicorns of Love cared. Despite having the entire team almost swiped away by Gaijin in military base itself, hey, you know what? An extra 7 points to your name with only having cared swimming through the river for most of that game. Hey, not too bad. They made up for it in a decent way.
I have to ask you a question here, Max. Do you think MZ's going to fight to keep that $1,000 for himself because he won the game by himself? He's like, no, this is my win. This is my money. Get you guys.
Man, I mean, maybe. Hey, man, we're French. We like money, man. If we don't try and keep it all for himself. But I was talking to him right now, and he feels like, okay, we'll feel a lot more comfortable now. I'm like, well, what do you mean we? It's like you were alone there at the end. You were feeling good, mate.
I like it. QLASH is on point today. GK first, 1,200 damage done. It's kind of a shame to see Panda and GODSENT do so well in that game, but be denied the chicken dinner, being denied that $1,000, because these two teams, I mean, especially Panda, are already qualified through into the finals.
I think especially for Panda, the thing I wanted to mention, and QLASH brought it up while we were watching the game, they were very clustered up against each other, but I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt because they had a position that's actually pretty hard to play around because they were trying to stay prone, they got rid of the backpacks, and the circle actually forced them towards the central part of that circle. And also there was that big just dirt road right above their position. If they went any further up north, they were going to instantly die. But though their defense in clearing up the northern side was insane, and that's why you're seeing almost 3,000 damage to the name of Panda. That damage output was nutty every time.
Jason, GK first is not human. He is a Terminator. I do not like, it's as if every single time he's playing in a game, we see this pop up and he's either doing 1,000 damage or 900 damage or something like that. It never stops. And to be able to put up those numbers, given the rough scenario that a lot of those teams were in at the very end as well, it's just crazy. I can't.
It's funny, actually, to me, because I remember we talked to Panda, right? And how they were saying, yeah, we're trying to get GK first to kind of play a little bit more with the team so we get everyone, you know, playing together because he's used to going off by himself and doing things like this. But the fact that he's like able to do it so consistently is, I think what you were saying, makes him a Terminator. And we're seeing the likes of other players on his team rise up to be able to do similar things. So Panda have definitely grown into this tournament, and I'm wondering if they're going to continue to grow, because if they do, I mean, Foreign Mem, Nova, XQuestF, Bigatron, who are they? Because it might just be Panda year.
Who?
Yeah, so we're going to move on from that. We're going to actually take a look at Panda and GODSENT in a head-to-head. And obviously, we want to talk about Clash a little bit, but we're going to focus on these two teams because they were the heavy fraggers. They're the ones going to head-to-head. And honestly, I think we thought one of these two teams would have clutched it out and won in the end. But we can see here, I mean, the damage, it's quite a big difference, but the kills, knockouts, everything else is pretty damn similar.
Thanks.
Yeah, okay, I just wanted to bring up, especially because the other two teams that were actually able to clear out most of the north and the south, like GODSENT was clearing out the southern side. I legit thought for the longest time it was actually going to be UDR Killers, but GODSENT had one of the cleanest pushes. They cleared out a big portion of UDR Killers, and they had also such an incredible engage on the side of GAMELORD. They were holding on to the southern eastern edge, and it sent Reeves right behind the team trying to cut away their escape route, and then they just completely surround the team. They did lose one player, of course, during that entire engagement because it was a 4-on-4, and they cleared out GAMELORD, and at that point onwards, they had full control and ownership of the southern side. And Panda did something very similar in the north, where there were 9 to 10 teams in the northern side, and every time they approached a fight, it would send the team forward, clear out a position, send a scout, check if clear, send the entire team to that position, hence and repeat every single time. Panda, I think, on terms of execution this game alone, was some of the cleanest PUBG I've seen in a while.
I'm glad, Max, you bring up the GODSENT GAMELORD conflict that goes on in this game here, Max, because you basically stole the words right out of my mouth. This isn't even rehearsed. The thing about this that interests me a lot is that actually these two teams have this kind of tendency of rotating in very similar fashions right now, and GODSENT keeps winning out the fights against GAMELORD when they find them in these kind of tendencies of rotations as well. So I don't know if they're just kind of on the same page about the rotations. The thing is that for a lot of these teams at the highest level is that they understand what are the best rotations, what are the good rotations, and that in itself creates conflict because they're all kind of following down these similar channels. So for GODSENT and GAMELORD, these two right now, in my mind, when it comes to rotations, have quite the little rivalry going on, and GODSENT is winning out on those rotations and those fights, and is winning out for extra points from GAMELORD. So maybe we'll see that develop later.
I'm even going to say maybe why they're currently having that little bit of a discrepancy between these two teams. In my eyes, when you're looking at GODSENT, I think that every time they see a fight, they just adapt so quickly. Like, literally give them a few seconds and it instantly adapt to the situation at hand. The fact of then sending Reams behind, that was something that I did not expect to happen, but it took them, what, 5-10 seconds to pull off, and then that gave the entire situation advantage over to GODSENT. So I think that is the little thing that creates a little bit of a lead over to GODSENT compared to GAMELORD.
Okay, well, let's transition our talk from GODSENT and GAMELORD to talk about maybe Clash a bit and a certain player in particular, MZ. I feel like we're not really going to see much from what we're looking at here in the player stats, but we want to focus on how long was MZ alive by himself. And you can see here, Hackney going to be falling at 25:32, and he was alive at 27:04 when he ended up winning the game here. And honestly, with the way the zone shifted towards Clash, I thought Clash would have had the game, but I'm not sure who took down MZ's 3 other players.
I believe, like, as I mentioned, there was like 9-10 teams into the northern side, so I believe that was just one fight where they lost 3 of the players. I think it was potentially also Nexus. They had a really good crate position, but they did die to GODSENT afterwards. But I think that especially MZ just saw his entire team got taken down by one of the 9 teams who were up in the northern side, and then he just reverted back to, okay, I'm just going to play it very chill. And I think he didn't even think himself that that was going to result in a win at the very end. Seeing by also how low damage he actually had at the end, it really did result in him just clutching it out in the finishing moments. But also my question is, how did he have the information on the final play of GODSENT? Even right now, after rewatching the clip, I have no clue how he got the info.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a wonder, eh? Like, the one thing that kind of springs from this conversation and this position, how a lot of these end fights go as well, is, for me, is the DP28. This gun is just so important, so impactful in some of these situations where everyone's prone, everyone's lying down, you've got your DP28, you maybe have a 4 times on it, you might have, but the most important thing is you have that bipod, you have that stability to be able to get the exact sprays that you want. And as soon as you gain just that little fraction of information about where somebody is, maybe you see like a pixel or 2 of a backpack sticking up or something like that, which is, again, Swave, why you want to kind of ditch those backpacks. Like, you want to make sure that you can just spray on that one location and your bullets are going to connect. And I also, Max, not entirely sure how he got that information on the GODSENT there, but yeah, must be something like that.
You know
Small
what?
pixels.
Maybe we can see here. I know you said you already watched the clip back, but we're going to watch it for everyone at home to see as well, maybe how he actually was able to get that information on the last member. And we'll take it through, Max. And, you know, you don't need to draw on it. I don't think you need to touch this beautiful piece of artwork that we already have in the form of MZ clutching out the game. So let's get up on the screen and watch it again, because it was a fantastic finish out of him. And I'm wondering if he's going to use this money to maybe buy himself a 1+9. Who knows?
Good investment. Good investment for himself. But at the end, yeah, we're going to go a little bit further back onto the finishing parts of this moment. So also, this is the way for us to explain why you saw Panda being a little bit too close to each other. This big road, even though he said, I'm not going to draw. I'm sorry, Jason, I'm going to do it anyways. This road is just non-playable territory for the side of Panda. Reason why, if they do go that position, they give the information over to GODSENT, or even the position information over to MZ. Yep. So that is not playable, and the circle's also forcing them in this direction, so they have to be forced in one direction only, which is why they're seeing them a little bit clustered, which did allow MZ to clutch it out in the finishing moments. But going to be moving a little bit forward here, and especially GODSENT, they were just playing so well with that third-person perspective, while Yiz tried to hide himself behind that tree with the smokes. But now we're going to see little sneaky MZ, and he actually just got so much information, really good also guessing on where the players of Panda were going to be because of the smokes. And yeah, GODSENT couldn't really make too much happen here at the end, I would say, James. They were just pressured up against the blue in big ways. I'm
watching it like a hawk, seeing how like the movement and the direction which MZ is looking and etc. and stuff like that. Right now, fully focused on Panda. I mean, the previous smokes gave away their location pretty aptly, I would say. So the grenade comes in, yeah, easy kill off. Let's continue to watch that. More fighting. Get out of my way, John. I need to see what he's looking at. Another nade. Let's see. Okay, so they go down. I think it has to have initially been audio cue into again, maybe pixels from that point on. Because where else?
Because how audio queue works too is that you normally see information on the minimap, so you can actually exactly pinpoint exactly where he's going to be. And I think especially with the blue zone forcing them forward, you can exactly pinpoint its exact location. And you talked about the DP28 being so important with the bipod in that situation. Like, it's just like the stars aligned perfectly for MZ, and he took the chance, and it paid off with a win at the end.
You know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he doesn't need to buy himself a new OnePlus 9 because maybe MZ has one. Because mobile gaming has never looked better than with the OnePlus 9 series, the OnePlus 9 and the 9 Pro. With the 120 Hz refresh rate, you get the smoothest experience possible. Add that with the OnePlus 9 Pro's new HyperTouch technology. That syncs 6 times faster and to reduce display response times, and you get the most responsive gaming controls ever. Hashtag never settle. And we're never going to settle here on the show. It's going to move forward now into our second match of the day, and it's going to be back on to Miramar here for the very first time of the day. But of course, we will be getting it yet again here in match 4. I do have to say, predictions, I was a little bit sad. I was out very early. I don't remember you guys' predictions because I was focused on Team UMBRA and giving them all my energy, hoping that Spirit Bomb would come through for a victory. But we can see he did choose Clash. I remember that actually. Now I think about it. True. We can see our standings here currently are 9th through 19th place, and we do have RESQ still holding on at 106 points. I think Team UMBRA is going to be the one behind them, but UDR Killers looking to close the gap against Polar Ace. They're now only 7 points behind this team before Polar Ace are going to start to get a little bit worried, especially going into our 3rd Super Weekend. But you can see UMBRA 72. They still have a while to go. But gentlemen, thank you so much for breaking all that down. Thank you for all those John fighting moments in there. Maybe we can get the real thing here as we bring our commentators back in. Maybe we get Blake actually do some fighting action as well, but I feel like if he does that, he's gonna knock his camera down. Even if he's a mile away from it, he's that strong that the air pressure from his fist is just gonna knock it straight out of the room.
Okay, yeah, I mean, that would happen, to be honest with you. My fists of fury, I've actually had to stop myself from even going for it, because like you say, Jason, if I even go to punch, that's it, it's over. You know, the whole room just goes down, the whole wall there, it's gone. But right, we're getting to Miramar.
Come on.
Look, come on, look, I am the one punch man. And honestly, you know, MZ had the one punch in that last game versus the remaining player from GODSENT. But what I will say, and I think one thing that maybe the guys on the desk didn't mention, maybe it was just luck, really. Maybe he just gave it a go. It was like, you know, last ditch attempt. And I think perhaps that's the difference between him and Ked. Ked just didn't take the chance versus the 3 players of GODSENT. Obviously, it was 3 players of GODSENT versus 1. But just take your chances in these games. Sometimes you've got to make a play. There's a lot of games ahead of you. You still got, I believe it's 19 remaining of the Super Weekend. Take those chances, guys. Just take them. May as well.
Absolutely, definitely. I mean, to be fair, there are superheroes who can manipulate probability. That exists. That is a thing. Make themselves luckier than the average bear.
That's you. Is that those kids in the playground that used to bully me, saying that
certainly luckier than
invincibility shield?
certainly luckier than the average panda bear. No, it's Gambit actually from is a superhero who at one point could manipulate probability. There you go.
Yeah. That's straight to the casino with that one, right? Really, isn't it?
Well, yeah.
It's like, oh wow, I could use this power for good. Super weekend money.
Absolutely. Maybe he's just wanted to get those chicken dinner monies involved. Unfortunately, now I think Gambit only controls kinetic energy. He stores kinetic energy into objects, and that can
wow. He went from really cool to loser very quickly.
Whoa! That is a very cool ability. He can store up a lot of anyway, let's not.
Black Panther can do that too with his suit.
No. Yeah, his suit can do that, but Gambit can do it. It doesn't need to, look. We can get
I could fight with you all day. I've got all the knowledge. I've got all the powers stored up on my brain. Yeah. It takes a lot of actual brain power, which is why I'm quite stupid at times, since I just have a lot of this random knowledge just about and about.
Yeah, I know. It happens. It happens to the best of us. But either way, Gambit is the best X-Men.
Okay, fair enough. I won't disagree with you there. He is pretty cool. Yeah. Anyway, get into game. GODSENT, GAMELORD. A little bit of that G rivalry. Once again, they drop together, they fight together, they don't lose together. That's GAMELORD's job in this case. Destiny, on the other hand, off to the eastern side with UMBRA. Now, I didn't catch the guys' predictions on the desk. I'm really sorry, guys. I was too preoccupied with thinking about John fighting and how terrifying that would be to come against.
You
guys are making a lot of fun of me, but I still see you using that GIF, which means that you obviously must respect it on the desk anyway.
Oh, it's not fun. We genuinely fear you.
I don't know how to feel about that.
You're a scary man.
It's true. I'm terrified.
Absolutely. Lakonostra MVP, they're scared of the circle right now, heading up towards the northeast side to El Azahar. Pretty classic position for them. Lost Bullet, Polar Ace up towards the northeast, just a little bit further. Polar Ace and Campo Militar picking up all that juicy loot. They know they want to get it. They don't want those level 3s on the board. The only place you can really get them is Campo Militar, as well as a few other places on the map, because we are on esports mode right now.
I live my life on esports mode, Blank.
Me too. I love getting loot wherever I go. Sometimes I go to the co-op, there's just a level 3 on the floor, and I'm like,
go on, big Tesco. Anyone want level 3s?
Yeah, anyone? I'm going big Tesco. Anyone want level 3s? Do you want level 3 helmet? I got you.
Level 3 helmet. Level 3 helmet. Level 3 helmet. Great.
I would literally just be asking for energy drinks all the time.
Yeah.
I need boosters. You've had 8 boosters already. You don't need any more boosters, please.
Need boosters though, don't I?
Just one more booster. Very tired.
Constantly needing those boosters. There you go. Some painkillers for Ked. That'll be in the back pocket for the boosters later on. At the moment, they're set in Chumacera for the Unicorns of Love. Black Sparks all the way a little bit further north there near San Martin. Gaijin Seraphim dropped around Hacienda del Patron and near water treatment. I believe there was a player there last time when they dropped on Miramar, but they did flush them out, and that is obviously been dissuaded from happening again. So Gaijin Seraphim get a decent spot, and they'll be in the Golden Morado, or the Dorado, as I've started calling it. And I've decided that from now on it shall be called that. They will be able to claim that one.
No, they will. Do you want me to do a shout out on Twitter for you about the Dorado? I know you're trying to get it. You're trying to get it out there.
It's a thing. It's a thing.
Well, if you send me an image, I'll get you sorted. I just need an image of you just in a driving position.
Okay.
And then we'll get on the old editor.
Yeah.
We'll get you in there. We'll get you in there in the old Dorado.
I'll pop the shades.
Do it. Yeah, absolutely. If you got any gloves for golfing, those would be perfect. Or knowing you probably actually do have driving gloves. So.
I can't drive. Okay, that's a fact about John Allen.
That's not a fact about me. I can drive. Well, I can drive.
Can you?
No.
That's impressive. Okay, can you not? Fair enough.
No, I actually can't.
If we're ever stranded in the middle of Miramar, we are going to be scuppered, Blank, because driving very, very important here. Getting those vehicles on board is very,
very, very
crucial.
Fast.
Okay.
I'm probably actually the fastest kid in school, you know.
Hit him on the track and he'll absolutely trounce you, eat his dust any day.
I'll put you guys on your back, 100%. But moving back into the game a little bit, GODSENT head up towards Picardo. GameLord decide, you know what, we don't really want anything to do with GODSENT in this game. Perhaps we go a different way to them. Perhaps we go somewhere else for once. I do find it very curious between these two teams. And I think that, you know, any other situation, if it wasn't for the fact that they so furiously fight one another at generally random points in the game, it would feel very weird, right? The fact that these two guys rotate together so many times like a couple of buddies. But they do feel like they hate one another, to be honest with you, in the game. And I will have to get confirmation on that, of how annoying it must be to have one team just always in your vicinity. I guess like you would, after a while, get some kind of strange camaraderie a little bit. Be like, we will have to take you out later. But it is kind of nice having your company around. It's the enemy you grow to love, right? It's the the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Is your friend?
It's almost like Stockholm syndrome. Like they are so closely engaged with one another that they're, hang on a minute, I just kind of like these guys. These guys are kind of cool. I kind of like it here.
Yeah. But yeah, this is weird. They're actually rotating further apart, and it's almost like a love story. And it's getting towards that middling part. Things are not going well anymore. Hopefully, they can bring it back together again.
I hope so.
Sorry. I hope so too. You know, I just want that good end. I want the good ending. Give me the good ending.
Give me the good ending.
You know, I would love to see GameLord and GODSENT in the last circle together as a two. The final showdown. Hopefully one day. Perhaps not today, but we will see. Still many games ahead. Yeah, Demi looking up towards the sky in that moment too. I'm just writing a love story right now. I'm sorry.
If we went on a date in the final circle.
If we went on a date in the final tournament. How would you feel about that? I don't know. I think
just
that... just kidding. JK long. Lakonostra MVP, Polar Ace. Lost bullets. Yeah, shut up, John. Coming down from the northeast side. They are all coming down together, so a bit of a weird one for a lot of these teams. Luckily, there is a lot of these bumpy hills and roads and rocks that you can kind of rotate around, deny a lot of vision to anyone else. But Lakonostra MVP, these guys are the kings of rotating. These guys know how to drive a car like nobody's business. Danny, I've put you on the spot now. Now you have to drive real quick and real smooth.
We're going to fade away from that one as GAMELORD and GODSENT once more drawn. Their beating hearts together. They will fight up and down the hill. GAMELORD up the top on the ridgeline. GODSENT with the cover of the buildings and some little divots as well. But nades roll downhill, and GAMELORD, they've taken a note of that and starting to bombard towards GODSENT. No damage really found too much just yet. Vito took a little bit, Marley took a little bit, but they're both still white bars right now. Another nade over the top. That one looks good. Might be able to land. Marley, that's a lot more damage, and that's what they're looking for. GAMELORD able to find something. Along this ridgeline, though, they are a flat line of approach, which means that GODSENT should find it fairly easy to cover off those angles.
They should do. So I don't think this fight is going to end very soon, honestly. Next circle will be popping, though. So we'll see where that one does head and who it benefits in particular. Straight on to Los Leones, actually. So very central. UDR Killers just about into this one. The guys on the desk, they mentioned this. I love it because UDR Killers right now, 126 points, 11 games, Polar Ace 133, 26 games. That is rough. That is also rough, GK. Oh my, he landed it. Landed it directly on the... Oh. What is
this? Is really going badly for Panda. I don't know what to say about that. That was not great, but they'll be all right. No one really waiting in the wings near Minas del Valle. Should be all right for them now.
UDR Killers, fantastic stuff. Great point average right now. Currently above an 11-point game average. So really, really nice from them. I mean, we said that 10-point average is basically what you need to get into the finals. Sadly, they didn't make it to that first Super Weekend, so they are still lagging behind. But they are in a finalist position run at the moment in terms of just their averages alone. So very, very nice stuff from them. And honestly, I think after this Super Weekend alone, I would say they deserve to be in the finals. I just really hope they can continue to transfer this momentum, which seems to be happening so far. And, you know, we talked about their projected points. I was a little bit, you know, skeptical of that because I don't know if they can continue this performance. It's very rare that a team like this who has a bit of a rough week, has a good day, continues that kind of velocity. But, you know, they've proven me wrong, and I'm super pleased to see it.
Nice one.
Nice one. Nice one, UDR Killers.
Thank you. But yeah, keeping up with their averages. They're over an 11-point average right now. So it's fantastic stuff coming through for them. Black Sparks, unfortunately, though, they had a great day yesterday. They've lost a player now here to GODSENT, who obviously had a stonker of a game, I think it's fair to say, in that last Erangel. Unfortunately, to be deposed at the end by a clash, but it is the will of the Wisp, and then we'll have to deal with it for now. Looks like they want to start off strong, though. GODSENT holding out for now.
I mean, we're such a central position here. At some point, one of these teams is going to be left in the hurt, to be honest with you. And I think it's more unlikely going to be GAMELORD, because GODSENT, with their position, they just hold in the buildings. No one really wants to crash that. However, the ridge side, so much more open. If I'm a team, I see GAMELORD just chilling up there, wandering around. I'm like, this is an easy kill. We'll just go for this one. Maybe we won't bother GODSENT, but at least we have that position now. And I think if GAMELORD want to remain in this circle, they need to be a little bit more, well, a little bit less, you know, dreamy-eyed towards GODSENT, and a little bit more open-eyed towards the rest of the lobby.
The main feature of this next circle, Blank, is Los Leones, right? The massive town, slap bang in the center. You can see two teams right now on your screen on the western end of it, Eastern Stars and Nexus. They haven't gone fully in. They haven't fully committed to the city. They are right on those outskirts. I think actually Ironbot is moving further and further in as I speak, so I'm telling more and more of a lie. But it's it's not the sort of place you want to commit to too early. This next circle shift is really going to define how these teams want to rotate. Are they going to go into that city? Are we going to have another urban ending on Miramar? Or is it going to go to the hillsides, towards Chumasera,
northwest,
bro.
Northwest, 100%.
Northwest? Is it?
100% northwest.
Every time.
Well, a little bit.
Got one
massively. One of them. One of us towards the middle, actually, more than likely. Though, to be fair, I just assumed it would go northwest because these teams have had to deal with horrific circles this tournament. I won't lie. Like, things have been very, very cruel so far. We've not had any of these easygoing circles. They're always high maintenance. You got to really keep up with them. You know, buy them gifts. Tell them they're pretty. Make sure they know that you're happy with them, and even so, they still cause you a lot of problems. In this case, for the circle, it will be Lakonostra MVP who will be cursing their lucky stars that they have to continue moving through Los Leones, which is going to be a difficult traverse for them, honestly, through the actual city itself, because you've got to get through all those buildings, and a lot of times your sightlines are denied.
Very, very tricky to operate in that sort of area. I imagine they're going to go a little bit further south of Los Leones and try and go right on the border so that they only have to really worry about one side of buildings. Maybe they'll just bomb it straight through. We'll have to wait and see where they end up stationing themselves. Polar Ace down the hill from Destiny. They're out of the circle right now. Over on the northeastern side of Los Leones. On the hillsides, Polar Ace have been spotted. Mihi, completely on the other side of them right now. And this will catch them by surprise if he decides to go in for the fight, but doesn't pull the trigger just yet. Knew he couldn't confirm to get those shots, and Polar Ace want to fully disengage here. Mihi with the off angle will know exactly what's happened though, and that's great info for Destiny.
Exactly. Beast just needs to not go down, essentially. Holes is having a good day today on Polar Ace. Neymad's providing fire over towards the rest of his team, trying to dissuade Holes from taking his position any longer. With Destiny, they've been caught with these edge fights so many times, perhaps they could have left from. I mean, take Lakonostra's approach right now. They're down towards Nexus in Los Leones itself because they just dipped. They said, you know what, let's get some more points on the board. Let's keep it rolling, baby. But instead, Destiny's like, let's fight. Let's get in the ring. Come on, one more time.
The bell tolls, and with it, the death sentence for one of those teams. We'll have to wait and see who knocks the other out. QLASH on the top of the hillside, able to do wonders in the last game and able to find the knock with a cart. And hits the deck as well. GSG, they've lost a player now in that building. QLASH atop the hillside have taken a knock as well. This is right on the south side, just out to the east side of Minister Valle and Chumasera Hills. I'll have to move a little bit further north. Unicorns of Love in their way as well. All of these teams right now in the circle, but the next shift might not be so kind to them. Depends where it falls as to how fast QLASH want to disengage this and how soon they might have to fight against Unicorns of Love.
Yeah, I think for QLASH, this is a little bit difficult for them. GSG also causing the problems at the back. There's my northwest shift that I was waiting for. Black Spark's going to be happy with this one. Towards those foothills, holding it down. UDR Killers, they've got to cross the road once again, but we know that they can do that. They've done it before, they'll do it again. This time versus a different team. Gaijin Seraphim trying to cross the road. GODSENT immediately identify this, try and do as much damage as possible. They don't want any more teams getting into a good spot. If they can remove a single player, it'll be nice for them, but Polar Ace fight continues to rage on between them and Destiny. Don't know what's going on with this team today. Oh, this tournament at the moment, it's just kind of like that ScrimFarm vibe I'm getting from Destiny at the moment. Just things are just not going well. I will have to check in with them, see what exactly is happening.
Jab, jab, uppercut. They land the shots. Beast goes down, and the knock onto Mazzaro draws Mihi off. But now they have the ridgeline, looking to control Polar Ace. A lot of damage sent towards Mihi. And Polar Ace still 4 strong right now. We'll be able to look for those heals. The blue zone will start to move them, and I think Polar Ace know this, and they just want to get out. They want to get disinvolved, if that's even a word, from this engagement. Get in those vehicles and send for the circle. They don't have a lot of time to play with. UDR Killers over on the opposite side of that circle, struggling now to keep moving forwards as Panda are at their backs. They've got GSG in front of them and the Black Sparks as well. Destiny looking to try and chase this one down. They found the knock on to a Polar Ace player. This eastern side, sorry, looking hella packed right now on the skirt borders of Los Leones. Polar Ace moving out wide, winging out around Lost Bullet's position. The buggies, open ground, need to move fast, need to keep on track. You can't afford a bobble, a fall, a trip, a stumble. Could be the last you ever make here on Miramar. Mihi has one of his own. Luckily, he falls down into a divot and will be safe for now.
Yeah, for the time being, he'll be just fine. I really do wonder if this is the same circle we saw Panda versus UDR. I don't think it is, but it's giving me a lot of deja vu right now, especially with GODSENT's position off to the eastern side, holding out all the teams towards that eastern push. So, I don't know, my brain's just trying to tell me that this is the exact same thing we saw, but like I said, I don't think it is, but it's very reminiscent of. Black Sparks this time though, they aren't caught on that eastern side. They've made further into the circle towards those ridge lines, and now are trying to hold out these other teams like GSG, UDR Killers, who are on the roadside once again. Careful for those smokes, boys, because they're coming.
Lakonostra MVP on the south side as well, challenging Unicorns of Love. Lakonostra MVP with actually a really solid spot. A lot of control over the ground around them. They just need to hold on to it. QLASH have found UMBRA, skirting around the eastern edge, and GAMELORD trying to hold out the eastern stars. As UMBRA have taken a knock. Stars looking to try and push on up. For the moment, they have all four of them standing. So do GAMELORD. Grouped up, a nade might be pretty dangerous here. Kapahala spots out a player, looks for the shots, gets damage, gets the knock. One found now, and now it's an opening. They found the nade as well, over the top. That's the go sign for the rest of the Eastern Stars to move on in. They know there's two there. Another nade from Kapahala. It's on the money. And Victor will fall. GAMELORD coming apart of the seams here. There's a lot of damage sent their way across the board. Team UMBRA get eliminated to the south of them in the meantime, in the midst of things. The next circle just about to pop, and the Eastern Stars rally. They sally forth over the top of those hills. You can see that backstop position coming in as well for Fury, controlling any of those sight lines, making it real hard for Akashi right now to try and hold the ground. GODSENT get the circle on the northern edge, and it's great news for them.
It is massive news for them. You see there though, Unicorns of Love having a huge fight come down between them as well as Polar Ace, I believe it was, taking a lot of damage. Panda getting revenge on UDR Killers yesterday for dismounting them on the ridgeline. But this time, they're already across the road. They're having to take the fight to them. Poker's still alive though, that one player who really put a spike in the tire yesterday, so we'll see if they can stop him from piercing their game, and it looks like they have done that very nicely. Panda clear out UDR Killers on the southwest edge, finally move in, but it's all popping off everywhere, John.
Absolutely. Crucial rotations coming in. This is really what's going to define dominance in this next circle. GODSENT already with a fantastic spot right now. Lakonostra MVP took an unfavorable fight with Unicorns of Love, and they lost quite a lot of players there. You can see the knocks starting to come through in the kill feed as well. Plenty of kills found for QLASH on the southeastern edge, but they're right next to the Eastern Stars. You have the bead. 4 players alive for the Eastern Stars as well. They're just scouting out information. They see Unicorns of Love moving in, or they might hear it. Player over the ridgeline, head pops up, maybe trying to shut it down. 2 players for Lakonostra MVP. They make it in the US, but it's gone to flames.
Yeah, it's gone to flames all up. Polar Ace. They are thawed nice and easily there. Away from this game. Gaijin Seraphim trying to get as much done as possible from their position. Clear as much from this northwest side before they do make their way in. Fresh though. Has eyes towards Daddy. Shoots through the windscreen. Not good for them.
Licio with the AUG, able to do a lot of damage to the players of Unicorns of Love. Hits the deck in the ghillie suits. Swings out wide. It's begged for mercy. Will not deliver on that mercy, and will be able to take down Lakonostra MVP. So now Unicorns of Love still need to move. They might be looking for this res, but they've got a long way to go, Blank. They've got QLASH right up that hillside. And further than that, not too many more in the center of the circle. Black Sparks and Panda really challenging for this western edge right now. Panda hold the hillside. Destiny finally going to get taken down as well. Eliminated on the northeast, that is. Black Sparks with the high ground, Panda trying to move up.
Yeah, I mean, Panda's in an awkward spot right now because they've only got 3 players to work with, so this is the 3v4 scenario. So smokes have to go down, they have to play an off angle, but there will be no one there to support GK first, as the 2 players have to go on the left-hand side. You can see him playing here. We got that X-ray. Banger tries to look over the top. Lin provides a little bit of support their way, but quickly, Kato is taken down by Banger. We're looking back over the QLASH right now. Unicorns of Love have managed to slip in, but another circle shift heads up towards GODSENT.
ESG were eliminated. They were right on the western side of the fight between Panda and Black Sparks, as Gaijin Seraphim have their outpost to the north of that even further. Clash needing to skirt around, but the hillside still open warfare at this stage. Hemo, first to face if Panda want to try and step on up. Thinks better of it. Back into the smoke they go. Panda goes down to a nade from Black Sparks. And there's another one to follow as well. Lin falls, GK first, last standing for the squad, and Panda will fall. Black Sparks stand strong, but look at that. The shift goes towards GODSENT yet again, and it is a death run right now for Black Sparks.
It is not good. They have a vehicle, few vehicles to make this happen. And I think best case scenario here, they just crash this directly into the side of GODSENT's compound, whilst they're preoccupied with looking towards the eastern side. Unicorns of Love, though, still in this game. Avoided Panda, as Panda took the fight towards Black Sparks, and now is heading towards the east to look towards Clash. And you can see them here, taking sprays towards Aza. Immediately, though, it's Eastern Stars to chime into this fight. Finds a nice little shot there, and will be loud and clear as their shots ring out.
Eastern Stars try to skirt on wide. Clash lose yet another player. Trazen falls. And GameLord still with a shout here. Unicorns of Love out in the open, getting shut down. Clash no longer with a shout here as they end up on the southeastern side. Thank for mercy. Under the scope of an SLR, not going to last very long. Eastern Stars continue to rack up those kill points. 7 kills found now so far on the game. They're on the eastern edge. GODSENT still sitting pretty in their position.
Yeah, I mean, for GODSENT, this is gone perfectly, right? They haven't really had to do too much. I think it's been good. They've been chipping away at teams towards the eastern side, slowly but surely, taking shots towards the west as well. Make sure a lot of these teams can't make it in with full force. And I think that's the proactive nature that really shows a good team like GODSENT improving and continuing to do well here. Eastern Stars, they will take down Savage X, but immediately there's a shot through to Kapahala from Banger.
Unicorns of Love Snakes doing very well today. Another 6th place finish coming through from them. They got 6 placement points on the last game from Ked's performance. This time it's Savage X's turn to step up. See what more they can do in the future games, because they will be done for here. GameLord, they will fall as well, getting eliminated as GODSENT with all 4 alive in the buildings on the northern edge of this circle. Put the pressure down. A couple of sprays coming through as Prada gets picked on up, and another team eliminated. Gaijin Seraphim go down. Finishing in 4th though, that is... Oh, sorry, 5th is the Unicorns of Love. No, they did finish 4th. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, they do go down in 4th, which is a good result for them. They need these points to start racking up to try and strike out towards RESQ's point total.
Goodness me. Black Sparks currently, I believe, with 11 kills this game. Insane. Eastern Stars with 8. But Black Sparks are really turning up the heat. The gas is on full right now. The kitchen is hot, and they are cooking in this game.
Looking the nades for Fury. Over the top, over the ridge line. That's the damage onto Reeves. Looking for the res now over onto Athis. Keep everyone alive. That's the name of the game. The circle goes towards Black Sparks. They're right in the frying pan blank. Will be trying to saute themselves that chicken. Get it nice and crispy, see what they can find. Fury and Athis both very, very low here, and a nade will find the damage. It was quite off target, but that's not going to matter when you've only got a sliver. Kapahala will take the challenge, though. Wiz up to the task as well. Marley falls. Another goes down as well for Vito. As the flush comes through, AZ tries to get it done, but can't make it work. Kapahala, absolutely disgusting against GODSENT right now. 2 players standing, and the Black Sparks are just laughing in this situation. All of them standing on that ridge line, able to hold it down. Kapahala looks their way, and GODSENT gets some respite.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Kapahala, I'm just sending it straight into the breach towards GODSENT. I know this game is probably over for me at this point, but perhaps GODSENT will fight Black Sparks for me. I can just keep an eye on to where they are from this nice little outpost I have. Looks down towards a position. Vito, though, trying to look around the side. GODSENT with such a nice compound all game. It'd be a shame to lose it to Black Sparks, who've just kind of been running through this circle, just killing wherever they want. Black Sparks certainly deserved this game, but GODSENT, they should have had this game.
Could have done, should have, could have, would have, though. 3 players still on the cards, though, as they managed to get all those reses coming through. Kapahala not able to get those flushes. Just slowed them down a little bit. You can see Black Sparks still wary of their off angle. GODSENT looking to try and move through. Kapahala still on belly. Maybe looking for it. Nade. Oh, Reeves heads up there. to be able to get out of the way. Nade sent back towards Bill End as well, and Knock comes through, and in comes Kapahala, moves up to the next ridgeline, into the circle as well, and that's a lot of damage sent towards the Black Sparks position. GODSENT trying to capitalize on this opportunity. And he wants to try and move forwards. The smoke's starting to dissipate, but the spray's down. Kapahala will not let sleeping dogs lie here, Blank. 3 versus 3. But there's Kapahala with the oversight, and he's right next to the next circle as well. Over the top they go. Black Sparks taking heavy damage. GODSENT not going down a single bit as well, and it's the Black Sparks to get taken down. Now Kapahala trying to move forwards, moves on up past the ridgeline, can't get it done, and it is GODSENT to take it back into their control. They wrest the game back into the palm of their hand. They take the chicken dinner here in game number 2. They were denied by QLASH in the first one by a solo player, but not here, not on Miramar.
Kapahala has to be the most annoying player to play against. This guy knows exactly what to do, in what scenario. 7 kills in that match. Honestly, Eastern Stars is made up of Kapahala, and that is all I need to say, because that guy is nutty. Yes, the rest of his team is supporting him absolutely well, but in those last moments, he immediately shifts into a different game plan. He's like, I've lost 2 players. I need to get away from this fight, position myself where GODSENT will take a fight with the other team, and then I can kind of cause problems. I can start to be that crow that nips at your legs, nips at your toes, and create a big issue. And in that instance, you know, he fights with GODSENT. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you fight with GODSENT to help them take down Black Sparks and secure a second place position with the 12 points that affords you? Really good plays from Kapahala, not only understanding, you know, how to win in a fight, but how to win in a game without taking the chicken dinner. So honestly, Kapahala, hats off to you, man. Insane play from Eastern Stars. I love this team.
Let's take a look at the track record from GODSENT though today. So far, both games, they've topped the point scoring charts.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. That's fantastic news for them, right? Trying to move up past QLASH, who went down a lot earlier. The Black Sparks as well sat just ahead of them. Not too far, about 10 or 14, I think it's 14 points they were ahead at the start of this game. And with Black Sparks going down in 3rd, with a couple less kills, GODSENT might be able to start to close that gap, but it's really the gap between them and QLASH that they are looking to try and leapfrog as well. GODSENT, they've turned it on today.
Yeah, I think that I mentioned right at the beginning of the days as a team that I'm looking to step up. I've been seeing how well they've been doing so far, and I kind of expected, you know, from the momentum they had yesterday to kind of just transfer it across, and they have done that. I think they're a team that can perform super well too. It's a group of extremely experienced and well-refined players. It's confused me we haven't seen this kind of performance from them as of yet either. I think that honestly, though, for the Western Europe region, we have a lot of good teams. And I think that's one of the most surprising things for a lot of these teams. Like Unicorns of Love, Savage X talked about this morning. They expected to crush this lobby. But no, Western Europe has garnered so much good talent that we can, as supporters of the Western Europe region, we can be very proud of all the players we have here and the talent pool that is available to us.
Absolutely, you know, phenomenal showings coming through from a lot of these teams, and it seems like we are seeing adaptation, right? Which is what I talk about in pretty much every tournament. Is it's so crucial in longer form tournaments to be able to adapt. You know, maybe you can bring out some not cheesy, but you know, you can bring out some surprise strategies in 8-game series or even 10-game series, and it can really have an impact, because if you're playing it on a single day, it's great. It gets you a load of points. It gets you that one-off, one-shot. But if you're playing over a series of, you know, 40, 50, 60 games, that becomes a lot harder to try and pull something like that off.
Yeah, you've got to play 3 separate games potentially during one tournament, because it won't always work. It won't always stay the same. GODSENT here is less thinking about trying to rotate with GAMELORD at the moment, trying to think about towards those center circles, and I'm happy about it. They're going for it, they're making it happen, and it's working out extremely well here, John.
GODSENT get the win. They get the chicken dinner finally. They were denied last time, not here on Miramar, as we said before. Fantastic stuff coming through from them. We're going to head to a break, and when we come back, it's the breakdown, it's the analyst desk. We'll see if there's any baby Godzillas, or if they're just going to use my GIF again. I mean, you know, they keep doing it, so why not? We'll see you there.
GODSENT looking like kings here on our third and final day of our second super weekend. They had a second place finish in the last match, and they had a chicken dinner here, so they don't get the $1,000 denied for them by QLASH this time. But again, another day, another phenomenal showing out of this team, and this is a team that's on the rise and a team that has a goal here in this day and in this weekend overall. If I'm not mistaken, Max, it was Imperium mentioning this to us.
Oh yeah, he was actually mentioning on the back end, he talked to Vito a little bit and said that their goal is to actually overtake Unicorns of Love. We said it, and QLASH brought it up too, that this is maybe a little bit unrealistic because it's such a big point margin to actually catch up to. So, but I think it's good, you know, you're aiming for the moon, and I think that's great, but you know, it's pretty hard to obtain the moon unless you're like Elon Musk or something, so it's a nice try.
Well, it might have been harder at the, if I can get away from my screen actually, because I wanted to see how many points they're at the moment, because they're actually getting really close now after their results, right? They actually were, I think, top of the table in the last game. And now they get another 25 points. So this gap has been closed, but they get themselves a 25-point finish. Eastern Stars, well, let's talk maybe about Black Sparks. Third party in that fight between GODSENT and Eastern Stars. We were expecting it, but we didn't see it.
For me, I think this should have been Black Spark's game. I think that they should have third-partied the GODSENT Eastern Stars situation earlier. I think staying on that low ground the way they did, they're looking at the map and they're looking at the terrain, the topography and everything like that, and they're saying, yeah, but we have circle. Let's just chill, you know? But I do think that when you kind of hear those fights going down, you see those kind of knocks in the kill feed, and the eventual scenario is that one of those teams is going to win, unless something ridiculous happens. One of those teams is going to win, and then one of those teams is going to have the high ground over you. I think you need to move up and bring the fight to them. A little bit passive for me for Black Sparks.
I agree too, because we got to keep in mind that they took a fight versus Panda. They took a fight versus so many teams. Reason why they got 12 kills in that game, which is, you know, great showing still, despite them getting only a third position. I'm saying only, but still amazing. They had a complete lack of utility. That means being able to survive an assault and a push coming from that high ground position up north of where they were is extremely hard to do without any utility to back up that play. So I fully agree with you on that one, QLASH. I think Black Spark should have went on the offensive, tried to take it down, especially after that double nade knock on Eastern Stars from Vito by GODSENT. That would have been the perfect time to strike. Unfortunately, didn't quite happen for them. So they did try their best at the very end. And Panda, I was talking about them here. They still picked themselves up a top 8 leaderboard position on this game with 6 points coming to their name. But they took a really, really long fight versus the side of Black Spark, and especially that lack of utility they had off the back of fighting with UDR did cause their demise eventually. So they did get contested pretty heavily that game.
I like that GODSENT has this target that they want to hit for this next day or so to try and catch up with Unicorns of Love. But if Unicorns of Love keeps posting like double digits on like a middling game for them, it is going to be difficult to try and catch up, because you can only assume that Unicorns of Love is still going to also have some decent games throughout the day.
Yeah, I actually kind of found it a little bit funny that was their goal. I mean, not anything bad about it, try to pass a certainty in particular, but for me, like, my goal, if I went to a Super Weekend, it'd be like, win as much money as possible, you know, Papa needs some new clothes, something like that. I haven't been able to shop in forever because Germany's been closed for their stores. But yeah, I don't know, I would assume like that would be a goal for them. It's great that they're singling out them in particular and trying to pass them, and they're definitely on track to do so today, it seems. But we could take a look at our top players, and, you know, every day, I don't know how this man does it, he always has a new sound effect here.
Good variety.
I've got great range.
Kapahara. Yeah, he's going there, man. You could do opera or something like that. But Kapahara, he's going to be definitely a fragger in this one once again. I mean, 7 kills to his name. And they were fighting very early on in that game too. They were playing on the more western side of Los Leones, and he got involved heavily. And he was killing a lot of people, yes?
I'm a little sad that sound effect was so much of a letdown now that I think about it, because there's 2 players over 1,000 damage. So
okay,
we get a second sound effect?
Wait. Whoa! There you go.
I wonder what's going to be if we have 4 players.
You don't want to hear that. I think you're going to go deaf after something like that. How loud it's going to be. We can see GODSENT though, 2,700 damage, 10 kills. Eastern Stars, 2,100 damage, 10 kills. And Black Sparks, like we said before, 10 or 12 for themselves. It's good to see that we're having like these kind of biggish kill games as well here.
Max, when there are 4 players that have done over 1k damage, we've already seen a video of Imperium actually in the back. And
I will bring that up
when that happens. Just you know, ecstatic, I think is fair to say. So you know, I'll try and bring that energy when we have that happen.
I can't wait, man.
Couple of stats. Let's take a look at him. Nice. I don't want to talk about this conversation any more than we need to. This man is a beast, honestly. Like I feel like there hasn't been a day that's gone by we have not mentioned his name multiple times.
I mean, he's just the player of Eastern Star that's remained the most consistent and relevant throughout the entirety of this PMPL. I mean, I've been casting Eastern Stars when they were known as Bloodline, and Kappahala has always been this key player, I have to say, back in the scrims, back in the early days of PMCO2. So I think that Kappahala has just been, as an individual player, remaining so consistently powerful as a fragger. And he doesn't only frag too. You got to say, it's very similar to Mihi for the side of Destiny, I would say, in the sense that he's also scouting. He's also zoning teams away. He's doing so many things for the team, and you're able to come out with such a relevant like KD, I would say in general, he's just getting so many good opportunities, and he strikes the iron while it's hot every opportunity he has. I think that Kappahala is looking to actually potentially be the MVP of this entire PMPL. He's definitely really high on my list right now.
Up there with GK first. I mean, the thing is that I think, you know, when a player does this well and is constantly on our minds, for me, I create mini songs for those players. And I have right now, as you guys well know, a little mini song for Kappahala. The stream's not going to hear it just yet. It needs to come out organically. But there's bongo drums involved. I'm chanting his name. And right now, you know, he's making waves constantly in every single game. So when you get a little song about you from Kylaris, you know you're doing well.
Can I do the triangle? I'll do that. That's the only instrument I can do. So I'll join in.
Was I AFK when this song was being made? I don't remember it.
I'm chanting it. Max, you know it, right?
I know. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's a banger. Top 10 charts.
Yeah.
Okay, well, you know what? I hope he performs well, because I definitely want to hear it, because I honestly, and I'm not lying to you guys at home, I have no idea what they're talking about right now. Let's take a look, though, at GODSENT here. Again, the team that won the chicken dinner, the team that wins $1,000, the team that has their eyes set on Unicorns of Love overall within the Super Weekend. And we can see their stats here in these last two matches compared to their Super Weekends overall. And, I mean, today has just been a phenomenal day. I mean, we looked at the likes of UDR Killers when it came to day one of the Super Weekend, and now GODSENT are replicating that performance here today.
Yeah. I mean, they're just not scared to take fights anymore. I mean, I'm not saying they were scared of taking fights before. They were trying to go for those opportunities, but now it's really they're actually leaning into what makes GODSENT, I would very clearly say. I mean, you have this just absolutely deadly composition in the European scene in general, just put all together in one good mesh. And they're playing to it really well, and only now you can see if they do tend to go aggressive, they're going to clear out positions, meaning they're also going to, by default, increase their average survival time, going from 20 minutes up to 26 minutes and 30 seconds. That is nutty to see, such a big improvement. But of course, it is over 2 games only, so you can expect the average to somewhat flatline a little bit further on down the line. But still, that is a great improvement from GODSENT, proving themselves as just being definitely one of the few contenders for that top 3 for the EMEA Regional Championships.
Yeah, and on their chase here to pass Unicorns of Love today, we actually want to check in with their overall standings and see how many points behind they currently are going to be sitting. And of course, where any big discrepancies happen in our overall standings here between some teams. We've got Panda, 315 points, the first team to breach 300 points overall. And we can see Unicorns of Love there in 4th place at 237, and GODSENT only 17 points behind here, Kalaris. This is pretty close.
Yeah, had they not had the blast of a start here today, I would say that the catch up to Unicorns of Love is unrealistic. However, right now, 17 points behind, as you say, realistic, very realistic here. There is one factor here when I look at the divides that really does exist. Obviously, we were talking about the divides up towards the top, but even the divides in the middle pack right now, the difference between GODSENT and GAMELORD is dramatic. So our top 7 here, very much so in control of the lobby right now.
You're seeing these packs of players and teams that are just slowly trying to separate themselves pretty high. Like, you've seen that especially with likes of Eastern Stars and Destiny in between 2nd and 3rd. So you are going to be seeing that especially on our 2nd page. We're going to be checking out this one. I mean, there's many down to the bottom side, but yeah, UDR Killers, they're about to make it happen. They're about to play catch up with Polar Ace with 15 games more than UDR Killers, which is still absolutely nutty when you think about it. But I mean, I want to see, when is it going to be the time when ScrimFarm and RESQ are going to be dropping off to the 3rd page, if it even happens at all today, because UMBRA and Gaijin, we have not seen great results from these 2 teams today.
Max, I cannot wait to see ScrimFarm here in League Play 3, because we have Sanhok and Erangel to be played the entire time. And if they were hiding any secret strategies when it came to Sanhok, they better stop hiding it, because they need to get through to the finals before they can really show what they can do. See UMBRA there at 72 points, Gaijin Seraphim with their 9 points in the last game, getting close to passing RESQ, but still have quite a ways to go if they want to break through into our top 16. So they have a couple of games left today, obviously, but they still have a big push to come into our 3rd week of League Play and our 3rd week of the Super Weekend, if they can make it into there. But now we got to take a look at our schedule yet again here, remind you guys what's coming up next, and it's going to be the moist humid map of Sanhok, and I cannot wait to see how this one goes. It seems like every time we get to Sanhok, we have crazy matches. Max, this is, well, yesterday I think it was, no, 2 days ago, day 1, we had that insane heal off happen with Team UMBRA, and I can't remember the other team. Panda. and then they end up sneaking into second place off of that one. So, I mean, what's going to happen today? Who knows?
I would like a bootcamp finish. We haven't had one, and I love myself some bootcamp action. We haven't had any hot drops in bootcamp whatsoever, or at least very little. So I would like a bootcamp finish eventually. That'll be fun for me because that's where the entertainment actually is.
Okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for all your analysis. Clarus, go work on recording that sweet Kapahalo song because I cannot wait to hear it. Oh, he's just taunting and toying me with it. We're going to bring our commentators in, though, to bring you the next 3 games of action. It's going to be Banks and Imperium here once again. Gentlemen, well, Imperium, I'm going to start with you first. You talked about, Vito, you talked from GODSENT. Yes. 17 points of Unicorns of Love. They can do it. They can very well do it today.
Look, I get where you were coming from in terms of aiming for as many chicken dinners and money as possible, but you got to find the motivation where you can, and the teams that are at the top, you be the best, you beat the best, and that's the way it's working for GODSENT.
Banks over here looking like Superman with a little bit of hair coming down on his forehead. He's got the muscles for it. He's got the form. He's got the voice. Can he fly? Well, why don't you take us away here into Sanhok, Banks?
Nope, it's not working. I was trying. I was desperately trying. You gave me all that inspiration, that superpower that could have been there, Jason, but I couldn't fly away. I don't actually want to fly away, but I know our players are going to want to fly over pretty soon because we got 3 great games to end our second super week here in Imperium. It's time to see what might be going down. And you know what? Okay, we touched on GODSENT. We've seen what Unicorns of Love have been doing. Eastern Stars, you know what they do best, but I'm still looking at Black Sparks to see how much more consistent they can keep going because they're always up there in some way, right? They're not having terrible games, not having these dropout games that see them kind of just be ended off and finished off early. So I'm still enjoying what I'm seeing from these guys coming out here.
Oh yeah, despite them somewhat choking an opportunity to win the second game in Miramar, they are looking on form. They're looking more aggressive. They've found their mojo, right? And that's so important for them. It's so important for all teams when you kind of find that form, that motivation or whatever, that mojo to get the good results and to control the area around you. Black Sparks are doing that wonderfully. Will they repeat it in Sanhok? It's a different beast. It is a different beast. And with teams like Eastern Stars who are very strong in Sanhok. Unicorns of Love known to be very aggressive in Sanhok. It is their strongest map. It's going to be tough for them. Playing Paths was healthy. Phase on Circle is also relatively healthy. Yes, you still have a bit of the North and Southwest Islands in play, but the majority of the mainland in line does give a little bit more freedom for the teams to loot up as per normal, rotate into a strong position and look to solidify themselves in the early parts of this game, my friend.
Oh yes, that's what it's all about. But I'm going to come back to what Maxman said, Imperium, because he wanted a boot camp finish, for the final Sanhok game of the Super. You down for that? I know we love our madness. I know we love it to get really wild, and we did have the one across the bridge with Destiny getting to chill for quite some time, But I'd be down for a boot camp.
If boot camp finishes is like the age-old, it's what the players have been preparing for, because I know for a fact that 90% of the time the top players play Sanhok, they will all drop in boot camp, whether it's in TPP or FPP classics, right? So a competitive situation where you have 40, 45 players, 13 teams in boot camp on phase 5, it's technically what the players and the teams have been preparing for. I know it's much different because there's a lot more strategy involved,
yes,
etc., etc. But the madness, the franticness, the craziness of the corners, the peaks, the lobster building in the center, the team should be familiar with it. So bring on a boot camp finish as far as I'm concerned and see how these teams will rock it up. Plus, we all know it's going to be hella entertaining for us in the audience.
Oh yeah, massively so. Now, we're looking at UDR Killers, right? And this is their first time entering the Super Weekend. They managed to make it on through there. Currently sat in 14th place, but obviously they played a lot less games than these teams. 127 points. Are you still feeling hyped up about what they can do now? And if they jump into the next Super Weekend, are you still feeling like, oh, okay, we should definitely be looking at UDR Killers in a brighter light than before?
Definitely, we should be looking at UDR Killers in a very bright light. Their results across the first 2 Super Weekend days have been very valuable. They've been very positive, and they've, for the most part, been consistent. Today, 7 points game 1, 1 point game 2. Not the start that they would want, but they know for a fact that they're not always going to get the results needed. If they can keep the momentum up like they have been doing across this Super Weekend, the value will shine. And Gaijin, they're looking to shine a light onto Black Sparks and confirm one of those skills which they have on the blend.
And this is the Black Sparks I was never a fan of, you know. The Black Sparks that would end up with a player going down early on. There was no chance of trying to save them out. You get pinned down. And this was the old Black Sparks, I would say, where we weren't seeing them have this consistency in there. If they can maybe find a way to disengage from this, then great. But I don't want to see them trying to take this fight against Gaijin now, even with a player slightly more pushed up than the rest of them, because it's not going to go well for you coming into the later stages of this game. And where they have found successes without losing players. We've normally seen it over and over again, right? And you can say, like, oh, that's such an obvious thing in terms of how it works out. There are some teams that I can go, okay, cool, you've still got 3 alive after you've had a couple of engagements. Not a bad thing, you've still got the talent. But for me, with Black Sparks, it's like, I need to see that full team together. It's when they've gone down early is when it's been bad.
Do you think they're the kind of team, if they lose one, they crumble?
Not just crumble, but I don't think individual-wise they've been able to fight strong enough like 3v4s, you know, in compared to some of the other teams we had there. Because you look at back before, we just saw them go on this bit of more consistent run and grab a ton of points across the last couple of days. Prior to that, right, what was happening? Sadly, Hamo, you stick out in my brain, but you were the one sadly going down a lot of the time, and then Black Sparks would just play a different style, and it didn't. To me, it didn't look like it suited them at all.
Okay, that's fair. I can't help but agree with you, and the results, for the most part, have complemented that. The team that they came up against, Gaijin Seraphim, we talk about them, their first Super Weekend, a time for them to redeem themselves within the games where it counts, right, to get into the finals. We know how bad RESQ performed in the first Super Weekend. One good performance out of 15 games. Yes, Gaijin still have these final 3 games of the Super Weekend, but they're still not ahead of RESQ. To me, that's, say what you want, because they can't rely on qualifying into the 3rd Super Weekend. It is indeed an issue, and I worry about them massively. They need to turn up the heat now, or else they're done for.
No, I completely agree. It's kind of a now or never for these guys, right? You can't have had this many games and had this many opportunities and still be with this little points, because, like, one good game out of all of that is not what you'll be looking at here. And I don't need them to have crazy good games, but just, like, get a higher point average per game or something, you know, so it looks a bit more reasonable down there. When you look at those standings, you go, oh God, like, Gaijin, man, this is the struggle boat, because you've got 3 more games to get 11 more points. You would, on paper, say, oh, that shouldn't be too hard. Well, it's Gaijin right now, and you can't really count on them to do that.
I agree. But looking at where these teams are currently located within this phase 1, because it's so heavily on the mainland for this first phase of the game, around Quarry is a strong area to hold on to, because you're able to move around. The fact that there's 4 to 5 teams will make it trickier for all of those teams coming into phase 2. Right now, you have Gaijin Seraphim, you have Unicorns, a lot of you have Eastern Stars, you have UDR Killers, and even Clash all around the surroundings of Quarry. That is not going to be easy to deal with for any of those 2 teams coming into phase 2. GAMELORD, they have a good space atop of the bootcamp hill, the northern side of it. Plenty of space around them. GSG still in bootcamp. Remember a previous Sanhok game where I said that they should disengage away from bootcamp a little bit earlier? It's the same here. I don't like the fact that they still have 2 players in that bootcamp area. I know we want to see a bootcamp finish, but you can't rely on it.
No, you can't, right? We can have our fun and say what we want, but also they have to play it out smart with it all. Destiny already found themselves moving on forward, but they're not going to push in to the main island just yet. They're going to be waiting it out for now, because, again, at this point, Not a lot of action going down, right? We've not seen too much happen across the map. We just saw one player get eliminated, and that was it. And that was on the Black Spark side of things. And
are they?
Ooh.
Are they hunting Umbra?
Wait, they want them extra points, and they do need them. I'm not against it. There's a slight risk to it for sure, but maybe the Umbra players will be completely unaware that this would even be a thing that could happen. Otherwise, they're going for some crazy big rotation, but maybe they were just considering that North is going to be more contested and they want to come around on the eastern side. But they've literally bypassed Umbra. Yeah, look at this map.
Interesting. Okay. So, yeah, I think your second point of thinking there could be more teams on that northern side, so they're going for a little bit of a safer rotation.
Yeah.
I was just maybe getting a little bit excited at the thought of a team targeting another team because I love the idea.
Oh, yeah, I'd want to see it.
Talked about it in the green room. I think it's something that could be utilized more heavily in PUBG Mobile. But phase 2 pops up. It centers quite nicely. The Northwest Island is out of play. Happy days. Tiny little tidbit of the Southwest Island. But for the most part, this is a good phase. The only risk is that it is edging closer towards a freaking quarry finishing. That's not going to be good to deal with.
That certainly isn't. And Panda is not a team that you want to deal with, even if you are Destiny. The two heavy-hitting squads going head-to-head on this one, and the nades are going out early on, but Panda might play it a bit smarter here and just try to back away, though Years is going to struggle. Ducks on down, a lot of bullets come out towards him, and he doesn't have that much health left. Namad wanted to try and do the damage onto him, but there's some cover found behind the rock. He will be able to escape, but it's whether he can make it all the way up the hill and back towards his teammates. That's going to be the other thing, as he is able to escape as a few more bullets fly past his head. And Yiz is a man I've talked a lot about in terms of the individual ability. He's the one that like has these wild sprays that he does a long way across the map, like hitting shots that you'd never think he'd be able to hit, you know?
Yeah.
He's been a beast across many of these games.
And even at the start of the PMPL, I would argue he was probably the Panda player that had the worst start in the PMPL right in the first league week. Not saying he did badly, but comparatively. But in the second week, he stood up on his own 2 feet. But Eastern Stars are going to make Dexter go down on their knees, and that is Nexus losing a player.
Now Sushi, she wants to try flush him out with the grenade. Aphis is going to have to move, but from the side, oh! Ked from Unicorns of Love, technically saving Aphis at the same time, and will gain himself a knock onto another Nexus player. Nade going on up from Aphis. Will it connect? Not quite over, but he does have Bazzy there by the side of him to help him on out. And well, for Nexus, you thought you might have been able to gain some ground. Instead, you found yourself being pinned unexpectedly and unaware of where Unicorns of Love sit. And you can see Ked now, he's like, come on, someone else move into this. I'll take another knock for free, don't you worry.
And for Eastern Stars, they don't necessarily need to know who it was that got that second knock. The most important thing is that they know that it was another team, that it was a third party. So them, you know, overextending, they don't want that to happen, right? They're happy to take 1 kill from that, keep themselves up as a full squad. It was actually Polar Ace that confirmed that kill onto Sushi, so they grabbed the point for that. Much important. Needed a point for Polar Ace as they look to hold on to their top 16 spot. GAMELORD on the GSG.
Ooh. I didn't like that at all. Completely surrounded. Very easy for them to get the first pick off. Levy trying to provide some cover fire. They've got the compound to shoot from, and GAMELORD are certainly more out in the open. But with getting that initial kill and there being no refrag possibility yet, GAMELORD sit quite comfortably in this. Leno will just have to heal herself up, but they've got the cover. It's just at this point, when you're so far out in the open, you just need to be keeping 360-degree eyes everywhere, have a good look around and ensure that no one else is going to have a pop at you from elsewhere.
But that's what I worried about with GSG's rotation, right? That's why they should have rotated away from bootcamp as a full squad earlier. They allowed GAMELORD to get too close to them because they were too late. Phase 3 pops up though. I said a quarry finish would be worrisome. I can't help but argue this is the worst of the two evils, right? A hard shift down on the southwest. Painan in play, River in play. You have the Painan hill either side. This is not going to be good for UDR, Polar Ace, Eastern Stars, and Unicorns of Love. What's important for Gaijin is that they recognize that they have a chance of gatekeeping, of diverting traffic, and more importantly, picking up a couple of kills in their current spot.
Yeah, it could be beneficial for them as everyone rolls on by. UMBRA have gone for a very long rotation, still sat in the blue, Stylito at the moment. Destiny's position could be huge, though. They're going to obviously meet a lot of teams. They're going to come around them, but they could be able to pick some people off from afar as they look on forward to everyone going around them. And GODSENT, for now, we spoke of their rotation onto that eastern side, right? They've sat quite comfortably for now, and they can still work their way in past Cave and Camp Charlie. So they're in a position still where they've had a good rotation no matter where this circle has shifted.
They are still relatively going into the circle blind, and they can speculate what teams might be around them, where they might be, but there's still that non-security coming on board, and they're still using those vehicles, which is making a lot of noise in the Sanhok map. Moving on over, Destiny and Lakonostra MVP have clashed by Painan. Painan is Lakonostra's drop spot in Sanhok, so they will be very familiar with this area. You feel confident around here. I've seen games where they stood on their own 2 feet massively against the best in Europe when the circle has ended around Painan.
We may have not got our boot camp, but we have got an interesting circle right now for these guys to fight from. Lakonostra, again, you know, we had many moments of Lakonostra where I feel like, oh, they're right on the cusp of looking like a team that I want to get behind and have some huge success. Yeah. But they always just fall short when it gets to these latter stages.
I feel like it's not even falling short, but it's falling short. As in like...
So flat, just completely boom, end?
No, not completely flat, but it's like, you know, it's like they're one step behind the one step behind.
So they're walking now. I'm just imagining someone walking backwards like they're doing a moonwalk now.
Maybe, you know what? Maybe they're doing a moonwalk. Why not? You know? Shimon, come on. Like, but
you should have given that some
let's
water.
see.
I wanted the whole Shimon.
I didn't want to go too far. I thought I'd just give you a little bit of a tidbit.
I love it.
I have to save that for later, my friend.
Okay. We'll do that in private. It'll be fine.
There you go.
I like Eastern Stars' position from here, though, right? Because they've worked their way up. They know there is one team behind them. They were having a look right. I think it was towards Polar Ace. They're just being cautious on where the Unicorns of Love players will come from. And if they do get too focused on the Polar Ace players, and especially with Kapahala's health being so low, this could be problematic, and it's Fresh.
Oh, no.
Straight in with 2 knocks, and that's beautiful. Fresh getting it done. Bites his time. Kapahala's still low, healing on up. Octavian can't work himself into a position to help his teammates here. No smokes going down either. Bazzi just cowering behind the tree. And the Unicorns of Love, well, you spoke about what they can do on Sanhok Imperium. They're looking to deliver in a big way here. And if they could take down Eastern Stars, well, that is a solid squad to take out of here early on. And poor Kapahala, well, he may have healed himself up and found himself further forward, but he's not in a position I would like to be fighting from. And oh, I hate to say it, I was right. Black Sparks, look, you lost that player early on.
Right.
First team to go down, and second team could be Eastern Stars at this point. Octavian's just watching everyone else struggle as he doesn't really have a vantage point to fight from here. Unicorns of Love are just in a good position.
Pushed in. Fresh did a little bit of snake hunting, found 2 victims, and it's put Eastern Stars on the backline into the blue. Beg for mercy, rocks around a rock. Has to make sure that he's not knocked down himself. Savage X is taking a little bit of damage. Of course, Unicorns of Love are still yet to get into the circle. It's something we do need to think of.
Yes.
The blue zone of Phase 4 is closing in, but Polar Ace are also around there. So that third party could low-key help Eastern Stars. It could create a bit of a distraction.
Well, there's no distraction here for the Lost Bullet players. They've just gone and breached into the compound where Lakonostra sat. We spoke about them needing to step it up, and they might be able to fend this off for now, and they do very well. The compound crash comes through. They just go in for the fight, manage to land their shots, and they'll deal the way with Lost Bullet. Nice stuff there. Didn't come unstuck on a tough situation to fight from. And they still sit in a really good spot within the circle here. Oh, beg for mercy.
He's trying to find some cover and he doesn't know which side he can even gain it from. There's nades ready in the hands of Polar Ace. And Caster, well, he wants to try and make some magic happen, but no one's close to it this time around.
I told you the third party could benefit Eastern Stars. When it's all said and done, out of this battle, Unicorns of Love have been put down to just one player and another knocked. Eastern Stars still have their 2 players strong. You got to recognize Unicorns of Love when you're coming into phase 4. If you start making noise on one team, other teams are going to be aware of that. And if you're not in the circle, you move in, you're going to get called out for it. It's exactly what went down. The circle centers up, or shifts up, should I say. The river's in play. And GODSENT, I don't know what they've done, but that rotation was like 9 billion IQ because they're in the circle, the only team there, and they have a compound.
There's a compound that they will look to hold on for quite some time because more teams are going to have to work their way around them. Easily found there. Caster stood far too out in the open, but Octavian, from the side, he felt like he had a chance. And then he gets jumped up on. And that will allow this revive to come through. And there's a fair few players just on their own, able to sneak up on him. Just Beg for Mercy wants to find success with the grenade, and that's not going to be great. That's going to force him on back, and, well, the nade delivers. Caster needs to be oh so careful. Luckily, that one hits the wall and doesn't get close enough to him. Clash of the next team to fall elsewhere. As Polar Ace holds, he wants to bring his teammate up, but he's struggling to know where these players might be coming from. Luckily for him, the blue zone ticks away and takes down Beg for Mercy. Unicorns of Love, it was looking good for him. We were talking positively about it, but now they are out of here. And Panda, that's a good timing, runs on out, manages to get it. Polar Ace go down as they were trying to hold on. And it's all these teams who are trying to fight their way out of the blue. It's ticking away. Bazzi taking advantage of that to get another kill on the board here for Eastern Stars. And one by one, these teams are falling. And they are falling fast. The teams currently within the circle who have the compounds, they're the ones that are blessed. But Panda, you got blessed beyond belief. That's what you want to see for these guys. They are still rocking it in every game.
Papa Blue victimized 3 or 4 teams in the last couple of minutes, so it comes down to these final 6. Indeed, the circle shift favored Panda, but UDR is still in with a shout. They have to consider the roadside that they currently hold on to either side of it. GODSENT, they don't have far to travel, but it's a wary road because they need to think about possibly a team on the other side of the river. Right now, it's GAMELORD and UMBRA.
All these extra shots coming out. UDR Killers had a harsh push in. And to push in on the same side as Panda is not what you'd want to be doing here because they are ready. Plenty of utility still in their hands. Even with the smokes going down, they're spraying on through. The grenades are going forward. GODSENT at the same time are dealing with GAMELORD. And UMBRA, well, they're still in the blue, but they've still got some players alive. They're still making their way into this. But it is going to be difficult. PRZ maybe just going to have a heal off, and the same as Lino, who is still struggling to find their win. Lakonostra, we touched on them for not having so many good games. Well, right now, they're guaranteed a top 6 position. They could sit strong within this, and they are finding themselves into the circle. As GODSENT, they have to send it, but as they send it, more shots come out towards them. And Panda, they've got eyes everywhere. They are completely understanding what's playing out here. UMBRA go down next. 4 teams left within it. Lakonostra, GODSENT, Panda, and GAMELORD's Lino just hiding out in the blue, waiting for this to all go down. But now Panda will have to move out as the shift goes directly on top of GODSENT. But everyone's already looking at him. It's all eyes on them.
This could be Lakonostra MVP's game to win. They have the coastal side. They've been dealing pressure onto GODSENT. GODSENT are down to 1 player. Make the proactive plays work. Vito's the last one standing. He's going to get surrounded. Will, Daddy, Danny, Elisio, they're all together. They're rocking it. Panda are going to have to move, but they're waiting. They're waiting to third party. They're waiting to strike.
Those nades continue to go on up. Reeves, is he going to go down from it? Vito's the first one to fall. Now Lakonostra throwing their grenades in. Poor GODSENT. You had such a good position, but every team wants a piece of you. And it's a constant barrage of grenades coming out towards them, exploding all around them, and GODSENT will be going down in third. But Lakonostra, only Will is still standing. This is going to be so difficult for him to deal with because Panda, they had the safety of the compound. They've only now just started to move on out. Lin's still in the blue, taking damage, but the other three players, they can just rock up on Will at any point. They're going to spread out a little bit to avoid any crazy nade damage, but the question is, will he be able to get Danny back up? Do Panda know that he's potentially getting a revive in play, and could this be the time for them to shine? It'd be a 2v3 now for him, and Danny would still have to get healed up. The Panda players sit within the smoke. The circle is closer to the Lakonostra players. Will ducks on down, and he wants to sit on the shoreline. But Panda, oh, they still got grenades. They're still throwing them further forward. Lakonostra need to be careful here. They're going up and they're going high. The mollies are going to follow through as well. Danny did well to avoid that one, but the splash is close enough to him. And Panda, they're pushing as a group. They're nicely split up in it. They'll now find the positions of Lakonostra, but there's a good amount of cover in here. Will and Danny doing some damage. The nade pays off to start off with. Yiz is on the floor as well. Lakonostra looking to win out the 2v3. Can they get it done? It's all on Will in a 1v1. Shots come through, damage being done, Will goes down, and Panda, $1,000, and another win comes through. Panda right now continue to be the most consistent, and the style they did that in their Imperium, they played that to perfection. It was looking like it could have gone bad considering the revive went off, but they just spread out, pushed forward, and had confidence in their own abilities, mate.
That game, that ending, yeah, Panda played it so well. They knew that when they had to move out of that compound, they couldn't move out early, right? They couldn't. They knew they had to deal with GODSENT. They knew they had to deal with the fact that there was another team there. Yep. And they used a lot of utility to do that. But because they were able to then loot up the bodies of Reeves and Vito and grab a little bit of their utility, they use that to spread out and split Lakonostra. As it happens, that kind of helped Lakonostra because it allowed Will to play that flank position. And credit to Danny. Danny got that first knock onto the Panda players, and they pushed on that. They had to, because it was at that point a 2v2. They then traded knocks. It came down to the 1v1. I get Will had to push it. He had to take the chance, but he also didn't really pre-fire while moving. He kind of moved thinking the last Panda player wasn't going to pre-fire. When you know that you don't have cover in front of you, you have to run and gun. You have to run and gun. Even if it's at the risk of you're at a point where you might need to change your gun or reload it, you have to do that. Whereas because he didn't, the last Panda player was able to pre-fire behind a tree and get the final kill. Fantastic by Lakonostra MVP. I'm so happy to finally see them once again in the top 2 and nearly taking down the current leaders of the pack. It does say a lot of their potential within this PMPL.
Yeah, that was a much better game from these guys. And maybe I'm the opposite to a Maxman Curse. Maybe if I just talk about how they haven't done well, they like feel it or they know we're talking about them and then they start to perform, you know? They're like, wait a second, we can't hear this. We can't allow this to happen. We need to bring our A game. And that's certainly what they did in this. So close though, like kind of part of me in a biased way was almost rooting for Lakonostra to try and get that one away from Panda, you know?
Yeah. No, I was as well because, you know, it's nothing. We can't not recognize how good Panda are currently in this PMPL. But I want to see teams step up to the plate. I want to see teams kind of beat the best to make the PMPL, the finals, the potential, the thought process of who's going to win more exciting. And with that, we have to highlight GODSENT, right? Another third place finish. 23 points game 1, 25 points game 2, a good 15 to 20 points in this game 3. Not only is it consistent, but it's dangerously good consistency. At the start of the day, we might have quaffed at the thought of them overtaking Unicorns of Love. It isn't looking so bad now. They're much closer to being in the top 4, and considering where they lied at the start of the Super Weekend, the turnaround for GODSENT has been momentous. Really strong stuff.
And this is the GODSENT we expected, Imperium. This is the one we wanted to see come through. We'd been saying, like, some games were good, but in general, it had not been to the level we expected from these guys. I can't say, like, I'm going to go, wow, okay, GODSENT, you're doing it now. This is what I expected. This is what I wanted from the beginning. And I'm happily sitting here going, this is more like it. How do you keep this going forward? Remember, they keep changing up the players as well. Every now and again, they're trying to work some other ways out so we can see the improvements they're trying to make. But hopefully, they can continue this on because we just got 2 more games to go. But we best kick it to a break and give it over to our analyst desk afterwards to break all of that down and look at Sanhok in some more detail.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL Western Europe as we made our way past Sanhok and another crazy finish. I promised you guys at home we would see it, and we definitely did have it. But before we fully dive into this game and break it all down for you, gotta once again give a shout out here to our sponsor of OnePlus, because when it comes to power, get your game on all day with a full day's charge in 15 minutes, courtesy of OnePlus's unique 65-watt warp charging and warp charge wireless 50 available on the 9 Pro only. Hashtag never settle. Oh my gosh, Claris's face is fantastic. This is why Claris is there and not you, Max. Then again, I haven't given you the opportunity to see any wondering faces out of you yet, but maybe we can have that happen one day. Here's our results, though, in the last match. You can see who took home the chicken dinner, and again, another $1,000 into their pockets. It's going to be Panda on 24 points.
Yeah, Panda, my heart's broken right now. But yeah, Panda, good result coming out from
earlier, so...
No, that doesn't happen. No, never happens. No. Yeah, still 24 points coming out from Panda. I mean, Pandas normally live into the jungle, and this is what you are expecting from Panda, securing himself a big win for themselves. Lakonostra, 24 points too. I mean, they were fragging a lot earlier compared to Panda, and they hold on to the high ground mountain right next to Pineland onto the east. I think Lakonostra had great rotations this game. They took a 5 versus Destiny 2 that at the end did go in their favor. I think the Lakonostra MVP today and throughout this entire Super Weekend has been looking a lot more confident in their own skills and performances, and I think this is definitely the leap forward we were expecting from the UK team.
Yeah, I mean, considering how they played out this Sanhok, very, very well done. The amount of kills that they were able to accrue whilst moving down from that northwest position as well. Very nice to see. I cannot believe we're still in yet another game here, though, where GODSENT has put up double digits after hearing about them trying to catch up with Unicorns of Love. It's happened even further here, making 11 points of a difference compared to the 5 that was put up here by Unicorns of Love. So I didn't think it would happen, but they are making it happen. It's pretty amazing.
I mean, are we going to have a new top 3 team for you? Or are they going to overtake someone else in your current list? I mean, we've been seeing one of those teams having a little bit of slack today. Well, not even today, in this Super Weekend. We'll dive into them a little bit later on. But we can see here Destiny 0 points, Lost Bullet 0 points, and Black Sparks, unfortunately, 0 points as well as we take a look at our top players in GSG Europe. Honestly, we haven't really talked too much about them, but we got to give a lot of credit, as you saw there, to Lau. Oh, wow, we're just getting through all the graphics really quickly here. I know we got to speed up our sections here with the analysis, but that's a little too fast for me. But you see Lau, 923 damage coming through. GK first again makes another appearance, but so has Will. We got to talk about Will yesterday when it came to Lakonostra.
It seemed like we're seeing Will actually a lot more consistently on these top players of every game we see where Lakonostra is actually involved. So I think it's great to see that Bannerman coming out for the side of Lakonostra. We had that very similarly for the side of Panda, where it was GK first. Now the entire team has risen up. So it seemed like Will is that starting factor and able to push the team forward in big ways. But yeah, as you just rightly said too, I mean, I'm not going to talk about GK first because it is GK first. We're used to it by now. But Law and Tudor for GSG, this is great because I said this team has good rotations, but they were lacking in taking fights. And I think that here, with the stats we're currently seeing, especially on a game such as Sanhok, which by default requires you to go in those fights pretty aggressively, I think this is GSG actually improving on that aspect that was maybe hindering their chances a little bit in week 1. So yeah, keep it up, GSG. This is the right path to success for them.
Definitely, yeah. I mean, looking at how the players were kind of discussing things after yesterday's games went down, GSG Europe says, please don't roast us too much. We didn't have a good day. And I think they understand, you know, where they have to kind of make things different, right? And this is definitely one of those differences that can come to play where they are learning from day to day, which I think is fantastic to see. So good for GSG.
I think you got to be careful if you're a team, right? Where you're kind of flying under the radar. You don't want to play too well because then Max is going to see you and be like, good team.
True.
Let me predict them to win. And then
Wasn't it Andelito? Andelito was like, no, please don't talk about us.
I actually just told him straight that you cursed him, even though you didn't at all. I'm sowing the chaos, Max, just for you. Sorry.
Striking fear into the hearts of all the teams when we're that close.
Hey, I'm living rent-free in all these players' heads, man. It's good, okay?
You are actually, yeah.
I mean, you're going to be living rent-free as well. You know, you bought your own flat not too long ago. Excited to see you move into that as we too.
I didn't announce it yet, but guess people know now, yes.
Well, you know what?
Thank you, Jason.
Not only are you moving into your own apartment, Lakonostra moving into the #1 position in damage here in this last match with their 12 kills, but we still see Panda up there, GSG as well, GODSENT, as you mentioned before, Qulars. Gaijin Seraphim, you know, I maybe want to talk about them a little bit. Again, they're one of those teams at the moment that's really, at the pace they're going, not going to qualify for top 16, even though this is their very first super weekend. I feel like if you're Gaijin Seraphim, you have nothing to lose right now. You need to play as crazy as you possibly can, hold nothing back, because if you don't come out at the end of the super weekend, I'd say with like 75 to 100 points, I don't think you're going to be able to catch up to ScrimFarm and RESQ unless they don't requalify.
My problem for them is that I don't think they've shown me, outside of holding down the 2 compounds on the wins or, you know, impressive performances that they've had before. They haven't shown me anything that can say to me that they can kind of push on like that. This actually sounds extremely harsh, but right now I do need to see more big performance from Gaijin Seraphim. Yeah. Even if it's just individual performances from this roster, they need to make more happen here.
I think we saw, especially on Game 1 on Erangel, where they took a very clean fight, I would say, versus Unicorns of Love, showing that they have that potential to take significant fights, but then they just get a little bit ahead of themselves and they go right into Polar Race next to the bridge on the west, and then they get completely eliminated and swiped off the surface of the earth. So I think that here, as you said, rightly so, Jason, I fully agree. I mean, they got to change something drastic here because they've been trying to play this playstyle for 2 weeks. He hasn't been working, or at least not getting a lot of results. So I think that here you got to come into week 3 was a really big change of pacing. And also, you have to qualify to the Super Weekend. Otherwise, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, and obviously see when we get to league play in week 3, we'll definitely pay attention to that in particular. But for now, we need to focus on Panda because this team has really risen through the ranks. They've grown into this entire tournament. I know I said that a million times, but we need to take a look at their players because not only was GK first being the standout player for the team, we've been really focused on the fact that we need to see the other players step up. And as you can see here, the stats from all the days, I mean, we are seeing, like he is, for instance, in particular, yeah, he's down about 3k damage, he's down about a decent amount of kills, but they've been able to help close this gap and stay more in line with GK first.
I want to say as well, during the final moments in this game, there was some really mature decision making once again. I feel like I said the same thing about Panda each and every time. I'm like, they're taking the right spot, they're taking the right spot, they're taking the right spot.
They're being consistent.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, as that circle shifts south away from that compound, 3 members of Panda move up, but they leave Lin up on the roof of the high ground. Right, okay, so you're in the blue at that point. Yes. Any other player or a lot of other players in this game, in this lobby, etc., will be like, I'm in the blue, I need to leave. But that was the perfect spot for him to stay on, fire down upon Lakonostra, deny them decent movement and decent capabilities of getting in a decent position, maybe even get a knock or 2. And yes, he sacrifices himself, but he knows it's very likely he's going to get an advantageous trade against them there while sacrificing himself. So I loved that play. It was brilliant. It almost didn't go Panda's way in the end there, Max, but they did round it out thanks to some of these factors.
Yeah, I think it maybe got a little overzealous, but I think I'm going to refer especially to what Blank was mentioning when we were watching that game. He said that they didn't want to allow a same situation compared to UDR Killers back on Miramar. So they were actually being very aggressive, trying to make sure they could not heal off too much and also potentially get a good position into the circle itself. Though I do think that still Panda could have been maybe for a little bit of a wider spread. I think that would have been a little bit easier to try and negate away pot shots taken away from the other teams around them. But at the end, as you said, especially having that one player on the roof in the name of Lin, it just made everything so much easier. It sent the game from hard mode into easy mode for them, and is also the reason why Lakonostra was not able to cross that road in the first place. So I agree. I think that Panda right now, I'm not too sure, but I have the impression from how we've been seeing Panda play so far, it seems they almost inspire themselves from some of the tournaments happening in China right now, the PEI, the PEC. They truly play like some of the best teams in the world right now, at least in terms of rotation and how they approach situations. So that's why I can't wait to see Panda potentially in an international tournament, because I think they have a pretty big chance to have a very, really high ranking at the end.
Well, high rankings, speaking of that, we're going to take a look at a team who's had relatively high rankings. In the first week of league play, they had first place. The first week of Super Weekend, third place. The second week of league play, first place. But for some reason, Destiny just can't seem to replicate that performance in this Super Weekend. So we're going to take a look at this Super Weekend compared to their stats from league play, and we can really just see, unfortunately, such a big fall off for them. Keep in mind, this was the team that was 11.5 at 1 point average kills per match in one of our days of league play, but they've unfortunately just not been able to do this yet again.
I've been one of their biggest cheerleaders for a lot of this tournament, and now I will be one of their biggest critics, as you have to be in this position. They have looked not great throughout this Super Weekend, and we've talked back and forth about why this may be. For me, this team is a strong central team, less so on edge. And right now, a lot of their edge plays are not looking crisp. It could be to do with their speed at which they're rotating into the circles and being pinched by some of these teams, but even some of those fights on the edge, Max, haven't really looked as polished as we would normally expect from Destiny.
So I do want to say, if you want to try out a new playstyle, if you want to try something a little bit different from what you've usually been doing, and you know that there's no prize pool for this Super Weekend to qualify into the finals is where the money truly is going to come from. I think that, they were in third position before this game.
Yeah.
You can try a few things out. I think it's completely fine, but I do understand it's very out of the ordinary for Destiny. So I do fully understand that, yeah.
Well, so I'm going to disagree with you here a little bit, Max. I feel like a majority of the money you can win is in these Super Weekends, not actually in the finals. Obviously, when you get into EMEA Regional Championships, you can win a lot more money when it comes to the placements there. But I feel like if you're Destiny, you win as many chicken dinners as possible. And if you're playing every Super Weekend, that's 15, 30, 45 matches in total, you technically could win up to $45,000 off chicken dinners alone, right? I don't know. Obviously, I'm not going to harsh on them too much because, like you said, they're still third place overall. They're still going to be qualified into the finals, and they're still one of QLASH's teams, championship teams, especially how well-rounded they are going into the future. But either way, obviously, we can speculate as much as we want, but when it comes to finals, we'll see how they do play. For now, we're going to take a look at the money that the teams have won so far with our money meter by Mustache Dave, who suggested this for us. Is going to take a look at how much money each team has won, and Panda currently 5K richer.
Why is there no
That's already
mustache
50%.
Why is there no mustache on this
eventually?
graphic? You keep saying every time it's Mustache Dave's suggestion and Mustache Dave's graphic. Where's Mustache Dave's face and mustache?
Well, you see the UDR Killers logo. If you look really closely, you can see a mustache.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, okay. Sorry. Go on, Max.
I actually got really close to the screen now. I was like, I don't see it. But literally for the first position, the total prize was $10,000 for first in the finals. Panda already got 50% of that for themselves, purely out of the chicken dinners they got, 4,000 all to Destiny. And I do agree, Jason, that's a good counterpoint you did bring up. That's still a lot of money coming in purely out of chicken dinners. So I do agree. It depends what you value most, money, or if you want to try and get a little bit more experience. If it was, I was about to say, if it was me, I'll say money personally. But we'll see.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule really quickly here to remind you guys what map will be coming up next, and of course, what's our final battleground of the day. And of course, like always, it's going to be Miramar yet again. I will say this, by the way, on that money meter graphic, UDR Killers, 3K, first Super Weekend they're playing. They have more money than teams, or than a majority of teams who have been participating in 2 Super Weekends. So that's fantastic for them to see the extra money in their pocket. I think it's time to bring our casters in. actually. I'm going to say goodbye for you now. I was going to ask you one more question. Ask what would you guys do if you won $1,000 for playing one match of PUBG Mobile? But instead, I'm going to ask our commentators about this when they come in. So you two get out of here. Shoo, shoo, shoo. I want to go talk to them. Going the wrong way again. This way. Shoo, shoo. Let's bring our commentators back in with Banks and Imperium. And now Imperium. No, I can't ask you this question because, you know, we have to be responsible with the answer. Actually, I'll ask you anyways. $1,000 for playing one match of PUBG Mobile. What's the first thing you buy?
I would buy some weight so I can grow up and be as big and strong as my wife, James Banks.
Well done. Good answer, mate. I love that.
That's what I thought, man. That's what I thought.
What would I buy if I ever got $1,000 and playing a game of PUBG? Yeah. Do you know what? I would happily go out, right, and just get myself a new phone. See?
Fair enough.
Get myself one of the OnePlus.
Would it be the OnePlus 9?
You got it. You know it.
Go. There you go.
Smooth as you like, mate. Smooth as you like. Now we got some Miramar time. You know, we go on to my favorite for our second game to cover together. But we have had some crazy endings to these games, right? Some super hype endings here for the final day of the second super week. So I just don't even know what to expect. Like, I wouldn't even be able to make a prediction on this one, you know?
I just predict chaos, I suppose. That's the of putting it.
We want that. We want that.
It's the safest prediction, but I have to, as we see, the playing path is fairly solid, nothing to complain about. I have to talk about Clash, right? Because despite them winning game one, it's been a torrid super weekend for them. They started this super weekend in second, and they're currently in 7th. And I would be okay with that if MZ had said to Maxman, yeah, we're trying new things, or if there was an obvious notable change in them trying new things, which is allowed. But when his response, unless he's trying to hide something by saying he doesn't know, but that response says it worries me that they're still, like, that they're dropping down, that they're slipping in performance. Because if they don't know, how can they expect to change it? Now, how that don't know goes from, you know, this weekend to next weekend to the finals, hopefully it will turn around from a don't know to a, oh, we figured out what's wrong. But right now, it really worries me with Clash.
Yeah, this is it, right? It's you can talk about being able to adapt day after day, but it is very difficult. You can plan something out, you can have a thought in your mind of how you want to play it out, but putting it into the actual game, right, to put the practice into an official, you never know how it's going to work until you get into it. So there's almost like micro adjustments you're trying to do in between games, not just in between the days, which is, I guess, when it comes to that, the days off we have in between, right, the players just have to maximize that to their advantage with all of it. Now, with this Circle Imperium, okay, I'm not going to get my island finish. I'm almost 100% confident on that because they're right on the very edge of it. But one thing I'm going to be looking at, and you know I love my little Panda rotations out here. This time around, right, I obviously do not expect them to be going down the north, but I wonder if they'll just try and grab a spot towards maybe just outside Los Leones, down on the south side of it all, and wait it out for a bit of time there, because they should understand what's going on by this point, right, on Miramar. Pandas, to me, seems like a very well-drilled team in all of this, so I believe that they'll have a good protocol on how they want to play this out. But for me, I can't see anyone beating them out. I know, like James was saying, oh, he feels like a broken record, keep mentioning them, but they are just playing so smooth, man. It's just a joy to watch. And like, if you're going to be looking at any team and want to take some inspiration or have a look at how they play it on out, little things like what James mentioned with Lynn just being on top of the building and the Blues shooting off while everyone else is pushing forward, all these small details that Panda add into it is what makes them the most complete team within this lobby.
I totally agree with you, and it still does, I'm not gonna say worry me, but it feels like I'm going into this game kind of very negative, but it's not. But it's that kind of protective, loving kind of father thought process of, it does still worry me, because I think, well, are they not trying new things, right? Are they not looking to push themselves by maybe going into a game and being ultra aggressive, being ultra bullying? And I know there's money on the line in the super weekends, but for me, Panda are in such a safe space as a team that by them going into these Super Weekend games looking to bully some teams, bully the lobby, test and push themselves, that would be a much bigger benefit both psychologically and to themselves as a team coming into the finals where the top 3 matters, where the EMEA final spot matters, right? So if I were Panda, honestly, whether it's the rest of this weekend or next weekend, presuming they qualify for the final Super Weekend, they should look to full on make a couple of enemies around them. I'm not, they should be hot dropping on a couple of teams. They should be going, okay, well, we're going to test ourselves and push in on this team. We're going to drop with, for example, GODSENT in Picado.
Yes.
And we're going to squad wipe them. Because that will have a much bigger significance in the heads of GODSENT than it will in the heads of Panda. To the benefit of Panda.
I see what you're saying, but for me as well, right, is like they also know that a team has maybe they do it in like the last weekend, for example, because they know a team still has a chance where, say Panda do hot drop someone, they try to annihilate him. I'm not saying they can't, but the risk where it might not pay off, and then another team has a great chance to jump up a ton of points above them, considering, okay, yes, they're safe, right? Let me just grab up the points real quick now. So they right now sit at 339. The closest to them is Eastern Stars on 290. Then Unicorns of Love 242. So there's like a huge difference, almost 100-point difference, right, between Unicorns of Love and everyone below to where Panda is. So yes, they've got this cushion, but they're probably just looking to solidify as much as possible, grab that money, and then maybe when we go into the next weekend, which I can imagine that Panda will qualify for quite comfortably, they'll sit there and then say, okay, maybe now we can do something about what you're saying, because I'm not against it, but the risk where another team can just jump up still is not something they really want to go at. And also for their own confidence, right? Playing your own game is part of it. I always hate that answer that players give in interviews, like, oh, we're just playing our own game. But like, Panda do have a unique style. They do have a good teamwork. I said that they look like the most well-rounded team we have in the lobby, at least from an eye test and what we've seen across these games. So right now, don't do anything that could upset your position. And then when you know you're super fine with it, then you go, okay, cool, now we can have some fun. So I'm kind of like 50-50 with you on that one, mate. Yeah,
I get you, mate. Talking about positions, though, GODSENT have positioned away from Picado to get that rotation off. But Lakonostra MVP are... Actually, no, sorry, it's not Lakonostra MVP. It's actually one of the Destiny players are close by, and he could get caught out because of that. The rest of the Destiny team are on towards the northern edge of Los Leones, so Mihi is, at the end of the day, stuck on his own. Just got to do what he can to either slow down the players at GODSENT or grab a quick, cheap kill for his side. Otherwise, it's business as usual for GODSENT.
I do not like this. Poor Mihi. Yeah. He threw out some grenades to try keep him away, but it's just not going to work out. It's super easy for Destiny, and you see that. He doesn't even go in for the finish off, right? He lets his teammates do it just because he took some extra damage, doesn't want to be taken out from afar. He doesn't know where the other Destiny players might be. And Beast, well, he would have seen this. He knows what's gone down, but he'll say, you know what? I'll just join back up with my teammates. Yeah, I couldn't get there in time. This wasn't something I could fight off. Do you know what I would have probably liked to see from Mihi there? It's just the first grenade that he threw out and then start to run away. If you know Beast is already coming over to help you, he can maybe have provided some cover fire, and then you've put GODSENT into the open, at least for him to have a chance of getting away. Because in that, where he just stayed to hold his ground, like, you would never win that, let's be honest.
Yeah, that's a great point you bring up. But then again, it could have been a matter of a quicker reaction from the rest of the team as well. Just, there's a lot of elements at play, but what you bring up is a really valuable point. There's a little bit of traffic on the northern side of this Phase 1 circle between UMBRA in Minas, and you have Lakonostra just to the east of them, Polar Ace as well in play, and Eastern Stars on towards Impala. So, you know, it's not too bad, but it's just something to think about coming into Phase 2. You mentioned Panda. They're very healthy down on the south side, especially because GSG have joined up together, so there's a lot more space on the southern half of the circle.
Yeah, and that's where, like, okay, GSG is in the position I thought Panda might try and go for. Maybe they still go and take towards that area. But down there in the south now, for the moment, they'll be fine to find it all out and discover where they want to sit with it. I know we touched on Gaijin a fair amount today to see what they might be able to do. Again, they have these fights. They can get a kill here and there, but Still not seeing the big games come out from these guys just yet. I'm also going to be keeping an eye on Black Sparks to see, do they go in for any of these early fights? You know, do they take some of these engagements where they don't come off on top? Or do they play a tiny bit more passive? As the circle shifted mainly over towards this eastern side. In general, it will stay centered up though. But this will benefit Panda again some more because now they've got an idea of where they want to go. If they want to go further east, it is now an option for them as well. It's not going to be cut off straight away.
Unicorns of Love, ESG, Panda coming close to each other. And I don't know what it is, but Unicorns of Love and Panda, they always seem to find each other. They always seem to find each other in some way, shape, or form. As I said, they're really good friends outside of the game. In the game, it's like they just want to fight each other, and I love that. It's a way of them testing each other. Clearly, Panda overall coming out on top of most of those team fights is part of the reason why they're first in the standings. Eastern Stars have a lot of space around them from Impala because of that shift to the eastern side of the map. GAMELORD are in the middle of the map for the time being, just south of La Bandita. And Nexus's late rotation away from Los Leones not only worried me in phase 1, but it's worrying me even more in phase 2 because now because they left it so late, they've been, for the time being, massively split on either side of the city as a 2-2. Now, Rana and one of his teammates have been able to find an anchor point where the rest of the squad can join up, but I do still think that rotation away from Los Leones was way too late for Nexus.
Well, they have to see if they can recover it. And GSGE here, we'll have to see if they are completely aware of the players that are around them. They've been the ones further ahead in this drive, in this move across the map. And Unicorns of Love, they were scouting it out, but they've dropped back into their vehicle, so GSG may be left uncontested for now, with space to work with. Panda are still keeping it down incredibly far towards the south side, not pushing on up just yet. 2 crates on the farthest eastern side, and it looks like Eastern Stars are going to go grab one, while Unicorn of Loves will be able to grab the other.
Well, that game that really kicked off Unicorns of Love's PMPL run was that massive win where they held on to that kind of high mountain above Impala. It's not quite the same location, but I do think they're very strong, as it happens, holding on to the Miramar ground and the high terrain area, so it should work out for them. There's a lot of flatness to the west of Impala the teams need to be careful of, that if you commit yourself to that area, not that you're stuck there, but it really does require a certain play style to get the most out of it. Polaris have gone for the center of the circle, and it seems like as a team they've gone back to their kind of normal play style of playing for position, playing for the late game, and seeing what kind of result they can get from that. You can see the circle closing in on your screens coming into phase 3. GODSENT are in a good spot just to the south of La Bandita. Lakonostra have a very valuable compound that they're able to use, but that shift onto Los Leones, teams were not expecting that.
If you're Panda right now, do you just go back down and out towards the west and take that small spot you can grab? Do you take a risk like that, or do you want to try and push further forward up towards the northern side? The northern side now as well is just going to be absolutely horrendous for all teams.
Banks. Panda, they take the high mountain.
Yep.
Just
overlook
outside, overlooking Los Leones. You know what mountain I'm talking about. It's on the southwest side of the city. It would be the perfect.
Oh no! Not what they wanted to have happen here. On the rotation, Lost Bullet chilling out in the fields, looking to just deal all the damage onto Black Sparks, and it's these beginning parts. 2 players split away from the other 2. Bilend fluffed the car a bit, his teammate got shot at. Hammer's going to try and land some nice ones here, but they're going too fast, and Fury is past them. Vindex trying to get in position to even be able to fight, and it may not work, as for now at least, Hammer will get himself one. Dammy on the floor, and that's a good start for him, but they need to do a hell of a lot more here. And 2 players from Lost want to push on the building where 1 player stands within. They're playing the numbers game here against them, but Vindex, he's going to try and use the position to his advantage wherever possible. Ooh. Comes out spraying. It's a drive-by. That's nicely done. Runs on boards, gets both of them. Vindex, that is absolutely huge. Saving the day as his teammates had fallen around him, and now they've got a chance. This is not impossible. Fantastic, all alone. And Hamo and Vindex, okay, they're still split. But I believe after that, Vindex, I believe you can do anything, my man. Oh, from the side! UMBRA picks Fantastic off, helps out Black Sparks, and then goes back to doing what he does while some extra shots do come out. Hamo, maybe don't anger another team. You know, you've just got off the back of one. You got 3 kills, only 2 of you alive. Let's just chill for a second.
And then GODSENT pushed in onto Polar Ace's position and took them out. Like, let's be fair. Let's be fair. That wasn't pretty from Black Sparks as a team. That was not pretty. It was a terrible time to rotate. It was a terrible rotation, and they deserved to get caught off guard. But Vindex, individual play on point, and just that turnaround, fantastic from Black Sparks. Keeps them up as a 2-man team. They will still have to be careful entering the circle from the north side. What I love about where these teams are positioned is that nobody has committed to Los Leones. Any team that's around the city, they're on the very, very, very edge of it. UDR, GameLord, Nexus, all in the front line. Panda have gotten that mountain that I suggested that you agreed with me. And GSG, they hold onto the very south tip of the circle as the heart shifts to the east.
Oh dear. We're getting it all on these last few games for the Super Weekend. And this is not a pretty one. The north was contested. Now it's going to be everyone coming in from the west. Oh my, oh my. Lakonostra can just take the full position on the north. We're going to get a replay of the breach here that GODSENT was able to do onto Polar Ace. Vito is the only player that got lost in it, but that's overall not bad. They've had 5 kills already up on the GODSENT team. 3 players still within it, and they do sit in a good position on this new circle as well. It's not going to be hard for them to push in, but it's about where they want to go. There's going to be a lot of ground here that's going to have not too many compounds in. Nexus have grabbed 1 for themselves, which they'll be very happy with. But it's whether they can hold on to it as more teams roll up into the new circle.
Unicorns of Love, they have the compound, they have the protection of their 4 walls in play, while Eastern Stars, they have the high ground. Now, in a different situation, I would worry about Eastern Stars being in this open position on phase 4, where there's a higher chance teams are going to be wrapping around you. That's still a possibility, but because it's on the eastern side of the map, where for the most part they've stayed, they have controlled, they're okay right now. The longer they leave it to engage, the harder it's going to be, of course. But for now, I'm liking how they're playing this, how they're keeping the sightlines onto the Unicorns of Love players.
Yeah, seeing if any mistakes will be made, waiting to see what they might be able to do. And as soon as the first poke up happens, Ked, a few bullets go out towards him. Not going to initiate a knock, but at least he'll be well aware that Eastern Stars, they are there ready to see what you might decide to do here. And they don't have to push anywhere, right? They've got this eastern side to themselves. Yeah. They should definitely know there's not many players and teams around them for now. And they can just control this area, wait for teams to make mistakes.
The ping-pong circle shift on the last phase has put a little bit of pressure on the teams in the western side. Black Sparks, Gaijin, Destiny, GameLord. You see Hamo step up along with his teammate Vindex to clean up one of the Gaijin players. But Prada, he's very close to Beast of Destiny. Don't know how long that's going to hold down for. As Prada takes the M24 shots onto Black Sparks.
I was desperate to see him land a huge one then, but it won't pay off for now. Oh, these Black Spark players are going to struggle to get across, aren't they? Even with the smokes, because everyone's just taking bullets for it. Damage being done towards them. They've avoided the knocks. Vindex is only slightly low. Hammer's just cruising on up, moving forward. They've escaped. They've managed to make it out. It's always those moments, right, where you want to hold your breath. Oh!
So good.
What? Hamo. That's what I want to see. Going in for more as well. He's pushing them back. He's saying, no, you have some of this. I'm going to take it to you instead. You may have made it hard for us to get across. Well, I have the confidence to take these extra shots towards you. And Prada gets into the vehicle, still has to be careful. But for Hamo, just 1 or 2 more bullets out towards him would be a problem. He's going to have to heal on up. The UDR Killers going out very early on, though, is not what you want to see for these guys. As the new circle's popped, and all that's happened is we've gone further up towards the northeast, which massively benefits Eastern Stars here. But Beast doing some damage on the edge of it. Hamo's still applying pressure, and he's been hitting some nice shots. Can he get this finish off in there? Oh, and he does it onto Beast. Destiny's Beast not going to be happy with that. And it's just 2 players here for Black Sparks, but they are picking up the kills, baby.
Hamo has just parted the seas of Miramar for him and his teammate Vindex. That was incredible running and gunning proactive play, right? It wasn't playing to survive, it was genuinely playing to control, even in that little individual moment. So really good from Hamo. They do still have a lot of work in front of them because of that circle shift.
Yes.
On phase 5 to the east, centering up a little bit. The compound that Unicorns of Love having players in the center of the circle. Clash are now pushing in onto Nexus. Nexus, the well has run dry in their cup performances of PMPL. But now they need to wake up.
Not what you want to see happen here for Nexus. They do manage to get a knock-on play, though. Azza needs to hit this one, but from the side at the same time. Cover is going to be given, and Nexus will hold on. It may be 2 players knocked, but they might be able to pick them up in time. The Clash players are trying to bring themselves back up to the feet, but look at the positioning. Sushi running on forward. Got the backup of her teammate as well. They want to be able to deal the damage onto these last Clash members. Shots not quite hitting, though. Not working out perfectly. Another player on fire at the same time, but Trazen, he lands the shots they needed. He gets the job done, and Nexus will find themselves eliminated. Now, though, it's all about the revives coming on through, and he should have more than enough time to get it done.
There's life. There's life in Clash. There is life in Clash, and utilizing Luna, one of the subs of the team, I actually think makes sense in this super weekend. Maybe it is them trying something different. They will keep themselves up as a full squad. GAMELORD pushed in. They have decided the road. GODSENT are still going, as are Lakonostra MVP. Lakonostra, they were so aggressive in Sanhok. They got 12 plus kills in that game. This one, it's back to normal. It's back to that kind of playing for a position and see how it works in the late game.
Oh, Clash. This is not a team that you want to have firing down on you. Shots being landed. Panda, beautiful, perfect once again from down in the south. They were not ready for it, and Panda find themselves a nice bunch of kills with very little resistance shown from the opposing side. Eastern Stars and Panda, you've got to keep your eyes on them here because they've not been fighting as actively as the other teams, but they've just controlled Panda for the south and the eastern side here for Eastern Stars, living up to their name and playing into this game.
Lakonostra MVP, the edge of the circle is still across their side of the road. But how much utility do they have? Because they've been somewhat quiet, maybe they have a decent bit. Destiny and Mazzaro being put under pressure inside the shack as GAMELORD need to move in. I gotta wonder, how long can Unicorns of Love hold on to this compound? Will this be the golden ticket for them to pick up another $1,000?
Yeah, they sit in a really nice spot depending on where it may shift away from them. We expect them to come up huge when it comes to Sanhok, but maybe this is the game they can do it. And are now preying off the back of the smokes to give them enough cover. Still more shots being taken out, and Aphis is the one to hit the floor from it. Oh, but Fresh, he fires on back. Kapahala's also taking some shots on Panda. They're going to find themselves under pressure, but the madness is going on from all sides of the map. You don't even know where you're going to be getting shot at here because people are being downed everywhere. And Lin, he's out in the open. He wants to go in for a fight, but he is very cautious of what's going to be over the hill. He knows the bullets that have come over the top of it, and now he's the only player left alive here for Panda and Octavian. He's keeping his eyes and wits about him. He knows what's up and he knows what might be going down. How do Eastern Stars want to deal with this? They do have 4 players up in it, and I love this. It's going all the way around. They're not just going to push over the hill. Octavian's going to be the one doing it, but Kapahala, he's coming round on the left-hand side of it all. And Lin now spots out one player, starts taking the shots. Bazzi risking it out, and that risk, it maybe have not paid off, but it did give Lin's position away. And now Eastern Stars can try and run and gun him down. The nades go out, and Panda fall out in 6th place with 5 teams now remaining. Eastern Stars are strong, so are Unicorns of Love. But Unicorns of Love, they've got the compound that everyone would want in GameLord. Well, they try to edge on forward, but it's not working out for them just yet. Victor is down and on the floor, and GODSENT, they just got ripped apart.
5th place for them. Lakonostra is still surviving on the northern tip of the circle. They're waiting for their time to move. They have had players knocked down, but they can get the revive off. Unicorns of Love, they have not been put under pressure from Eastern Stars. That's allowed them to focus on the teams between the south, west, and north.
Now, the only thing here for Unicorns of Love that they need to be cautious of is what's going to be happening when they might need to move. This next shift is going to come through, and okay, some of their compound is still within it. Most of the players will be fine to stay there. It's Eastern Stars who are all currently within it. And Lakonostra, they have got a long route to go. That road has never looked scarier, and the smoke straight away will be deployed. They need to provide as much cover as possible and try and find their way across without being brutally gunned down by Unicorns of Love from the compound in front of them. Big nade, big nade. Can he get another off?
And that's the chance for Lakonostra to move across the road, because Unicorns of Love are now distracted, Banks.
Distractions are key here to use to your advantage. Lakonostra, though, going to eat a ton of shots coming out from Octavian. They can't afford for that vehicle to be blown up. That's a huge risk for him. Damage being done. Eastern Stars are taking all the shots at him, but actually, it's not working out too well for him to start things off with here. Bazzi looking to get the revive potentially straight away, but instead they want to pick up all these kills. They don't want Unicorns of Love to steal it from them. As Danny, he tries his best, but he gets picked off, and Lakonostra go down. We are in to the 2 versus 2. And if they can bring Octavian up, it's going to be a fair fight throughout. But Fresh is still down, crawling away, still avoiding the nades that are coming out towards him, but he needs his teammate to pick him up.
Classic compound against Hillside, but Ked finds Athos.
Ked's going to try to play this smart. You know he's listening out at the same time. Eastern Stars still didn't pick up their Aphis just yet. He's moving away from the grenade. They may be limiting themselves on smokes as well. They know they need to try hang on to some of them. You don't want to spend too much of that utility early on. But it's how do you want to push out of here? Yeah, Kapahala's spot is going to be key. And look, he's waiting for the first person to poke on out. It's going to be a face-off, a standoff on who might pop out first.
Which one's Nicolas Cage and which one is John Travolta? That's the question.
We'll wait and find out when the game ends. We'll have our answer. Kapahala, you don't want to take too much damage from that blue, buddy. I know you've got some meds, but you don't want to risk it. Got to keep your eyes and wits about you at all times here. And the thing is, they could just all come down to who's able to get that first knocked, who's able to push on through. Good spacing between the Eastern Stars players. Smoke's going down. This is what they want to do now. They believe clouding the vision of Unicorns of Love is going to be the way forward. Some grenades also going out as well. And Unicorns of Love, they need to gear themselves up and get ready for the potential push, the onslaught that'll come through here. As Eastern Stars, we know what they can do on Miramar. We even said yesterday, right, it was lacking a bit more, wasn't as good as we normally see from them. Well, now they've got a chance to get a big win here. Not a huge amount of kills on both sides just yet, but the first nade is going to pay off, and it's Beg for Mercy getting it done, but he's burning to a crisp right now. He's having to run away and back away at the same time. More nades doing big damage here. Can they even bring Kapahala up? Ked's pushed forward on it as well. He wants to be the front man in this, but he can't overextend, especially as they still want to pick up their teammate here. There is so many smokes being placed on the ground that this is going to get chaotic. This is going to get ugly, and Kapahala, well, a molly lands on top of him. It burns him down, and another nade comes through, but this time Unicorns of Love eat it. Ked, he was further forward. Octavian's going to try and finish him off. More nades going on out, but the teammates here for Ked are going to throw down the smokes and try and give him some cover, but Aphis, he's giving chase. He's running out into it, but Savage with the Uzi, long range, spraying it out, trying to make it happen. Also lands some shot onto Octavian as well. And Savage X, we've been so positive about everything he's done for this team when he hops back in, when they choose to pick him for the main team. Can he be the saving grace they need right now? Unicorns of Love, they're locking it down. They have the position. They have the advantage. There was a slight chance for Eastern Stars to push on it. And every time now they poke up to try and take some shots, Beg for Mercy, he's able to just hold them back. His position is huge right now, and Ked's back on his feet. This 2v4 is going to be oh so difficult to deal with, but Octavian, he's going straight in for it all. He's making it happen. And Eastern Stars, they can't quite pull it off. They didn't have the numbers in the end, but they certainly gave a good fight.
What a way to end that game. Once again, it kind of comes down to those two teams, a fair 4v4 battle, the classic compound against Hill. And yes, the Phase 8 did shift up north in the favor of Unicorns of Love, which kind of forced Eastern Stars to make some kind of move. Yeah. The only kind of mistake I feel Eastern Stars made is that they didn't commit to one side of the hill, right? Having Kapahala flank on one side on his own is great. That makes sense. But don't think for 1 second that he's going to be protected, or that he should be protected by the rest of that team. In the final moments of the game, when you know that it's two teams and you have that one player on his own, he's on his own for a reason. The rest of the team should be pushing one side, so that if the three players push one side, Kapahala is then given way more time to do what he does with that flank position. But because they didn't do that, Kapahala got knocked, he got killed, and it took that away. Now, did Unicorns of Love make a couple of mistakes by not pushing as aggressively off the back of that first knock and allowing Ked to get knocked in return? Yes. But at the end of the day, they still knew they had the angles with Savage X on that one side, which he got one knock. He did the damage onto Octavian. It slowed them down. Fresh pushed in, and job done game one. So tiny mistakes from both sides, but in the end, Unicorns of Love did what they needed to do to secure that $1,000.
Oh yes, and it's a sweet $1,000 at that. And one player we need to give a lot of credit to, not just in terms of what he was able to do from the position. He may have not been picking up all the kills, but it was Beg for Mercy. When he was sat in that left-hand side right as Eastern Stars were trying to push up, he just was not out there to take shots and do damage. He was there to be the distraction, because every time they went to focus onto where Savage X and Ked was, he was able to just pop out, take a few shots and say, look, hey, look, I'm still here. You have to be careful of me. If anything, right, and obviously we saw the smoke wall go down from Eastern Stars, they probably would have been better to try and smoke him off completely, right, and then focus on that side of it, because they always had to be careful. And I think it was Kapahala, he just couldn't stand up, because every time he stood up, well, guess who was there? It was Beg for Mercy looking at him to do the damage and be a nuisance in every sense of the word.
Yeah, and there was risks involved with Beg being in that building, to be fair. He got burned nearly down to his knees by a Molotov, but at the end of the day, he was still doing exactly what you said, which is becoming a nuisance. But then again, I would argue that's also a product of Eastern Stars not doing what I suggested and having that three-man push that would have actually dragged Beg for Mercy away from the safety of the walls and into an exposed position where Kapahala would have been able to knock him, but he still did what he did to help his team to secure the win. Like, you know, it's hard to kind of, I wouldn't say it's hard to pinpoint other teams that did extremely well, because that final battle was so good to watch. Panda, did rotate and react to the circles as expected, as they do best, whether it was not committing to Los Leones, whether it was sending 2 players into the circle to prepare for it a lot more heavily. Just that kind of, you know, that forward-thinking momentum by Panda was so good to see. Could they maybe been a little bit more aggressive towards that eastern side where they might have thought Eastern Stars were? Maybe, but that's easier said than done, right? In the moment of the game, they did what they had to do to control the south side of those circles.
This is it now, right? The nades all at the end here as it was going down. This is the bit where I was very worried, though, for Unicorns of Love. Had Ked gone down there, that could have been problematic for sure. But I think Unicorns of Love are going to be oh so happy with that win. Neither team picking up like huge amount of kills throughout that because there was so much action going on from start to finish. It really, like, the last 10 minutes of that game was just wild, like, not just third-party fights, it was just like everyone gunning at everyone. But we're going to have some more running and gunning action going into our final game of today. But before that, we're kicking it to a break and we'll be back with Jason, James, and Max.
Well, Unicorns of Love, they must have heard GODSENT saying they're aiming for them because Unicorns of Love have shut them down. They got themselves a chicken dinner, $1,000, and also, hopefully for their sake, linking that lead, that gap between them and the team that is gunning for their position. Just Kaplan, Kalaris, Maxman on the other side. And we're going to break down this last match as we hop straight into our rankings and see how many points were accumulated for all of these teams. You know, Eastern Stars, I got to finally hear Kalaris' little song a bit for Kapahala. And then he died, and then I didn't get to hear it anymore, unfortunately. So it's a little sad.
Well, we're actually, you know, I'm going to treat the audience a few days in advance, not for now, when Kapahala makes a play. I've got
punishment.
A bit of both. I've got a special treat coming up, so just wait.
Okay, well, I am excited. I'm sure Max is excited. Everyone out there should be excited.
Max is part of it.
Worried. Depends.
I'll be joining. I'm part of it, man. I got.
Oh, you're part. So I'm the only one that's not part of it.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay, that's how it is.
Okay, but back to maybe a little bit more of a serious note about this game that just ended, that went nicely in favor of Unicorns of Love. Eastern Stars, I thought they could potentially close off the win, but the circle did tend to go away to the Unicorns of Love, and they had to go downhill. They had a lot of utility to play around, but it was pretty hard. But at the end, when you have a circle like this that's ending on the east of Los Leones and they drop an Impala, I think that top 5 is the bare minimum I was expecting from Eastern Stars. And Kapahala, I mean, unfortunately, he was the first player to get knocked, so didn't quite go out well for the rest of Eastern Stars after that one. But I think they played their position really well, but at the end, the circle did cause their demise. They tried their best to make it work, but it didn't quite happen at the end.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we watched also Lakonostra MVP with another good game. They tried to make the Hail Mary towards the end of this game. And quite honestly, we were debating it, Max. I feel like there wasn't many options available to them in that moment. So they tried to do what they could. It is difficult when you've got one team in a compound, one team in a hill overlooking the position that you want to rotate into, judging that the circle actually moved down that south position. They tried what they could.
Well, you can see UDR Killers here at the very bottom of the table. One of the first times I feel like we've seen them down there in the last few days. However, Polar Ace not that far ahead of them by only 1 point, and I'm just bringing it up for the fact that UDR Killers are looking to overtake Polar Ace here. But luckily for the boys from PA, they're able to keep themselves afloat at the moment. But then we see Gaijin Seraphim there again. Destiny. I mean, I feel like we have to mention that another time here. I know it can be a little bit frustrating if you're a Destiny fan to hear us talk about it, but this isn't the same Destiny we saw in League Play Week 1, Week 2, or in the first Super Weekend. And again, it's kind of us speculating. Maybe they're not really, maybe they're trying some new things out here and not trying to win every single match because they still have the luxury of that. But either way, I'll obviously see how things will go when we get into our 3rd week of league play coming up in a few days. And I looked for the 1,000 damage. I didn't hear it though.
Oh yeah.
I heard the sound effect. I got a little scared there.
Yeah,
It was a sigh.
No, it was. I don't know why I made a noise. This was an incorrect usage of my noise, and I apologize now. Bear that in mind in the future. Sorry.
We're taking your noise privilege away. You're not allowed to make any sound until the end. Checking out our top players, I mean, Hammer of Blackspark, he's always going to be up there. If a player of Blackspark is going to be on the top 4 players of a game, it's going to be Hammer every single time. But Athis and also Octavian, we talked about that little bit of a ridge line, that little hilltop they had control of next to the side of Impala over to the eastern side of the circle. I think they made really good use of it. I think they were the main reason why we didn't see, and you talked about that push of Lakonostra. I mean, they were the reason why that push of Lakonostra didn't work in the first place. They were really proactive at keeping teams away from their location so they could put full-on focus onto Unicorns of Love in the compound afterwards. I think that Eastern Stars, this was a really good showcase of what they can do, but at the end, compound is going to be mightier than the heal, and that was why Unicorns take themselves the game, but the damage speaks for itself. That was a very, very aggressive game for Eastern Stars, but the conversion rate, not really there, I would say, James.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate in that regard. I mean, you are going to be able to, especially when the circle shifts the way it does for Eastern Stars and the little high ground that they have, they're going to be able to, you know, damage farm quite nicely from that spot, especially since they also have taken residency up against a compound that can't really see them, but is holding off one of their scarier angles from that north position, right? So it's like almost this symbiotic relationship between where Unicorns of Love was as well as Eastern Stars. And that's why they're able to do what they do.
What they do, Max. We kind of wanted to touch on this team in the last match, but it was only like the one time we've been able to see them really step up when it's come to the Super Weekend. But they've done it again. Lakonostra, they got themselves another top 3 finish. You talked about the Hail Mary play with the cars trying to drive up to where the zone had shifted. But when you take a look at their matches over the course of today versus their matches, of course, the rest of the Super Weekend, and this is why we haven't really talked about them too much as of late, because they haven't had the greatest performance. It's not terrible whatsoever, but they've definitely had to step up today.
I think especially the thing about Lakonostra MVP is that they were a team that was good on every facet of the game. I think that they had really good basis in terms of taking fights, rotating, playing into the late game stage to try and close off a game. I think they were strong on many aspects of what you were looking forward to into a team in PUBG Mobile Esports. But I think that by default, they have really stepped up their game when it comes down to actually taking fights. And I think that by default, when you play aggressive, when you get kills, you're going to be clearing out great positions into the circle itself, which is why you've seen that link between the kills going up and also the average survival time coming up, is because they are not scared anymore to take fights. If they see you, they will come at you and they will take that fight any day of the week. So I think that's a great improvement from Lakonostra because they were still looking great in the top 16, but now you're aiming for the finals, for that top 3, and I think these are the few little aspects that they're trying to work on that is exactly what I wanted to see from Lakonostra.
Yeah, it was always Alicio we saw out of the team that was the one to step up, but we're also seeing a couple of new players do that as well. Will, in particular, these last few days has definitely been someone to keep an eye out for. Also, you need to keep an eye out for what our final match of the day is going to be, and it's going to be over on Erangel to round out our second Super Week. And actually can't believe we're already at this point, and we're already past the halfway point of the entire tournament, but now it comes down to this final match. Who's going to take home that final $1,000 of the second Super Weekend? Quick predictions here out of you, Claris and Max Ben. You guys get to choose who goes first.
You go. I say first. You go first.
All right. Okay, I will. That's a tough one.
You've been like 8 for 8 in the last predictions.
That is true.
9 for 9 last predictions.
I'm not going to try and fight that. Yeah, sure.
Right.
Yeah,
God, I'm good.
So good.
I could even pick ScrimFarm and be right at this point. I'm going to go with Destiny again. They have to bounce back. Oh, they have to bounce back.
Okay. I'm going to go with UDR Killers. I think they started off really well, so I would like to see them close it off with a bang. So we'll see if UDRs can close off with a win.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you so much. We'll check with you when this final match is finished off before we do send out the entire show into a day's break tomorrow. Let's bring in our commentators one more time for the day. It's going to be Banks and Imperium. And now, Banks, you said you're going to buy yourself a new phone here if you got $1,000 in your pocket. Would you potentially buy me one as well, please?
Yeah, go on then. We'll split like that, mate. I'm all about teamwork, you know. You've been nice to me. We've been having a lot of fun here. So let's get a big win. Does that mean you're on my team, though, to get this win? Are we doing this together?
Me?
Oh, he's gone. We lost Jason already.
Yeah,
oh, bye, Jason.
Like,
cheers, mate.
Me or are you talking to Jason? I wasn't sure. Like,
I thought he was still
there. I was just here, like, dancing to myself, having a laugh. You know, last game of the day, last game of the second Super Weekend. You know, I want this to be balls to the wall, you know, all-out action between these teams. Gloves are off, in my opinion, right? Because there's no better way to send a message to the rest of the lobby than end on a fantastic note.
I right now would love to just jump in, right? We'll do me, you, Jason, Max, and we'll just run in and we'll claim our chicken dinner. We'll claim our $1,000. We'll walk away with the win and upset the whole lobby. We know what's been going on. We've been analysing this well enough, haven't we, Imperium? We'll understand.
Oh, can I be IGL?
Sure, mate. Crack on.
Bring it on.
I'm just gonna. I'm gonna run forward. I'm gonna be the bad man. I'll be the scout killer.
Maxman can be the meat shield.
Yes, perfect. Actually, just stand behind Max. You know. Actually, no. We need him to curse everyone. So Max has to just run through, talking a lot, casting spells, dropping curses on teams.
Just run around people in the pre-game lobby going, "I curse you! I curse you! I curse you!" And then because Jason's so tall, he can be the support player and just like stand 15 foot high watching over everybody giving information.
But then he's gonna die real quick, mate. Everyone will see him. It's like one bullet in. They'll see his head from above every hill.
Because he's so skinny from the angle he
he turns sideways like Slender Man, you know, and just like whoop.
Exactly. Anyway,
very fitting.
We're very imaginative. You can tell we love to have a bit of fun. As these teams do. As a set of headphones falls off beside me. Sorry about that. Yeah. Phase on circle. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
Give me Quarry. Give me an insane Quarry ending to end this all with. I can see it going down like that. I'm all up for it. Yes, mate. Come on. We've had some epic endings so far, right? We've got to enjoy this final day of the... And it's like the guy said, I can't believe we're at the end of the second week of the Super Weekend. Like,
crazy.
This has gone so quick in terms of everything that's been happening. And we have been blessed with, like, you can just see, like, the lobby is leveling up very well right now. Teams are starting... We know there's teams at the bottom and they are struggling with it. But we've had these lovely storylines, like UDR's come into this and they've looked so strong. You look at, like, GODSENT, they're now having this revival. Unicorns of Love just picked up that big win there. Eastern Stars, they're still in with these huge chances. Destiny, okay, like James mentioned, they dropped off a bit. Maybe they can bring some success and get themselves another win here today. It'll be huge for them for sure. But obviously, you got to give a hell of a lot of credit out here, right, to Panda, because you just can't stop mentioning them. These guys, they even dress up the same, you know, use the same helmet. I love it. Let's have the Panda hat all day long. They are out here representing, they're out here dominating the lobby over and over again. But can they do it on a crazy circle we get to start off with like this? It's a whole different ball game.
It really is, and I love how some teams have adapted to that playing path that was very heavily on the eastern side of the map. Makes sense, Unicorns love going to Military Island again, but credit to Gaijin. They recognize that it's not worth taking the fight again. So they actually dispersed on the outside, have grabbed vehicles, and are actually making at least one of their players, Costy, making an early rotation to the mainland. I don't know if the rest of the team are following suit, but either way, that's pretty good. UMBRA did something similar, dropping in Military Island, moving across the bridge early, then they'll go to their normal drop spot in Primorsk. So, you know, this is good stuff from a lot of these teams, and even Black Sparks, they've gone to Milta, because Rice Gang are not in the Super Weekend, so that compound is free. The fact that the phase on circle is quite heavily on the west doesn't make it easier for them in terms of the rotation, because they will have to deal with GODSENT, Eastern Stars, possibly QLASH. But we know how Black Sparks can perform, how aggressive they can be, how controlling they can be. This is the game for them to do that, right, against teams such as GODSENT and QLASH.
This is the final game of the day, the final game of this Super Week. All the teams get a day off to rest up, but also prepare up as well, right? This is the thing. This is where it's so stacked that we see these teams have to spend their time very wisely throughout, see what adjustments can be made that we continue to talk about, the improvements that some of these teams will be able to get. And Lazar, he is not longed for this world. Alicio sat up high, able to deal the damage. I like that. Took the first few shots, wants to be careful. Hey, Coney there, ready. Can't quite hit the shots, but wants to be able to save his teammate. And Azza, every second that goes by is like, I'm nearly at the tree. It's nearly close. Oh no. And he does make it. He's safe for now. Unless a crazy grenade can come out and land onto him. But can Haikoni get there? There's so much damage done. Oh, he's gonna bleed on out. There's no time. Oh, it's so unfortunate. He made it to the tree, but his teammate won't be able to get close enough. And that's a player from QLASH going down very early on here and not really a chance for his team to save him. Poor guy.
And I know it's easy to say it now based on QLASH's, I suppose, lack of strong performances recently. And the kind of downhill trend they'd be doing, but that is genuinely why I'm not a fan of a prison shelter 2-2 split on a drop, because when it becomes so familiar, teams can punish you for that. Moving out of prison as a two-man team is just it's really not easy when you're gonna get caught off guard like that. And I would argue that it was definitely all Azer's fault, right? You know, running out of the prison compound blind without doing any form of scouting, you know, you just can't let that happen in a tournament like the PMPL. So it's a symbol of how weak QLASH's performance have been in this second Super Weekend.
Oh, I'm never gonna forget the crazy game from earlier when he stole it away. You know, that's gonna that was something special because. You think this, you get the chicken dinner, but you still only finish third place, but you still outbeat Panda and GODSENT to actually claim the chicken dinner and get $1,000 like that. So it was just
That's
like,
true.
Okay, like fair play. We know that the individual talent and skill is there, but it's all about it coming together. And this is where we always come back onto the conversation of teamwork, right? And synergy and how that all pans out. Because you can rely on a player to have a great game every now and again, but you can't be banking on him to always like pull off that kind of performance. It's just not viable. You have to come more together as a unit.
A lot of teams converging around a ferry pier and the hills above ferry pier. Nexus normally hold on to that when they're not having a load of teams around them. I'm curious how they're going to deal with it with UDR, Unicorns of Love, and UMBRA around this vicinity. It's a great hill to hold on to. It's a great hill to control when you do control it. But if you get one player knocked, it can very easily go the other way. So I'm a little bit worried about Nexus. UMBRA are currently a little bit split between Primorsk and Ferry Pier, so I can't see them putting Nexus under pressure. And to be fair, Unicorns of Love, if anything, avoid it, and they've opted to go to the south of Quarry. So maybe they're predicting the finish that you want to see, which is that Quarry finish.
I personally, when I play, hate a Quarry finish, but I do love to watch it as a commentator. Mate, I always get stuck. I'll always be down, like, in Quarry, and I'll be thinking, oh, okay, like, I can get a good position from here. And then there's, like, 2-3 squads just all up high, shooting down. I'm like, okay, yeah, this has gone bad. This has gone awful. I can't move anywhere. Like a shooting target I am when I'm down there.
And that's why I'm a little bit surprised that UDR committed so heavily towards that area instead of staying around Pachinki Hill. But maybe they wanted to be a little bit more secure in the early parts of the game and try not to be too technically needlessly controlling on that Pachinki Hill area. Panda have taken up that free space. Black Sparks, GODSENT, GAMELORD. I said Black Sparks need to be careful. It does seem to have been able to actually wrap ahead of GODSENT on their rotation, so that's fair enough. And if you notice, there's a cheeky little clash into the mix as well in between GameLord and GODSENT. As phase 2 pops up, it centers quite nicely, shifting up north, allows no indication of a military island finish, no indication of a river finish between Ferry Pier and the island itself. And there's a little bit of a sigh of relief breathed by a lot of these teams.
Ooh, might be another sigh of relief by Andelito as well, as he is driving fast, escaping, joining back up with Tudor, but he is going to be aware of the shooting gallery that was up there on the hill from Destiny. And Mihi, he's going straight in. They're thinking, okay, maybe there's only one here. And have they now got slightly confused? This is a problem, Mihi. Out on your own, your teammate's not with you. Going down now, his teammates are able to fight back in it. And Delita will now be on the floor. Oh, big shots being landed, and Mazzaro, you have saved Mihi in a big way. They put a smoke down on top of him. There's no other GSGE players here anyway. And Lau, yeah, you just get the hell out of there, buddy. I don't want to be anywhere close to that fight right now. But that was nearly a huge blunder from Mihi.
Swear to God, he's a legend. You know, he's an absolute legend, Mazzaro. You said it yourself. He saved me. He if anything, he's kind of saved Destiny's game to a certain extent, considering how you know how downhill of a trend they've been going on to keep themselves up as a full squad off the back of that 2 kills. Fight against GSG is very healthy for the last game of the day. Panda rocking up onto UDR, but finds Ulysses.
Has maxed cursed UDR. He said he wanted to see him get a game. He sees it all around him. He's going to be completely overwhelmed. He was trying to be sneaky. It's not going to work out. And UDR, they're getting the hell out of there. Don't stick around for too long. And Panda, they're so confident. You said you wanted to see their confidence. Well, they're just going to go straight up further forward, give it a bit of chase with it all as well. And wait, guys, look, crashing each other's cars, maybe not ideal, but you pick up the kills either way. Bit of fun.
And that's why I don't get why UDR committed so heavily to that south side, right? Because on that shift up north, they went for, I wouldn't say a wild rotation, but it was just somewhat, you know, without any real scouting, without any real, you know, direction, I feel. And they paid the price for that. I would argue it was one of the worst.
It was a swing and a miss for sure. A swing and a miss. Sometimes you take the risk and it doesn't pay off, but like you mentioned, without the information, without understanding what's going on there, you said it yourself that Panda had already put themselves in this position quite some time ago, so there's no problem at all for them.
But now, Eastern Stars and GODSENT. Eastern Stars, as usual, being on the edge of the circle. They're coming in from the blue, but they have one player knocked at this. Is going to be put back up, so to speak, by his teammate. But the time taken has allowed GODSENT to create a really good spread. It's a positive 2-2 spread. And Vito, having Marty close by, is very healthy, with Azzy and Reese working very closely together to keep Eastern Stars suppressed. Right now, GODSENT look in a much stronger position between the two teams. Phase 3 pops up. It's a nice central shift. We could technically still have your quarry.
The edge is still inside, and Unicorns of Love are still inside and going to be sitting pretty for now. Panda, if they want to, don't have to move too much further. They can just stand around and wait for the teams to come across them. As GSG, as we saw, 2 of them got picked off, right? They had to then disengage, and they're now on the far western side, cruising around looking to see what space they may be able to gain.
I love that from GODSENT, right? If they couldn't get the start of the engagement off straight away, the circle shifts, what do? They're like, nah, we'll let you guys go. We'll play for the position inside the next circle. Very healthy indeed. But it looks like Black Spark's going to be Panda's next victim as Hamo goes down. So does Banger, so does Vindex, and Belend is all on his own, and it could be the near Belend of Black Spark's last game of the second Super Weekend.
Yes, certainly needs some cover, and he is going to be given it by his teammates. Kato firing forward and want to keep him behind that rock, but Panda, they're just rolling up on teams, demolishing them. If they can bring Yes back up, keep themselves as 4, they could potentially be looking at 8 kills within this one if they do get the finish off. Oh, some tags are coming through, and Belend, he's running away. He wants nothing to do with the rest of this. And again, like you just mentioned, Black Sparks, they have players go down early on, they then struggle it out for the rest of the game, and they can't play the way that I envision they like to play out these games. And it showed them, again, yesterday was just so consistent for, I know the Death touched it, but it was huge for these guys. As Kato needs to be careful, that car could also be blown up at the same time. Bujo, he gave it a bunch of shots, but you're on your own a bit, mate. I don't know if I want to be challenging any team at this point when you're so stuck out like that.
Yeah, what even is Gaijin's split, to be fair? That spread just didn't make sense to me. And all the while, one of his teammates, I believe, got knocked by Azzy of GODSENT. GODSENT holding into this compound on the center of the circle. Desi have made a fantastic rotation, by the way, on the western side of the map to come in on towards the kind of northeastern edge of Quarry into that compound between that hillside. Unicorn's Love are going to be to the south of them, but the thing is, Destiny have gotten ahead of UMBRA. UMBRA being very passive on these rotations. Nexus still hold on to the hill above Ferry Pier, which honestly is a bad because it's all flat land in front of them, so they're still able to grab as much information as the viewer perspective can give them.
Well, let's see where this next circle is gonna go. Oh my! All right, Unicorns of Love, GODSENT, loving life right now. For GSG, by the way, they've like 400 IQ'd this on accident. Losing 2 players, rotating through the blue, popping up now in the south side. They do have some room here, although it's open space. It's something where they at least have a position within it.
It's really not a good place to be. Yeah, okay, there's a lot of trees that they can use, but it's not the same amount of strong cover as, let's say, Nexus, for example, who are sitting extremely strong. They're going to be able to gatekeep any team that goes near them. In this case, right now, it's QLASH who've lost 2 players just like that.
And they're looking to try and run away. No extra damage going to be done onto them. They'll escape for now. Oof. No cars being blown up this time around. It's going to be a waiting game further forward as GAMELORD picking off Octavian, Eastern Stars. Lose a man on rotation. Harlan had to be careful as well. That car could have gone boom at any moment. And this is it. It's the rotation losses that's going to be painful for a fair few of these teams off the back of this. Harlan now also under fire. And you already mentioned Gaijin weren't in the best spot anyway of how they position themselves. Well, now they're down just to 2 players by the looks of it.
It's just like...
They're still getting shot at.
You can't run away from your troubles, if that makes sense. You can't run away from these things. It gets to a point in the game where you have to stand and fight. You have to fight your way through. The only way you're going to get past the situation is with your guns, with your bullets, and with your teamwork, right? And Gaijin, just running away scared, is a little bit of a big, fat F. What? Robs gets found out. Lord is going to be able to do something, but no! Akashi is there to save the day.
Not ideal there. And now GAMELORD will be able to get the revives off, no problem at all, but they've got to make their way into the circle. More teams have bypassed them at the same time. Panda was still trying to gatekeep Belen, but he has worked his way in.
Yeah.
Instead, he's all alone, man. I wouldn't want to be in his spot. And I swear, every time you look at the kill feed, there's just Panda getting knocked somewhere. Doing as much damage as possible. UMBRA want to gatekeep from this position. And it is a strong position at least. It's on the side, it's on the edge, but it's stopping anyone rotating in from this southwestern side. Panda now need to survive the onslaught that Lakonostra want to fight up with him here. And this is very out in the open. It's just cars, grenades going forward, some smokes given for cover. But Panda, they need to be careful. Don't want to be too clumped up together with it. Lin, he's going to find himself in a world of hurt there. That's not what he wanted at all. Crouching on out with it. Alicio. No one's there to protect him. Panda, they're not risking it just yet. And he's still somehow surviving. These nades just aren't connected. They are kind of being thrown out in the dark. Will wants to be able to try and save. Throws up the molly as well to see if he can catch anyone out. But all the time that's going by, Alicio is able to move backwards and potentially get towards Will for the revive. Oh, just at the wrong time. So close. There was a real caster curse. Okay, that happened. I'll take the blame on that one. As Will, maybe you want to just try and back away if it's even possible. And the new circle, well, it's popped and shifted. And we've gone out towards the west.
that yin and yang shift of the hillside as Polar Ace and UMBRA are going to be coming on through. The breach came out, but UMBRA is going to be able to survive. Naruto cleans it up, and that's going to be a vital 4 kills for UMBRA, a vital squad wipe for UMBRA, a survival for the last game of the second Super Weekend when they're trying to chase that 16th spot, when they're trying to chase catching up to the likes of Polar Ace. This was very important in UMBRA's journey, but now they're going to have to move in, make their way into the circle. Savage X have the southern compound in play. Lost Bullet are on the western edge looking very healthy, while Destiny had benefited from this fact that GameLord were squad wiped and are able to get ahead of GODSENT onto the hillside where they're going to be able to control them.
And that's what it's all about. What control can you have? The car crash comes through. Rana, he doesn't give a damn, but he is not aware that it's Panda he's got to go up against. They're up at 14 kills right now. Two players crawling out, bleeding on out. Year's going to have to try and save him as best he can here. Revives are going to come through, but they can't afford another fight to go out towards them. And to be fair, there's going to be a lot of players with eyes on him at the same time. And Belen, for Black Sparks, we keep mentioning him. He's still able to chill it out on his own, but eventually he'll be picked off.
I thought pandas were meant to be near extinct. How are pandas still surviving? How are they still up as more than one player? It is crazy. And the fact that they've gotten 14 kills with that, it shows their resilience, it shows their power. Just when we think they've done it all, they show something more, they show something stronger. The last player of Gaijin Seraphim trying to stay absolutely silent around that vehicle, hoping he's not spotted by the players at Destiny.
Honestly, you said you wanted to see a change up in Panda when it was getting to these last games. Well, on the final game, any noise they hear, they've got in for the attack. They've said, cool, we'll fight and we'll go for you. Trazer needs to be careful. Those nades are awfully close. Damage being done towards him, and he just doesn't have a clue. More nades come out. It's a battle back between both of them, but if this goes on for too long, another team might try to jump in it. And remember, both Panda and QLASH right now, not in the circle, still have to work their way in, but there is so much open ground that they have to be careful of here, and it's just the nade after nade. Big booms going on down. QLASH hoping that some Panda player will make a mistake. And Trazen, I don't know how you're doing it, buddy, but you're taking the damage. You're just about surviving. You're still managing to stay up. But my, oh my, these nades, it's just constant. Now Molly's added to the mix as well. And Panda, they're holding their line. They want more kills. They want more points. They feel like, okay, can we go really crazy? Maybe they set themselves a goal going into this. And they're like, let's try and get 40-point game. I don't know, some insane number. They set themselves on their targets very high. But GODSENT, we like their position at the time. This time around, though, they're going to find themselves going down, and Destiny are the ones to do it. But can Destiny hold on to this position? Beast needs to be careful here as well. He's out taking a ton of shots, and actually, this will help Panda out a little bit there.
Good. It is good indeed. Trazen gets knocked. Heikoni is on his own. Panda were always closer to the edge of the circle. Plus, Destiny did exactly what I thought would happen, which was being in a position of gatekeeping GODSENT, and they got the squad wipe for the player. Panda goes down. GK the first, but as Heikoni gets blistered by the blue zone, Panda will be able to get that revive. Destiny, if they can get their full squad up, this could be a surprise win for them as UMBRA are taken back to the lobby.
And all the while, Panda still working their way up. Not quite in the circle just yet. They've heard what's been going on around them. They did spend out a lot of grenades, and there's now a crate right in front of Yiz. If there's one man on Panda I'd love to see grab it, it would be him. He has been a heavy hitter over and over again. But Destiny, they've been the one we haven't seen massive amounts of so far within this lobby, but they have managed to pick up 10 kills, and they are currently sat in a nice spot. But Ghosty, hello. You're very close. You've heard all this, I'm guessing? Look at his position. Oh, they may never check this. There'll be a lot of other fights going on. Mihi tanks a bit of the damage coming out from the nade, from the Unicorns of Love. Everyone is prone. Everyone is down on the ground. And, oh no. No, he can't. Oh my lord. Mihi.
Oh my god.
Mihi.
No way.
Oh.
Sure. You got to see the feet.
No,
you got to see the feet.
Thing is, you're just looking at the car, aren't you? Realistically, I know we can see it, but when there's no outline, I'm sure that's very hard and very difficult for him to see. This is wild. He could just be getting away with literal murder on this, and well, Beast, he's going to deliver the murder onto some of the Panda players. Going to find himself the knock in here as Unicorns of Love. They're looking around, trying to keep their eyes open of what's going down. Coasty, still chilling, still loving life. He's looking at all these fights, just seeing it all. He's like, I'm claiming placement points, boys. This is my goal. I can do this. This is insane. I've never seen a man chilling up on the car like that, waiting, watching it all go down. And he's in the circle, almost center as well. Such a good spot. The Destiny players are all just prone, walking around. At any point they get into a big battle with the Destiny, Panda, Unicorn, and Love players all in one, he can just jump up, probably throw a grenade into the mix, and they'd have no idea where it would come from.
I did say if Destiny could get their full squad up, it could be their game to win. And that seems to be the case. They're the only team with a full squad. Panda still miraculously holding it on as a 3-man team with 14 kills.
The slow crawl. We've seen so much utility used, but maybe they've picked up some more during that time. Oh, Mihi onto Savage X. That's a big scalp to take from Unicorns of Love. Nade's going to get pinned and ready. He's watching it. He's looking to see what's going to be happening. Ked's throwing out his own nades, but he's taking a bunch of damage from the side as well. It's not what he would have wanted. And Panda, they're not striking just yet. They're waiting for this battle to go down. And then they want to take advantage of it fresh out in the open. That's not what you want to see. Unicorns of Love, they go down. And Lin, he sees it. He spots out Beast, looks to do some damage, but he's in the blue at the same time. This man loves a bit of the blue damage, but this time around, it won't pay off for him. And all the while, Coasty, still on top of his car, could be an absolute nightmare for any team the moment he stands up. But Panda now, they need to be oh so careful. They're in the back lines. Coasty can see it. Oh, please, please. Do it. Do it, Coasty. Throw it now. Throw it now. On top of him.
Here's the thing.
I have no idea. I
Realize
have no idea.
that the reason why Destiny got that revive in the Beast is because they don't know that it's a 4v2v1.
Yeah.
They're thinking it's 4v3.
Well, he is finding himself knocked. Panda now under heavy pressure. 16 kills for Destiny, and they are looking for this last one. He's still in the circle as well. If you're Coasty, what do you even do? Do you just stick it out and just pray that it continues to go on top of you and they never find you? Look, Destiny are running around, not even prone, just looking for the fight, telling him, hey, step up. Come fight me, bruv. But it's not happening. And right now, Gaijin are the last team with, like, what they got? Very little points. Like, how many in total? They are down there with just 51 points. This is a game changer. Maybe no kills, but imagine if he just steals away to win. Masaru's just driving around in the buggy. He's like, boys, is this real? Is this like, where is this guy? What's going on? And you just wouldn't check the car, would you? God, someone from Destiny, just blow it up. Just blow it up for no reason. Just do it at this point. Even drive the car with him in it. I'm down. Go for it. Steal the car.
Destiny are wondering, where is this last player? Where is he? Like,
mate, oh, this is insane.
Talk about living up to the logo of the team. Casper the friendly ghost.
Oh, wait. Mihi? No? Oh, he's just dancing. Do a little dance. Make a little love. Chicken dinner tonight. Chicken dinner tonight. And they're just waiting for this to end. Coasty's just looking at it all, you know, chilling. This is
One
insane.
grenade, though. One grenade.
Oh, imagine if they just sit there, all four.
Yeah.
In the no, please, Destiny. It can't go down like that. Wait, me saw him! Oh! They have no idea. They still have no idea. What is this? This is insane. Coasty, no! They're going to blow the car up and they do it. Destiny! Oh my God! How did Coasty get away with that? Well, we wanted Madness Imperium. I've never in my life, I have commentated so many PUBG Mobile games that I have never seen anything like that. I'm lost. Oh, that's the play of the tournament. Why not? Second place out of nowhere. Shame we couldn't pick up some more kills off the back of it. That was so risky for Destiny. Oh, there you go, kids. Try that at home. Why not?
Okay. First of all, I love how Destiny somehow managed to, I wouldn't say shut people up, but we were looking at them going, what happened to them?
Yep.
Why are they falling down? What's up? We're worried about them. Last game of the day, they just step up, step out, control, and dominate. I think it was 16 kills with that chicken dinner from them. The way they were just moving into those circles, they wrapped around from the west, got in ahead of the likes of UMBRA and Lost Bullet. Then as the circle shifted down south, they got ahead of GODSENT, but then they used that to their advantage to fight and take down GODSENT. And then they did the exact same to Unicorns of Love. And just to literally take a fight, win a fight, momentum that Destiny showed in that game, that's what we've seen from them in the league stage. I would argue that we hadn't actually seen that kind of game from them in the Super Weekend. I know they've won games and they performed well at times, but to me, that was probably their best PMPL Super Weekend performance, that game alone.
Was that
it overshadowed?
32-point game?
Yeah. Was it overshadowed by Panda? I would say a little bit, but at the end of the day, the points will speak for themselves.
Points really do speak for themselves. And do you know what? There's many ways that Coasty could have probably played that better at the timing of when he wants to throw the grenades out and stuff, but that was hilarious. I enjoyed that. All of our games were wild at the very end here. But before we close out our second Super Weekend, we're going to kick it back to the desk. We'll see you guys after the break.
Well, again, at the start of the day, I did say we would have a crazy day of action, and I did not lie. We had the finish come in where Destiny taking the chicken dinner, but Gaijin Seraphim trying to do everything they can to possibly get themselves some more points here. Points they desperately need. Max, man, I'm just going to go to you. What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm good. Yeah, that was an interesting one, man. Hey, desperate measures required for showing that finish in there coming out from Gaijin. But though, hey, I gotta say, for real this time, QLASH did call Destiny as winning, and they did. And no cheating this time. So,
what do you mean for real?
Good. For real. Yes,
32 points for Destiny, as I predicted them to win. I mean, they eventually had to have the bounce back. Personally, I don't really want to talk about how the final situation played out there. But yeah, Destiny blasted this lobby and looked very comfortable in doing it. A return to form. They have had a rough day or two here, Jason. I think it is very fair to say. But nice to see that back on the horse, back above the Panda. Even though Panda got 24. Jeez Louise, they're nuts.
On top of the Panda, and even on top of the Unicorns, as Unicorns picked himself up in third position with 14 kills total. I think the Unicorns potentially had one of the best positions to play from. They were on the small compound onto the lower side, and that compound was in the circle for the longest time until it actually centered up on the hilltop right up north, and they tried to get involved, but unfortunately Destiny and Panda kind of worked together to make sure that Unicorns of Love would not be able to push in that location whatsoever. But yeah, we got a lot of top teams here we were expecting to perform well. Unicorns, Panda, and Destiny, and even UMBRA, able to get himself 11 points in this game. Let's see if I don't think it's quite enough to actually make in top 16, but you know what? They're close enough.
We can see here our second page, and again, UDR Killers, unfortunately, bottom of the table finish, but Polaris, again, only finishing 1 point ahead, so that gap's not going to be that different between these two teams. But we do see Lakonostra here after their back-to-back top 3 finishes finish off 10th overall. Black Sparks as well. Not really hitting that same peak we saw yesterday, though, Killers.
No. In all honesty, the day has been very crazy, I would say. We've had a lot of interesting circles and okay.
Whoa, that was the biggest.
That was a long one.
Yeah.
I was
like, wait, how many people? I was like, how many people got over 1,000 damage? I expected like 3 with that kind of reaction. Yeah, Lin Yi, 12, or almost, let's just say 1,300 damage. Let's just be honest. I think that is the most we've ever seen in a single match.
I think in general, Lin has been the player of the day for the entirety of Panda. I think even we could say throughout the entirety of today in general. He was the sacrificial lamb back into that Sanhok game, playing from the rooftop position, and in this game alone, he was the reason why Panda were able to actually move away from the fields of over to the east of that hilltop finish. Without Lin, without his insanely well-played grenades with the likes of GK first, that would have never happened in the first place, which is why you see 3,300 damage over to Panda. Is that a record? Oh, it's pretty close at least, I think. That is a big number.
I think it might be. I mean, Jason, damage is cool and all, but Mihi had 9 kills in this game. Almost a 10 bomb, and that is nuts.
Whew. He did say in chat he was dancing on top of the crate to celebrate his 9 kills, so totally understandable, totally realistic, to be completely fair to him, and well done overall. I mean, Destiny, like, we've been kind of hounding them a bit this entire Super Weekend, right? Like, where's the Destiny we saw in League play this just a couple of days ago, and they finally do show up a little bit here towards the end, and of course get themselves an extra $1,000 bucks. But let's take a recap of what's all happened, of course, over through this entire day, and who picked up themselves $1,000 bucks across the day. We start things off with Clash. MZ, man, we can't forget about this. Again, this was such a crazy day overall, but we can't forget about the very first match where MZ survives long enough to beat out GODSENT in like a 1-on-3 to win himself a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I had a little bit of a chat with MZ too, and he did say that they're feeling a lot better in terms of communication today. At least it's good. As long as you're feeling a lot more comfortable compared to the first 2 days of the second Super Weekend, that's a great improvement in my eyes, and it did result in them taking themselves a win. It was a little bit of a robbery, I'm not going to lie. They kind of snatched it away from both GODSENT and Panda, but you know what? We're not going to be talking about the means, we're just going to talk about the results, which is Clash able to get himself some great points. And, you know, we already know, right, that Clash is making it to the finals. Top 16, easy, mate. No issue whatsoever. But now you've got to try and be a little bit more consistent when it comes down to getting those really big results if you want to make it to the EMEA Regional Championships in the top 3 at the end of these finals.
Yeah, and with these winners, Jason, I think this overall Super Weekend has been effectively, especially when it comes to chicken dinners, dominated by the likes of Panda, Destiny, Unicorns of Love. GODSENT has even got themselves multiple chicken dinners here in this Super Weekend as well. So there has been very little sharing going on in regards to this. The top players are very much so the top players here in this region so
There's
far.
money.
I imagine the teams out there who haven't won a chicken dinner are just, please, sir, can I have one chicken dinner? Just one. Just one. Let's take a look at our mustache money meter here and see actually how much money these teams have won for themselves over the course of these 2 Super Weekends that have now been closed out. And we're going to see here Panda tied up at #1 now with Destiny with 5K apiece, but Unicorns of Love sneaking in there at 4K.
Oh, there he is!
Oh!
Hey, you don't have just a mustache this time, Kalash. You have the entire man himself.
Look how chirpy he is. Bloody mustache, Dave. All right. Yeah, I see him.
The face you make when the zone shifts on top of you.
Ooh.
Face you make when you win a cool $1,000.
Ooh. Yeah, I get it. I feel it.
Mustache Dave living the high life. That's right.
But again, just to reiterate for you guys, UDR Killers, I mean, they have 1 Super Weekend, and they're in like 4th or 5th place overall in earnings. Like, that's insane. That's considering the performance we saw in the first week of League play, and then even the performance we saw in the second week of League play, for them to step up like this, I don't think we really expected, if we're completely honest about it.
Oh.
I think we expected some good results from them, but like this, especially right into the first day, they get themselves 2 big wins, and then they, as you said, being some of the biggest teams in terms of total earnings so far in this, in terms of chicken dinners, with the $1,000 rule per chicken dinner rule. They were looking amazing, and I think that UDR Killers now, especially after this second week, I think it was a trial by fire, trying to see exactly how they improved since week 1, knowing they did not make it into the very first Super Weekend. I think week 3 is going to be like an absolute breeze for them. At least that is if they qualify, which, seeing how they've been playing so far, I think that we are expecting UDR to qualify. If they keep on going like this, man, top 16 is already looking amazingly strong for them, but now the next goal is going to be that top 3 at the end.
You know what, Max? I mean, we still have ScrimFarm and RESQ who didn't play, and you could say with the way they've been playing, they should look to qualify or be able to qualify, but we can't forget about how dominating ScrimFarm can be, as well as RESQ. So it's not going to be an easy fight for them to requalify, which just makes this next week of league play even more exciting. But let's take a look at the overall standings at the moment. We can kind of see the battle for top 16 once we get through the first page here. And we're going to see Panda. Oh, Claris. That's a big lead.
What?
That's a big lead.
Panda boys making it happen. Look at that. 70, well, almost 70 points going for them from first to second place. Just brilliant stuff by them. They are looking splendid, spectacular in their efforts. Unicorns of Love jumping up into third place. Also another significant jump considering Destiny. Just put up, what, 32 points in that game or something. That's just, yeah, impressive.
It's a pretty big day for them. I want to go back to Panda real quick. That means that if you look at Panda, and even if they do not qualify for the third Super Weekend, they would still, I believe, still be top 5. A top 5 team that potentially would not even play a Super Weekend. That's how big the lead actually is for Panda. So, yeah, I mean, we brought it up day one of the tournament, the Dark Horses, and not anymore, man. They made a name for themselves. It's good to see.
There would be a world where if like second, third, fourth qualified and Panda didn't, they could still be number 1.
You think so? I think that's a stretch, but it could be. It literally could be.
There's a world. I mean, I'm not saying that those averages would kind of go alongside, you know, Eastern Stars, Unicorns, I Love Destiny, like, will be pushing, but it could occur. But yeah, it's ridiculous how much of a lead that they have.
I mean, we're looking at basically 70 points from first to 8th place. Like, that's, I mean, that alone is huge, but like we're saying, between first and second, that's a massive gap. Between, well, I guess there's really no other big gap here currently on the screen. I mean, we do see about 29 points between GODSENT and Unicorns of Love, as we talked about GODSENT trying to close that gap, but nothing comes to comparison when we look at this front page. So let's take a look at the second page then. If 205 is the cutoff for the front page of Lakonostra, where are we going to see the teams here? 182 for GameLord. Okay, so not too far behind. And I mean, to be honest, GameLord, Nexus, GSG, like, they've been just kind of chugging along. We haven't really seen too many amazing games out of either of these teams, but it's not like they've been playing necessarily terribly bad, because they're still placing relatively well.
There's a pretty big gap you would see, especially around the likes of GameLord, Nexus, and then the teams below are starting to maybe have a little bit of a hard time to try and catch up. That you talked about, especially the last team, how important it is for them to requalify, and you talked about ScrimFarm and RESQ. They, luckily enough this time, did not get pushed out of the top 16. I thought it would happen upon today, that we would see maybe UMBRA or Gaijin overtake those positions and force them into the bottom 3 of our Super Weekend leaderboard so far. Didn't happen just yet, so they can stop sweating buckets. They are fine, but now the thing is, this is extremely important for them. They just need to requalify this next week. If they don't do so, this top 16 is looking like a very distant memory, and I think that we can very clearly say without an ounce of doubt in my mind, you're going to see teams like UMBRA, if they make it, or even maybe Gaijin, maybe take those positions away if that is going to be happening this time around. So even maybe Qatar Forces, because 100 points in 15 games in one Super Weekend, I mean, we saw teams get themselves 150 in one Super Weekend. So I think that even the new teams that have not made it to one single Super Weekend could still contest those 2 spots away from ScrimFarm and RESQ.
Yeah, let's take a look at our last page then, so we can see and check in on the other teams. Like UMBRA, like you said, 106 for RESQ, 90 for Team UMBRA. So yeah, it is definitely possible for them to catch up to them when we get into the next Super Weekend. Gaijin Seraphim as well, moving up a bit here, up to 64, and RESQ, unfortunately, bottom of the table. But like you said, Qatar Forces, we have yet to see them play in a Super Weekend. They were 1 point off 2 weeks running. And you know what's funny about that? I'm trying to think back to, yeah, PMGC, Na'Vi were in the same situation for 2 weeks in a row. And then Na'Vi ended up qualifying for the very finals over in Dubai.
Yeah, and then they dominated in the event in Dubai itself, right? Especially Old Boy. So we could be seeing a similar kind of result for the side of Qatar Forces, even maybe RESQ, because RESQ, I think that, and talking with a few of the boys, that they have been trying to bring a lot of adjustments in their playstyle. So hopefully that's going to come to light in week 3. But yeah, even the teams that have not made it to a single Super Weekend or even just to one Super Weekend so far could still do a really big result and come back in week 3.
Jason, I'm concerned.
Cool.
I've just realized, after doing some maths, Panda
with you now
in these 15. There you go. Perfect. Max, do you have a pen? Are you ready for this?
I got 2 pens actually.
I had to check if the Sharpie was this permanent marker was open, because I didn't want to.
You just draw all over your face. Well, you might have to. You can make some nice little panda shape on your face, because right now it did a little bit of math, and in the first Super Weekend, Panda had what, 138 points, something like that, right? By the time they finished that, they now have 372 points. Max, that means that they, in 15 games, put up 234 points.
I thought you were going to ask me to make the math.
Yeah, I thought it was.
Do that.
I know. No, I know.
No.
I knew that was going to be rubbish.
I appreciate that.
I did it for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, but that's nutty.
It's insane.
Over 200 points in 15 games. We already said it, and Imperium brought that point many times. You know, for good average, looking at a 10-point average, and you're going to be very easily at the top of your leaderboards, or at least very high on that first page. They actually completely outdone that average completely, right? Over 200 points in 15 games in one Super Weekend, I think is one of the highest points on one Super Weekend I've seen from one team alone. And we'll see if they can make it happen in the third week, but their first Super Weekend was strong. The second was also so strong. I mean, they're just on an absolute roll, baby. And where they got a lead this big too, they can afford to mess around a little bit more in this third week.
Did Max just say they're on a roll, baby?
He did do that, yeah.
I did
feel
do
like
that. Am I not allowed to do that?
We have too many Brits working the show. It's clearly rubbing off on you. Let's take a look, though, at our MVP here of our final day of the Super Weekend and who it's potentially going to be. There's a lot of players it could be. GK first, probably one of the ones I'm looking at to potentially fill out that #1 slot. And hey, what a surprise. Wow, but 3 players, though, out of Panda. I mean, 2 out of GODSENT. To be fair, James, you were asking me, like, you know, how many points did GODSENT really get today? And before this last match, they were around that 77 mark.
Yeah, that was pretty crazy as well. I mean, they did huge work today. Kudos to them for bumping up the way that they did in regards in the overall standings. Didn't quite catch up, I don't think, to that Unicorns of Love position, but that's because Unicorns of Love got themselves that victory towards the end. I did think it was going to be hard regardless, because Unicorns of Love can put up bigger numbers if they need to, but still, it's still a massive performance by GODSENT today.
Yeah, GODSENT, especially Reeves. I think he was the true nightmare of GAMELORD today. He was every single time the reason why GAMELORD were not getting good positions. Like, oh, you're in circle. Well, not anymore. So he's just going to be trying to pull the biggest nothing personal kid and just gets behind him and cuts away the escape route.
I have to jump in here. Linyi at 629, GK first is 737 average damage. I think the general average damages we were seeing were like 300 to 400. I think like Kapahala yesterday had like 400 that #1 position. And I think we really need to reiterate one more time like how dominating Panda have looked here. 700 average damage per match across 5 matches is ridiculous.
They're crazy. They understand where they need to move. They understand when they need to move. They're good at the gunfighting. They're good at the utility play. They are... Oof, do I say the full package?
Wait, how much was it? I think they are. Wait, I'm going to calculate. Wait, 7, 3, so...
That a calculator?
That's a lot of damage, yeah, because I can't do my math. I need my calculator, man. I need it. But that's a lot of damage. I can tell you that much.
Why do you have a calculator to hand?
Yeah, who has a calculator on their desk?
I had my exams like, you know, a month and a half ago. I needed my calculator, okay? And I failed, actually, if you want to know. So
well, Max, Max, if you pick yourself up a 1+9, then you have the next-gen Qualcomm Snapdragon 88 chipset for the most graphic-intensive gameplay alongside heat dissipation that keeps your phone cool enough to play on max settings, and there's a calculator function built into the phone. Hashtag never settle. So Max, maybe we'll get you an upgrade as we go into our next weeks of games, because we have to end off our show today. This does round out our second Super Weekend. And to remind you guys at home, we have tomorrow off. We'll be back on Monday for our 3rd and final week of League Play. We get to see which 16 teams have a chance to play for points, potentially qualify into the finals. It's going to be a crazy one. You're not going to want to miss it. So we'll see you then.